This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Legends of the Old Plantation, Chapter 1. Uncle Remus initiates the little boy. One evening recently, the lady whom Uncle Remus calls Miss Sally missed her little 7-year-old. Making search for him through the house and through the yard, she heard the sound of voices in the old man's cabin, and looking through the window, saw the child sitting by Uncle Remus. His head rested against the old man's arm, and he was gazing with an expression of the most intense interest into the rough, weather-beaten face that beamed so kindly upon him. This is what Miss Sally heard.
Bimeby, one day, atter Brer Fox been doin' all dat he could fer to catch Brer Rabbit, en Brer Rabbit been doin' all he could fer to keep him fum it, Brer Fox say to himse'f dat he'd put up a game on Brer Rabbit, en he ain't more'n got de wuds out of his mouf twel Brer Rabbit come a lopin' up de big road, lookin' des as plump en as fat en as sassy as a moggin hoss in a barley patch. "Hol' on dar, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Fox, sezee. "I ain't got time, Brer Fox," says Brer Rabbit, sezee, sorter mendin' his licks. "I wanter have some confab with you, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Fox, sezee. "All right, Brer Fox, but you better holler from where you stan'. I'm monstus full of fleas dis mawnin'," says Brer Rabbit, sezee. "I seed Brer B'ar yistiddy," said Brer Fox, sezee, "en he sorter rake me over de coals kase you en me ain't make frien's en live neighborly, en I tole 'im dat I'd see you." Den Brer Rabbit scratch one year wid de off hind foot sorter jubusly, en den he ups en sezee, "All a settin', Brer Fox. S'posen you drop roun' termorrer en take dinner wid me. We ain't got no great doin's at our house, but I speck de ole 'oman en de chilluns kin sorter scramble roun' en git up sump'n fer ter stay your stummick." "I'm 'greeable, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Fox, sezee. "Den I'll 'pen on you," says Brer Rabbit, sezee. Nex' day, Mr. Rabbit en Miss Rabbit got up soon 'fo' de day, en raided on a gyardin like Miss Sally's out dar, en got some cabbages en some roastin' years en some sparrer grass, en dey fix up a smashin' dinner. Bimeby, one er de little rabbits, playin' out in de back yard, come runnin' en hollerin', "Oh, ma! Oh, ma! I seed Mr. Fox a comin'!" En den Brer Rabbit he tuck de chilluns by de years en made um set down, en den him en Miss Rabbit sorter dally roun' waitin' for Brer Fox, en to keep on waitin' for Brer Fox, en to keep on waitin', but no Brer Fox ain't come. Atter a w'ile, Brer Rabbit goes to de do' easy like en peep out, en dar, stickin' fum behime de cornder, wuz de tippin' Brer Fox's tail. Den Brer Rabbit shot de do' en sot down en put his paws behime his ears en begin fer to sing: "De place wharbouts you spilled de grease, right dar you're bound to slide, en where you find a bunch of hair, you surely find de hide." Nex' day, Brer Fox set word by Mr. Mink, en 'scuse himse'f kase he wuz too sick fer to come, en he ax Brer Rabbit fer to come en take dinner wid him, en Brer Rabbit say he wuz 'greeable. Bimeby, w'en de shadders wuz at der shortest, Brer Rabbit he sorter brush up en saunter down to Brer Fox's house, en w'en he got dar, he hear somebody groanin', en he look in de do', en dar he see Brer Fox settin' up in a rockin' cheer all wrop up wid flannel, en he look mighty weak. Brer Rabbit look all 'roun', he did, but he ain't see no dinner. De dish pan was settin' on de table, en close by wuz a carvin' knife.
"Look like you gwineter have chicken for dinner, Brer Fox," says Brer Rabbit, sezee.
Oh, yes, Brer Rabbit, dey are nice, en fresh, en tender, says Brer Fox, sezee. Den Brer Rabbit sorter pull his mustarsh, en he says,
"You ain't got no calamus root, is you, Brer Fox? I done got so now dat I can't eat no chicken 'ceppin' she's seasoned up wid calamus root."
En wid dat, Brer Rabbit lipt out de do' en dodge 'mong de bushes, en sot dar watchin' for Brer Fox. En he ain't watch long needer, 'kaze Brer Fox flung off de flannel en crope out at de house en got whar he could close in on Brer Rabbit. En bimeby, Brer Rabbit holler out,
"Oh, Brer Fox, I des put yo' calamus root out here on de dish yer stump. Better come git it while it's fresh."
En wid dat, Brer Rabbit gallop off home. En Brer Fox ain't never kotch 'im yit, en w'at's mo', honey, he ain't gwineter.
End of chapter 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 2, The Wonderful Tar Baby Story.
"Didn't the fox never catch the rabbit, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy the next evening.
He come mighty nigh it, honey, sho's you born. Brer Fox did. One day, atter Brer Rabbit fooled him wid dat calamus root, Brer Fox went to wuk en got him some tar, en mix it wid some turkentime. He fix up a contraption w'at he call a tar baby, en he tuck dish yer tar baby en he sot her in de big road, en den he lay off in de bushes fer to see w'at de news wuz gwineter be. En he didn't hatter wait long needer, 'kaze bimeby here comes Brer Rabbit pacin' down de road, lippity clippity, clippity lippity, des as sassy as a jaybird. Brer Fox he lay low. Brer Rabbit come prancin' 'long twel he spied de tar baby, en den he fotch up on his behime legs like he wuz 'stonished. De tar baby, she sot dar, she did, en Brer Fox he lay low.
"Mornin',"
says Brer Rabbit, sezee.
"Nice weather dis mornin'," sezee.
Tar baby, she ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Fox he lay low.
"How does your symptoms seem to segashuate?" says Brer Rabbit, sezee.
Brer Fox he wink his eyes slow en lay low, en de tar baby she ain't sayin' nothin'.
"How you come on, den? Is you deaf?" says Brer Rabbit, sezee. "'Kaze ef you is, I kin holler louder," sezee.
Tar baby stay still, en Brer Fox he lay low.
"You're stuck up, dat's w'at you is," says Brer Rabbit, sezee. "En I'm gwineter cure you, dat's w'at I'm gwineter do," sezee.
Brer Fox he sorter chuckle in his stomach, he did, but Tar Baby ain't sayin' nothin'.
"I'm gwineter learn you to talk to 'spectable folks ef it's de last ack," says Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Ef you don't take off dat hat en tell me howdy, I'm gwineter bust you wide open," sezee.
Tar Baby stay still, en Brer Fox he lay low. Brer Rabbit kep on axin' him, en de Tar Baby she keep on sayin' nothin'. 'Tw't presently Brer Rabbit draw back with his fists, he did, en blip! He tuck her side er de head. Right dar's whar he broke his merlasses jug. His fist stuck, en he can't pull loose. De tar hilt him, but Tar Baby, she stay still, en Brer Fox, he lay low.
If you don't let me loose, I'll knock you again, says Brer Rabbit, says he.
En wid dat, he fotch her a wipe wid de udder han', en dat one stuck. Tar Baby, she still ain't sayin' nothin', en Brer Fox, he lay low.
Turn me loose 'fo' I kick the natchul stuffin' out of you, says Brer Rabbit, says he.
But de Tar Baby, she ain't sayin' nothin'. She des hilt on, en de Brer Rabbit lose de use of his feet in de same way. Brer Fox, he lay low. Den Brer Rabbit squall out dat if de Tar Baby don't turn him loose, he'd butt her crank-sided. En den he butted, en his head got stuck. Den Brer Fox, he sauntered forth, lookin' just as innercent as one of your mammy's mockingbirds. "Howdy, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Fox, says he. "You look sorter stuck up this mornin'," says he, and then he rolled on de ground and laughed twel he couldn't laugh no more. "I speck you'll take dinner with me dis time, Brer Rabbit. I done laid in some calamus root, and I ain't gwineter take no 'skuse," says Brer Fox, says he. Here Uncle Remus paused and drew a 2-pound yam out of the ashes.
Did the fox eat the rabbit?
asked the little boy to whom the story had been told. "Oh, dat's all de fur de tale goes," replied the old man. "He might, and den he mightn't. Some say Judge B'ar come 'long and loosed 'em. Some say he didn't. I hear Miss Sally callin'. You better run 'long." End of chapter. This year's a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 3. Why Mr. Possum Loves Peace. "One night," said Uncle Remus, taking Miss Sally's little boy on his knee and stroking the child's hair thoughtfully and caressingly, "one night Brer Possum call by for Brer Coon 'cordin' to agreement, en after gobblin' up a dish of fried greens en smokin' a seegyar, dey rambled forth fer to see how de balance of de settlement wuz gittin' 'long. Brer Coon, he wuz one er deze natchul pacers, en he racked 'long same as Mars John's bay pony, en Brer Possum, he went in a hand gallop, en dey got over a heap of ground. Brer Possum, he got his belly full er 'simmons, en Brer Coon, he scoop up a abundance of frogs en tadpoles. Dey amble 'long, dey did, des as sociable as a basket er kittens, twel bimeby they hear Mr. Dog talkin' to hisse'f way off in de woods. "'Spozen he runs up on us, Brer Possum, w'at you gwineter do?" says Brer Coon, says he. Brer Possum sorter laugh roun' de cornders of his mouf. "Oh, ef he come, Brer Coon, I'm a gwineter stan' by you," says Brer Possum. "W'at you gwineter do?" says he. "Who? Me?" says Brer Coon. "Ef he run onter me, I'll lay I'll go give 'im one twis'," says he. "Did the dog come?" asked the little boy. "Go 'way, honey," responded the old man in an impressive tone. "Go 'way. Mr. Dog, he come en he come a zoonin', en he ain't wait fer to say howdy needer. he des sail inter de two un um. De ve'y fus pass he make, Brer Possum fetch a grin fum year to year, en keel over like he wuz dead. Den Mr. Dog, he sail inter Brer Coon, en right dar's whar he drap his money purse, kaze Brer Coon wuz cut out fer dat kinder business, en he fa'rly wipe up de face er de earth wid 'im. You better believe dat when Mr. Dog got a chance to make hisse'f scarce he took it, en what der wuz lef' of him went skedaddlin' thoo deze woods like it wuz shot out'n a musket. En Brer Coon, he sorter lick his cloze inter shape en wipe off, en Brer Possum, he lay dar like he wuz dead, twel bimeby he raise up sorter keerful like, en when he find de coast clear, he scramble up en scamper off like sump'n was after him. Here Uncle Remus paused long enough to pick up a live coal of fire in his fingers, transfer it to the palm of his hand, and thence to his clay pipe, which he had been filling, a proceeding that was viewed by the little boy with undisguised admiration. The old man then proceeded. Nex' time Brer Possum met Brer Coon 'fuse to 'spon' after his howdy, en dis make Brer Possum feel mighty bad, seein' ez how dey useter make so many 'scursions tergedder. "W'at make you hol' your head so high, Brer Coon?" sez Brer Possum, sezee. "I ain't runnin' wid cowards deze days," sez Brer Coon. "When I wants you I'll sen' fer you," sezee. Den Brer Possum git mighty mad. "Who's any coward?" sezee. "You is," sez Brer Coon. "Dat's who. I ain't 'sociatin' wid dem w'at lays down on de groun' en plays dead w'en dar's a free fight gwine on," sezee. Den Brer Possum grin en laugh fit to kill hisse'f. "Lor, Brer Coon, you don't speck I done dat kaze I wuz fear'd, does you?" sezee. "Why, I wa'n't no mo' fear'd dan you is dis minnit. W'at wuz dey fer ter be skeer'd un?" sezee. "I know'd you'd git away wid Mr. Dog ef I didn't, en I'd des lay dar watchin' you shake 'im, waitin' fer ter put in w'en de time come," sezee. Brer Coon tu'n up his nose. "That's a mighty fine tale," sezee, "w'en Mr. Dog ain't mo'n tech you 'fo' you keel over en lay dar stiff," sezee. "Dat's des w'at I wuz gwineter tell you 'bout," sez Brer Possum, sezee. "I wa'n't no mo' skeer'd dan you is right now, en I wuz fixin' fer ter give Mr. Dog a sample er my jaw," sezee. "But I'm de mos' ticklish chap w'at you ever laid eyes on, en no sooner did Mr. Dog put his nose down yer among my ribs dan I got ter laughin', en I laughed twel I ain't had no use er my limbs," sezee. "En it's a mussy unto Mr. Dog dat I wuz ticklish, kaze a little mo' en I'd er et 'im up," sezee. "I don't mind fightin', Brer Coon, en no mo' dan you does," sezee. "But I declare ter grashus ef I kin stan' ticklin', git me in a row whar der ain't no ticklin' 'lowed, en I'm your man," sezee. "En down ter dis day," continued Uncle Remus, watching the smoke from his pipe curl upward over the little boy's head, "down ter dis day, Brer Possum's bound ter surrender w'en you tech 'im one in de short ribs, en he'll laugh ef he knows he's gwineter be smashed fer it." End of chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 4. How Mr. Rabbit was too sharp for Mr. Fox. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy one evening, when he had found the old man with little or nothing to do, Did the fox kill and eat the rabbit when he caught him with the tar baby?"
"Law, honey, ain't I tell you 'bout dat?" replied the old darky, chuckling slyly. "I 'clar to gracious, I oughter tole you that. But Old Man Nod was ridin' on my eyelids twel a little more'n I disremembered my own name, en den on to dat here come your mammy hollerin' after you. Why, w'at I tell you when I fus begun? I tole you Brer Rabbit wuz a monster soon creetur. Leastways, dat's w'at I laid out fer to tell you. Well, den, honey, don't you go en make no udder calculations, 'kaze in dem days Brer Rabbit en his fambly wuz at de head er de gang when any racket wuz on hand, en dar dey stayed. 'Fo' you begins fer to wipe your eyes 'bout Brer Rabbit, you wait en see whereabouts Brer Rabbit gwineter fetch up at. But dat's needer here nor dar. When Brer Fox find Brer Rabbit mixed up wid de tar baby, he feel mighty good, en he roll on de groun' en laugh. Bimeby, he up en say, sezee, "Well, I speck I got you this time, Brer Rabbit," sezee. "Maybe I ain't, but I speck I is. You bin runnin' roun' here sassin' after me a mighty long time, but I speck you done come to de een' er de row. You bin cuttin' up yo' capers en bouncin' roun' in dis neighborhood ontwell you come to believe yo'se'f de boss er de whole gang, en den you er allers somewheres whar you ain't got no business," sez Brer Fox, sezee. "Who ax you fer to come en strike up an acquaintance wid dish yer tar baby? En who stuck you up dar whar you is? Nobody in de roun' world. You des tuck en jam yo'se'f on dat tar baby widout waitin' for any invite," sez Brer Fox, sezee, "en dar you is, en dar you gwineter stay twel I fixes up a bresh pile en fires her up, 'kaze I'm gwineter bobbycue you dis day, sho," sez Brer Fox, sezee. Den Brer Rabbit talk mighty humble. "I don't keer w'at you do wid me, Brer Fox," sezee, "des so you don't fling me in dat briar patch. Roast me, Brer Fox," sezee, "but don't fling me in dat briar patch," sezee. "Hit's so much trouble fer to kindle a fire," sez Brer Fox, sezee, "dat I speck I'll hatter hang you," sezee. "Hang me des as high as you please, Brer Fox," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, "but do for de Lord's sake don't fling me in dat briar patch," sezee. "I ain't got no string," said Brer Fox, sezee, "en now I speck I'll hatter drown you," sezee. "Drown me des as deep as you please, Brer Fox," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, "but don't fling me in dat briar patch," sezee. "Dey ain't no water nigh," sez Brer Fox, sezee. "Now I speck I'll hatter skin you," sezee. "Skin me, Brer Fox," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Snatch out my eyeballs, tear out my ears by de roots, en cut off my legs," sezee. "But do please, Brer Fox, don't fling me in dat briar patch," sezee. Co'se, Brer Fox wanter hurt Brer Rabbit bad as he kin, so he cotch 'im in by de behind legs en slung 'im right in de middle er de briar patch. Der wuz a consider'ble flutter whar Brer Rabbit struck de bushes, en Brer Fox sorter hang 'roun' fer to see w'at wuz gwineter happen. Bimeby, he hear somebody call 'im, en way up de hill he see Brer Rabbit settin' cross-legged on a chinkapin log, combin' de pitch out'n his ha'r wid a chip. Den Brer Fox know dat he bin swap off mighty bad. Brer Rabbit wuz bleedsid fer to fling back some of his sass, en he holler out, "Bred en born in a briar patch, Brer Fox, bred en born in a briar patch." En wid dat, he skip out des as lively as a cricket in de embers. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 5. The Story of the Deluge and How It Came About. "One time," said Uncle Remus, adjusting his spectacles so as to be able to see how to thread a large darning needle with which he was patching his coat. "One time, way back yonder, 'fo' you was born, honey, en 'fo' Mars John or Miss Sally was born, way back yonder, 'fo' any of us was born, de animals en de creeturs sorter lectioneer 'roun' 'mong themselves, twel at last dey 'greed fer ter have an 'sembly. In dem days," continued the old man, observing a look of incredulity on the little boy's face, "in dem days creeturs had lots mo' sense dan dey got now. Let 'lone dat, dey had sense same like folks. Hit was tech en go wid um too, mon, en w'en dey make up der minds w'at hatter be done, 'twa'n't mo' dan mention fer hit wuz done. Well, dey 'lected dat dey hatter hold er 'sembly fer ter sorter straighten out marters en hear de complaints, en w'en de day come dey wuz on han'. De lion, he wuz dar, kase he wuz de king, en he hatter be dar. De rhynossyhoss, he wuz dar, en de elephant, he wuz dar, en de camels, en de cows, en plumb down to de crawfishes, dey wuz dar. Dey wuz all dar. En w'en de lion shuck his mane en tuck his seat in de big cheer, den de session begun fer to commence." "What did they do, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "I can't skasely call to mind exactly what they did do, but they spoke speeches en hollered en cussed, en flung der langwidge 'roun' des like w'en yo' daddy wuz gwineter run fer de legislator en got lef'. Howsomever, dey 'ranged der affairs en 'splained der bizness. Bimeby, w'ile dey wuz 'sputin' 'longer one er n'er, de elephant trompled on one er de crawfishes. Co'se, w'en dat creetur put his foot down, w'atsomever's under der wuz boun' fer ter be squished, en der wa'n't nuff er dat crawfish lef' fer ter tell dat he bin dar. Dis make de udder crawfishes mighty mad, en dey sorter swarmed tergedder en drawed up a kinder peramble wid some wharefores in it, en read her out in dat there 'sembly. But, bless gracious, sech a racket wuz a gwine on dat nobody ain't hear it, 'ceppin' maybe de mud turkle en de spring lizard, en der influence wuz powerful lackin'. Bimeby, w'iles de nunicorn wuz 'sputin' wid de lion, en w'ile de hyener wuz a laughin' to hisse'f, de elephant squished anudder one er de crawfishes, en little mo'n he'd a ruint de mud turkle. Den de crawfishes, w'at dey wuz left un um, swarmed tergedder en drawed up anudder peramble wid some mo' wharefores, but dey might ez well have sung Ole Dan Tucker inter a harricane. De udder creeturs wuz too busy wid der fussin' fer ter 'spon' unter de crawfishes. So dar dey wuz, de crawfishes, en dey didn't know w'at minnit wuz gwineter be de next, en dey kep on gittin' madder en madder en skeerder en skeerder, twel bimeby dey gun ter wink ter de mud turkle en de spring lizard, en den dey bo'd little holes in de groun' en went down outer sight." "Who did, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "De crawfishes, honey. Dey bo'd into de groun' en kep on bo'in till dey unlooshed de fountains er de youth, en de water squirt out en rose higher en higher twel de hills wuz kivered, en de creeturs wuz all drownded, en all because dey let on 'mong demselves dat dey wuz bigger dan de crawfishes." Then the old man blew the ashes from a smoking yam and proceeded to remove the peeling. "Where was the ark, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired, presently. "Which ark's dat?" asked the old man, in a tone of well-feigned curiosity. "Noah's ark," replied the child.
Don't you pester wid ole man Noah, honey. I bound he took keer dat ark. Dat's w'at he wuz dar for, en dat's w'at he done. Leastways, dat's w'at dey tells me. But don't you bodder longer dat ark, 'ceppin' your mammy fetches it up. Der might a bin 2 deluges, en den agin, der mightn't. Ef der wuz any ark in dish yer w'at de crawfishes brung on, I ain't heerd tell un it, en w'en dey ain't no arks 'roun', I ain't got no time fer ter make um put one in dar. It's gittin' on yo' bedtime, honey."
End of chapter.
This here's a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 6. Mr. Rabbit grossly deceives Mr. Fox. One evening when the little boy, whose nights with Uncle Remus were as entertaining as those Arabian ones of blessed memory, had finished supper and hurried out to sit with his venerable patron, he found the old man in great glee. Indeed, Uncle Remus was talking and laughing to himself at such a rate that the little boy was afraid he had company. The truth is, Uncle Remus had heard the child coming, and, when the rosy-cheeked chap put his head in at the door, was engaged in a monologue, the burden of which seemed to be, "Oh, Molly Har, what you doin' dar? Sittin' in de cornder smokin' your cigar." As a matter of course, this vague allusion reminded the little boy of the fact that the wicked fox was still in pursuit of the rabbit, and he immediately put his curiosity in the shape of a question. "Uncle Remus, did the rabbit have to go clean away when he got loose from the tar baby?"
"Bless gracious, honey, dat he didn't. Who? Him? You dunno nothin' 'tall 'bout Brer Rabbit ef dat's de way you puttin' him down. What he gwine way fer? He mighter stayed sorter close till de pitch rub off'n his ha'r, but 'tweren't many days 'fore he wuz lopin' up en down de neighborhood des as same as ever, en I dunno ef he weren't more sassier than before. Seem like dat de tale 'bout how he got mixed up wid de Tar Baby got 'roun' 'mongst de neighbors. Miss Meadows en de gals got wind of it, en de nex' time Brer Rabbit paid 'em a visit, Miss Meadows tackled him 'bout it, en de gals sot up a monst'us gigglement. Brer Rabbit, he sot up des cool as a cowcumber, he did, en let 'em run on."
"Who was Miss Meadows, Uncle Remus?" inquired the little boy.
"Don't ask me, honey. She was in de tale, Miss Meadows en de gals was, en de tale I give you is like de one that was given to me. Brer Rabbit, he sot dar, he did, sorter lame like, en den bimeby he cross his legs, he did, en wink his eyes slow, en up en say, sezee,
Ladies, Brer Fox was my daddy's riding hoss for 30 year, maybe more, but 30 year dat I knows un, sezee. En den he paid him his respects, en tip his beaver, en march off, he did, des as stiff en as stuck up as a fire stick. Nex' day, Brer Fox come a callin', en w'en he gun fer to laugh 'bout Brer Rabbit, Miss Meadows en de gals, dey ups en tells him 'bout w'at Brer Rabbit said. Den Brer Fox grit his tooths, sho nuff he did, en he look mighty dumpy, but w'en he riz for to go, he up en say, sezee, Ladies, I ain't 'sputin' w'at you have to say, but I'll make Brer Rabbit chaw up his words en spit 'em out right yer whar you kin see 'em, sezee, en wid dat off Brer Fox put. En w'en he got in de big road,
he shook de dew off'n his tail en made a straight shoot for Brer Rabbit's house. When he got dar, Brer Rabbit was 'spectin' on him, en de do' was shet fas'. Brer Fox knock. Nobody ain't answer. Brer Fox knock. Nobody answer. Den he knock agin. Blam! Blam! Den Brer Rabbit holler out, mighty weak, "Is dat you, Brer Fox? I want you to run and fetch de doctor. Dat bait er parsley w'at I et dis mornin' is gittin' way wid me. Do please, Brer Fox, run quick," says Brer Rabbit, sezee. "I come after you, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Fox, sezee. "Der's gwineter be a party up at Miss Meadows's," sezee. "All de gals 'll be dere, en I promised dat I'd fetch you. De gals, dey 'lowed dat it wouldn't be no party 'ceppin' I fotch you," says Brer Fox, sezee. Den Brer Rabbit say he wuz too sick, en Brer Fox say he wuzzent, en dar dey had it up en down, 'sputin' en contendin'. Brer Rabbit say he can't walk. Brer Fox say he tote 'im. Brer Rabbit say, "How?" Brer Fox say, "In his arms." Brer Rabbit say he'd drap 'im. Brer Fox 'low how he wouldn't. Bimeby, Brer Rabbit say he'd go ef Brer Fox kin tote 'im on his back. Brer Fox said he would. Brer Rabbit say he can't ride widout a saddle. Brer Fox say he'd get a saddle. Brer Rabbit say he can't set in a saddle less he have a bridle fer to hol' on by. Brer Fox say he'd get de bridle. Brer Rabbit say he can't ride widout a blind bridle, 'kase Brer Fox be shyin' at stumps long de road en fling 'im off. Brer Fox say he gonna git a blind bridle. Den Brer Rabbit say he'll go. Den Brer Fox say he ride Brer Rabbit mos' up to Miss Meadows's, en den he could git down en walk de balance er de way. Brer Rabbit 'greed, en den Brer Fox lipt out atter de saddle en de bridle. Co'se Brer Rabbit know de game dat Brer Fox wuz fixin' fer to play, en he determinin' fer to outdo him, en by de time he comb his ha'r en twis' his mustarsh en sorter rig up, yer comes Brer Fox, saddle en bridle on, en lookin' as purty as a circus pony. He trot up to de do' en stan' der pawin' de groun' en chompin' de bit same like a sho' nuff hoss, en Brer Rabbit he mount, he did, en dey amble off. Brer Fox can't see behime wid de blind bridle on, but bimeby he feel Brer Rabbit raise one of his foots. "What you doin' now, Brer Rabbit?" sezee. "Shortenin' de lef stirrup, Brer Fox," sezee. Bimeby, Brer Rabbit raised up the udder foot. "What you doin' now, Brer Rabbit?" sezee. "Pullin' down my pants, Brer Fox," sezee. All de time, bless gracious, honey, Brer Rabbit were puttin' on his spurrers, en when dey got close to Miss Meadows, where Brer Rabbit was to git off, and Brer Fox made a motion fer to stand still, Brer Rabbit slapped those spurrers into Brer Fox's flanks, and you better believe he got over ground. When they got to de house, Miss Meadows and all de gals was settin' on de piazzer, en stidder stoppin' at de gate, Brer Rabbit rid on by, he did, en den come gallopin' down de road en up ter de hoss rack, which he hitched Brer Fox at, en den he saunter into de house, he did, en shake hands wid de gals, en set dar smokin' his seegyar, same as a town man. Bimeby he draw in a long puff, en den he let hit out in a cloud, en square hisse'f back en holler out, he did, "Ladies, ain't I done tell you Brer Fox wuz de ridin' hoss fer our fambly? He's sorter losin' his gait now, but I speck I kin fetch him all right in a mont' er two," sezee. En den Brer Rabbit sorter grin, he did, en de gals giggle, en Miss Meadows, she praise up de pony, en dar was Brer Fox hitched fast to de rack en couldn't help hisse'f.
"Is that all, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy as the old man paused.
Dat ain't all, honey, but 'twon't do fer to give out too much cloth fer to cut out one pa'r of pants," replied the old man sententiously.
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 7. Mr. Fox is again victimized. When Miss Sally's little boy went to Uncle Remus the next night to hear the conclusion of the adventure in which the rabbit made a riding horse of the fox, to the great enjoyment and gratification of Miss Meadows and the girls, he found the old man in a bad humor.
"I ain't tellin' no tales to bad chilluns," says Uncle Remus curtly.
"But, Uncle Remus, I ain't bad," said the little boy plaintively.
"Who dat chunkin' dem chickens dis mawnin? Who dat knockin' out folks' eyes wid dat yallerbammer sling des 'fo' dinner? Who dat sickin' dat pinter puppy atter my pig? Who dat scatterin' my ingun sets? An' who dat flingin' rocks on top er my house, which a little mo'n one un um could a dropped spang on my head?"
"Well, now, Uncle Remus, I didn't go to do it. I won't do so any more. Please, Uncle Remus, if you will tell me, I'll run to the house and bring you some tea cakes."
"Seein' um's better'n hearin' tell of um," replied the old man,
the severity of his countenance relaxing somewhat. But the little boy darted out, and in a few minutes came running back with his pockets full and his hands full.
"I lay yo' mammy'll spishun dat de rat's stomachs is widenin' dis naberhood w'en she come fer to count up her cakes,"
said Uncle Remus with a chuckle.
"Dese," he continued, dividing the cakes into two equal parts, "dese I'll tackle now, en dese I'll lay by fer Sunday. Lemme see. I mos' dismember whereabouts Brer Fox en Brer Rabbit wuz."
"The rabbit rode the fox to Miss Meadows's and hitched him to the horse rack," said the little boy.
"Why, co'se he did," said Uncle Remus. "Co'se he did. Well, Brer Rabbit rid Brer Fox up, he did, en tied 'im to de rack, en den sot out in de piazzer wid de gals a smokin' er his seegyar wid mo' proudness dan w'at you mos' ever see. Dey talk, en dey sing, en dey play on de pianner, de gals did, twel bimeby hit come time fer Brer Rabbit fer to be gwine, en he tell um all good bye, en strut out to de hoss rack same ez ef he wuz de king er de patrollers, en den he mount Brer Fox en ride off. Brer Fox ain't sayin' nothin' 'tall. He des rack off, he did, en keep his mouf shet, en Brer Rabbit know'd der wuz bizness cookin' up fer him, en he feel monstus skittish. Brer Fox amble on twel he git in de long lane outer side of Miss Meadows's house, en den he tu'n loose, he did. He rip en he roar, en he cuss en he swar, he snort en he cavort.
"What was he doing that for, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired.
He wuz tryin' fer to fling Brer Rabbit off'n his back, bless yo' soul, but he des might ez well as rastle wid his own shadder. Eve'y time he hump hisse'f Brer Rabbit slap de spurs in 'im, en dar dey had it, up en down. Brer Fox fairly toe up at de groun', he did, en he jump so high en he jump so quick dat he mighty nigh snatch his own tail off. Dey keep on gwine on dis way twel bimeby Brer Fox lay down en roll over, he did, en dis sorter onsettle Brer Rabbit, but by de time Brer Fox got back on his footses agin, Brer Rabbit was gwine through de underbrush mo' samer dan a racehoss. Brer Fox he lit out atter him, he did, en he push Brer Rabbit so close dat it wuz 'bout all he could do fer ter git in a holler tree. Hole was too little fer Brer Fox fer ter git in, en he hatter lay down en res' en gedder his mind tergedder. W'ile he wuz lyin' dar, Mr. Buzzard come floppin' 'long, en seein' Brer Fox stretch out on de groun', he lit en view de premisses. Den Mr. Buzzard sorter shake his wing, put his head on one side, en say to hisse'f like, sezee,
Brer Fox is dead, and I's so sorry,
sezee. No, I ain't dead needer, said Brer Fox, sezee. I got Old Man Rabbit pent up in here, sezee, and I'm a gwine ter git him dis time ef it takes 12 Christmases, sezee. Den, atter some more palaver, Brer Fox make a bargain dat Mr. Buzzard was to watch de hole en keep Brer Rabbit dar whiles Brer Fox went atter his axe. Den Brer Fox he lope off, he did, en Mr. Buzzard he tuck up his stand at de hole. Bimeby, when all git still, Brer Rabbit sorter scramble down close ter de hole, he did, en holler out, Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Brer Fox done gone, en nobody say nothin'. Den Brer Rabbit squall out like he wuz mad, sezee. You needn't talk less you water, sezee. I knows you're dar, en I ain't keerin', sezee. I just wanter tell you dat I wish mighty bad Brer Turkey Buzzard was here, sezee. Den Mr. Buzzard try to talk like Brer Fox. What you want wid Mr. Buzzard? Sezee. Oh, nothin' in tickler, 'cep there's de fattest gray squirrel in here dat I ever see, sezee. En ef Brer Turkey Buzzard was round, he'd be mighty glad fer to git him, sezee. How's Mr. Buzzard gwine to git him? Says the Buzzard, sezee. Well, dar's a little hole round on de udder side er dis tree, says Brer Rabbit, sezee. En ef Brer Tucky Buzzard was here so he could take up his stand dar, sezee, I'd drive dat squirrel out, sezee. Drive him out, den, says Mr. Buzzard, sezee, en I'll see dat Brer Tucky Buzzard gits him, sezee. Den Brer Rabbit, he kick up a racket like he was drivin' sump'n out, en Mr. Buzzard he rush round fer to ketch de squirrel, en Brer Rabbit he dash out, he did, en den he just fly fer home. At this point, Uncle Remus took one of the tea cakes, held his head back, opened his mouth, dropped the cake in with a sudden motion, looked at the little boy with an expression of astonishment, and then closed his eyes and began to chew, mumbling as an accompaniment the plaintive tune of Don't You Grieve After Me. The seance was over, but before the little boy went into the big house, Uncle Remus laid his rough hand tenderly on the child's shoulder and remarked in a confidential tone, "Honey, you mus' git up soon Christmas mornin' and open de do', 'kase I gwanter bounce in on Marse John and Miss Sally and holler Christmas gif' des like I useter durin' de farmin' days 'fo' de war, when ole Miss wuz alive. I bound dey don't fergit dis ole nigger, needer. When you hear me callin' de pigs, honey, you des hop up en unfasten de do'. I lay I'll give Marse John one er dese yer s'prise parties." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 8. Mr. Fox is Outdone by Mr. Buzzard. "Ef I don't run inter no mistakes," remarked Uncle Remus as the little boy came tripping in to see him after supper, Mr. Tukkey Buzzard was guardin' de holler whar Brer Rabbit went in at, en which he come outen."
The silence of the little boy verified the old man's recollection.
"Well, Mr. Buzzard, he feel mighty lonesome, he did, but he done promised Brer Fox dat he'd stay, en he 'termine fer to sorter hang 'roun' en join in de joke. En he ain't hatter wait long, needer, 'kaze bimeby yer come Brer Fox gallopin' thoo de woods wid an axe on his shoulder.
"How you speck Brer Rabbit gittin' on, Brer Buzzard?"
Sez Brer Fox, sezee.
"Oh, he in dar," says Brer Buzzard, sezee. "He mighty still, dough. I speck he takin' a nap," sezee. "Den I'm des in time fer to wake 'im up," says Brer Fox, sezee. En wid dat he fling off his coat en spit in his hands en grab de axe. Den he draw back en come down on de tree. Pow! En eve'y time he come down wid de axe, pow! Mr. Buzzard, he step high, he did, en holler out, "Oh, he in dar, Brer Fox, he in dar sho!" En eve'y time a chip 'ud fly off, Mr. Buzzard, he'd jump en dodge en hol' his head sideways, he would, en holler, "He in dar, Brer Fox, I done heerd 'im. He in dar sho!" En Brer Fox, he lammed away at dat holler tree, he did, like a man maulin' rails, twel bimeby, atter he done got de tree mos' cut thoo, he stop fer to ketch his breff, en he seed Mr. Buzzard laughin' behime his back, he did, en right den en dar, widout gwine any fudder, Brer Fox, he smelt a rat. But Mr. Buzzard, he keep on hollerin', "He in dar, Brer Fox, he in dar sho! I done seed 'im." Den Brer Fox, he make like he peepin' up de holler, en he say, sezee, "Run yer, Brer Buzzard, en look ef dis ain't Brer Rabbit's foot hangin' down yer." En Mr. Buzzard, he come steppin' up, he did, same as ef he were treadin' on kurkle burrs, en he stick his head in de hole, en no sooner did he done dat dan Brer Fox grab 'im. Mr. Buzzard flap his wings en scramble 'roun' right smartually, he did, but 'twan't no use. Brer Fox had de 'vantage er de grip, he did, en he hilt 'im right down ter de groun'. Den Mr. Buzzard squall out, sezee, "Lemme 'lone, Brer Fox. Tu'n me loose," sezee. "Brer Rabbit'll git out. You're gittin' close at 'im," sezee, "en 'lev'm mo' licks'll fetch 'im," sezee. "I nigher ter you, Brer Buzzard," said Brer Fox, sezee, "dan I'll be ter Brer Rabbit dis day," sezee. "W'at you foolin' me for?" sezee. "Lemme 'lone, Brer Fox," says Mr. Buzzard, sezee. "My ole 'oman waitin' for me. Brer Rabbit in dar," sezee. "There's a bunch er his fur in dat blackberry bush," says Brer Fox, sezee, "en dat ain't de way he come," sezee. Den Mr. Buzzard up en tell Brer Fox how 'twuz, en he 'lowed, Mr. Buzzard did, dat Brer Rabbit wuz de low downdest w'at's his name w'at he ever run up wid. Den Brer Fox sezee, "Dat's needer here nor dar, Brer Buzzard," sezee. "I lef' you yer fer ter watch dis yer hole, en I lef' Brer Rabbit in dar. I comes back en I finds you at de hole, en Brer Rabbit ain't in dar," sezee. "I'm gwineter make you pay fer it. I done bin tampered wid twel plumb down ter de sapsucker'll set on a log en sassy me. I'm gwineter fling you in a bresh heap en burn you up," sezee. "Ef you fling me on de fire, Brer Fox, I'll fly away," says Mr. Buzzard, sezee. "I'll settle yo' hash right now," says Brer Fox, sezee. En wid dat he grab Mr. Buzzard by de tail, he did, en make fer to dash 'im in de groun'. But des 'bout dat time de tail fedders come out, en Mr. Buzzard sail off like one er deze yer berloons, en ez he riz he holler back, "You gimme good start, Brer Fox," sezee, en Brer Fox sot dar en watch 'im fly outer sight.
But what became of the rabbit, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy.
Don't you pester longer, Brer Rabbit, honey, en don't you fret 'bout him. You'll hear whar he went en how he come out. Dish yer cold snap rastles wid my bones now," continued the old man, putting on his hat and picking up his walking stick. "Hit rastles wid me monstrous, en I gotter rack 'roun' en see ef I kin run up agin some Christmas leavin's."
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 9. Miss Cow falls a victim to Mr. Rabbit. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy, "what became of the rabbit after he fooled the Buzzard and got out of the hollow tree?"
"Who, Brer Rabbit? Bless yo' soul, honey, Brer Rabbit went skippin' 'long home, he did, des as sassy as a jaybird at a sparrer's nest. He went gallopin' 'long, he did, but he feel mighty fired out en stiff in de joints, en he wuz mighty nigh dead fer sumpin fer to drink. En bimeby, w'en he got mos' home, he spied ole Miss Cow feedin' 'roun' in the field, he did, en he 'termin' fer to try his han' wid her. Brer Rabbit know mighty well dat Miss Cow won't give 'im no milk, 'kaze she done refuse 'im more'n once, en w'en his ole 'oman wuz sick, at dat. But never mind dat. Brer Rabbit sorter dance up the long side er de fence, he did, en holler out, 'Howdy, Sis Cow,' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'Why, howdy, Brer Rabbit,' sez Miss Cow, sez she. 'How you fine yo'se'f deze days, Sis Cow?' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'I'm sorter tolerable, Brer Rabbit. How you come on?' sez Miss Cow, sez she. 'Oh, I'm des tolerable myse'f, Sis Cow, sorter lingerin' 'twix' a balk en a breakdown,' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'How yo' folks, Brer Rabbit?' sez Miss Cow, sez she. 'They des middlin', Sis Cow. How Brer Bull gittin' on?' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'Oh, sorter so-so,' sez Miss Cow, sez she. 'There's some mighty nice 'simmons up dis tree, Sis Cow,' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, 'en I'd like mighty well fer to have some un um,' sezee. 'How you gwineter git um, Brer Rabbit?' sez she. 'I 'lowed maybe dat I might ax you fer to butt 'g'inst de tree en shake some down, Sis Cow,' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'Co'se Miss Cow don't wanter discommerdate Brer Rabbit, en she march up to de 'simmon tree, she did, en hit it a rap wid her horns. Blam! Now den,' continued Uncle Remus, tearing off a corner of a plug of tobacco and cramming it into his mouth. 'Now den, dem 'simmons wuz green's grass, en na'er one never drap. Den Miss Cow butt de tree. Blim! Never a 'simmon drap. Den Miss Cow sorter back off a little en run agin de tree. Blip! No 'simmons never drap. Den Miss Cow back off a little fudder, she did, en hist her tail on der back en come agin de tree kerblam! She come so fast en she come so hard twel one er her horns went spang through de tree, en dar she was. She can't go for'ards, she can't go backards. Dis zackly w'at Brer Rabbit was waitin' fer, en he no sooner seed ole Miss Cow all fastened up dan he jump up, he did, en cut de pigeon wing. 'Come help me out, Brer Rabbit,' sez Miss Cow, sez she. 'I can't climb, Sis Cow,' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, 'but I'll run en tell Brer Bull,' sezee, en wid dat Brer Rabbit put out fer home, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' here he come wid his ole 'oman en all his chilluns, en even de las' one er de fambly wuz totin' a pail. De big uns had big pails, en de little ones had little pails, en dey all surrounded ole Miss Cow, dey did, en you hear me, honey, dey milked her dry. De ole uns milked en de young uns milked, en den when dey done got enough, Brer Rabbit he up en say, sezee, I wish you mighty well, Sis Cow. I 'lowed, bein' how that you'd had her sorter camp out all night, that I better come en swedge your bag, sezee. Do which, Uncle Remus? Asked the little boy. Go 'long, honey. Swedge her bag. When cows don't git milked, de bag swells, en you kin hear um a moanin' en a bellerin' des like dey wuz gittin' hurted. Dat's what Brer Rabbit done. He 'sembled his family, he did, en he swedged ole Miss Cow's bag. Miss Cow, she stood dar, she did, en she study en study en strive fer to break loose, but de horn done bin jammed in de tree so tight dat 'twuz way 'fo' de day in de mornin' 'fo' she loose it. Anyhow, it wuz endurin' de night, en atter she git loose she sorter graze 'roun', she did, fer to justify her stummuck, she 'lowed, ole Miss Cow did, dat Brer Rabbit be hoppin' 'long dat way fer to see how she gittin' on, en she tuck'n lay her trap fer him. En des 'bout sunrise, w'at 'ud ole Miss Cow do but march up ter de 'simmon tree en stick her horn back in de hole. But bless yo' soul, honey, while she wuz croppin' de grass, she took one mouthful too many, 'kaze w'en she hitch on ter de 'simmon tree agin, Brer Rabbit wuz settin' in de fence cornder a watchin' her. Den Brer Rabbit he say to hisse'f, "Hey yo," sezee, "w'at dish yer gwine on now? Hol' yo' hosses, Sis Cow, twel you hear me comin'," sezee. En den he crope off down de fence, Brer Rabbit did, en bimeby, here he come, lippity clippity, clippity lippity, des a sailin' down de big road. "Mornin', Sis Cow," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "How'd you come on dis mornin'?" sezee. "Po'ly, Brer Rabbit, po'ly," sez Miss Cow, sez she. "I ain't had no res' all night," sez she. "I can't pull loose," sez she, "but ef you'll come en ketch holt er my tail, Brer Rabbit," sez she, "I reckon maybe I kin fetch my horn out," sez she. Den Brer Rabbit he come up a little closer, but he ain't gittin' too close. "I speck I'm nigh nuff, Sis Cow," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "I'm a mighty puny man, en I might git trompled," sezee. "You do de pullin', Sis Cow," sezee, "en I'll do de gruntin'," sezee. Den Miss Cow, she pull out her horn, she did, en tuck atter Brer Rabbit, en down de big road dey had it, Brer Rabbit wid his years laid back, en Miss Cow wid her head down en her tail curl. Brer Rabbit kep' on gainin', en bimeby he dart in a brier patch, en by de time Miss Cow come 'long he had his head stickin' out en his eyes look big ez Miss Sally's chiny saucers. "Heyo, Missis Cow, whar you gwine?" sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Howdy, Brer Big Eyes," sez Miss Cow, sez she. "Is you seed Brer Rabbit go by?" "He des dis minnit pass," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, "en he look mighty sick," sezee. En wid dat, Miss Cow tuck down de road like de dogs wuz atter her, en Brer Rabbit he des lay down dar in de brier patch en roll en laugh twel his sides hurted him. He bleedzed ter laugh. Fox atter him, Buzzard atter him, en de cow atter him, en dey ain't kotch him yit. End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 10 Mr. Terrapin appears upon the scene. Miss Sally's little boy again occupying the anxious position of auditor, Uncle Remus took the shovel and "put de noses er de chunks toge'rr," as he expressed it, and then began: "One day, atter Sis Cow done run pas' her own shadder tryin' fer ter ketch 'im, Brer Rabbit tuck'n 'lowed dat he wuz gwineter drap in en see Miss Meadows en de gals, en he got out his piece er lookin' glass en primp up, he did, en sot out. Gwine canterin' 'long de road, who should Brer Rabbit run up wid but ole Brer Tarrypin, de same ole 1 en sixpence. Brer Rabbit stop, he did, en rap on de roof er Brer Tarrypin's house." "On the roof of his house, Uncle Remus?" interrupted the little boy.
Co'se, honey, Brer Tarrypin carry his house wid 'im. Rain er shine, hot er col', strike up wid ole Brer Tarrypin w'en you will en whilst you may, en whar you find 'im, dar you'll find his shanty. Hit's des like I tell you. So den, Brer Rabbit, he rap on de roof er Brer Tarrypin's house, he did, en axt was he in, en Brer Tarrypin 'lowed dat he wuz, en den Brer Rabbit, he ax 'im howdy, en den Brer Tarrypin, he likewise 'spon' howdy, en den Brer Rabbit, he say whar wuz Brer Tarrypin gwine, en Brer Tarrypin, he say w'ich he weren't gwine nowhar skasely. Den Brer Rabbit 'low he wuz on his way fer ter see Miss Meadows en de gals, en he ax Brer Tarrypin ef he won't jine in en go 'long, en Brer Tarrypin 'spon' he don't keer ef he do, en den dey sot out. Dey had plenty er time fer confabbin' along de way, but bimeby dey got dar, en Miss Meadows en de gals dey come ter de do', dey did, en ax um in, en in dey went. W'en dey got in, Brer Tarrypin wuz so flat footed dat he wuz too low on de floor, en he wa'n't high nuff in a cheer, en w'ile dey wuz all scramblin' 'roun' tryin' fer ter git Brer Tarrypin a cheer, Brer Rabbit, he pick 'im up en put 'im on de shelf whar de water bucket sot, en ole Brer Tarrypin, he lay back up dar, he did, en des ez proud ez a nigger wid a cook possum. Co'se de talk fall on Brer Fox, en Miss Meadows en de gals make a great 'miration 'bout w'at a gaily ridin' hoss Brer Fox wuz, en dey make lots er fun, en laugh en giggle same like gals does deze days. Brer Rabbit, he sot dar in de cheer smokin' his seegyar, en he sorter cle'r up his throat en say, sezee, "I'd er rid 'im over dis mawnin, ladies," sezee, "but I rid 'im so hard yistiddy dat he went lame in de off fo' leg, en I speck I hatter swap 'im off yit," sezee. Den Brer Tarrypin, he up'n say, sezee, "Well, ef you gwineter sell 'im, Brer Rabbit," sezee, "sell 'im som'ers outer dis naberhood, kaze he done bin yer too long now," sezee. "No longer'n day 'fo' yistiddy," sezee, "Brer Fox pass me on de road, en w'at do you reckon he say?" sezee. "Law, Brer Tarrypin," said Miss Meadows, sez she, "you don't mean ter say he cusst?" sez she, en den de gals hilt der fans up 'fo' der faces. "Oh, no, ma'am," sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "He didn't cuss, but he holler out, 'Heyo, stinkin' Jim!' sezee." "Oh, my! You hear dat, gals?" sez Miss Meadows, sez she. "Brer Fox call Brer Tarrypin Stinking Jim," sez she, en den Miss Meadows en de gals make great wonderment how Brer Fox kin talk dat a way 'bout nice man like Brer Tarrypin. But bless grashus, honey, whilst all dis wuz gwine on, Brer Fox wuz stannin' at de back do' wid one ear at de cat hole listenin'. Eavesdrappers don't hear no good about demselves, en de way Brer Fox wuz 'bused dat day wuz a caution. Bimeby, Brer Fox stick his head in de do' en holler out,
Good evenin', folks. I wish you mighty well,' sezee, en wid dat he make a dash for Brer Rabbit. Miss Meadows en de gals, dey holler en squall, dey did, en Brer Terrapin he got ter scramblin' 'roun' up dar on de shelf, en off he come, en blip! He tuck Brer Fox on de back er de head. Dis sorter stunted Brer Fox, en w'en he getter his 'membunce, de most he seed was a pot er greens turned over in de fireplace, en a broke cheer. Brer Rabbit was gone, en Brer Tarrypin was gone, en Miss Meadows en de gals was gone. "Where did the Rabbit go, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked, after a pause. "Bless your soul, honey, Brer Rabbit he skint up de chimbley. Dat's w'at turned de pot er greens over. Brer Tarrypin, he crope under de bed, he did, en got behime de clothes chist, en Miss Meadows en de gals, dey run out in de yard. Brer Fox, he sorter look 'roun' en feel at de back er his head, but Brer Tarrypin lit, but he don't see no sign er Brer Rabbit. But de smoke en de ashes gwine up de chimbley got de best er Brer Rabbit, en bimeby he sneeze, "Hooky chow!" "Aha!" sez Brer Fox, sezee. "You're dar, is you?" sezee. "Well, I'm gwine ter smoke you out ef'n it takes a month. You're mine dis time," sezee. Brer Rabbit, he ain't sayin' nothin'. "Ain't you comin' down?" sez Brer Fox, sezee. Brer Rabbit ain't sayin' nothin'. Den Brer Fox, he went out atter some wood, he did, en w'en he come back, he hear Brer Rabbit laughin'. "W'at you laughin' at, Brer Rabbit?" sez Brer Fox, sezee. "Can't tell you, Brer Fox," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Better tell, Brer Rabbit," sez Brer Fox, sezee. "'Tain't nothin' but a box er money somebody done lef' up in here in de chink er de chimbley," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "I don't b'leeve you," sez Brer Fox, sezee. "Look up en see," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. En w'en Brer Fox look up, Brer Rabbit spit his eyes fuller terbacker juice, he did, en Brer Fox he make a break fer de branch, en Brer Rabbit he come down en tole de ladies good bye. "How you git 'im off, Brer Rabbit?" said Miss Meadows, sez she. "Who, me?" sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Why, I des tuck'n tole 'im dat ef he don't go 'long home en stop playin' his pranks on 'spectable folks, dat I'd take 'im out en thrash 'im," sezee. "And what became of the Terrapin?" asked the little boy. "Oh, well, den!" exclaimed the old man. "Chilluns can't 'speck know all 'bout eve'ything 'fo' dey git some res'. Dem eyelids er yone wanter be propped up wid straws dis minnit." End of the tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 11. Mr. Wolf Makes a Failure. "I lay yo' ma got company," said Uncle Remus, as the little boy entered the old man's door with a huge piece of mince pie in his hand. "En ef she ain't got company, den she done gone en drap de cupboard key som'ers whar you done run up wid it." "Well, I saw the pie lying there, Uncle Remus, and I just thought I'd fetch it out to you." "Tooby sho, honey," replied the old man, regarding the child with admiration. "Tooby sho, honey. Dat changes marters. Chris'mus doin's is outer date, en dey ain't got no bizness layin' 'roun' loose. Dish yer pie," Uncle Remus continued, holding it up and measuring it with an experienced eye, "will gimme strenk fer ter persoo on atter Brer Fox en Brer Rabbit en de udder creeturs w'at dey roped in 'long wid um." Here the old man paused, and proceeded to demolish the pie, a feat accomplished in a very short time. Then he wiped the crumbs from his beard and began.
Brer Fox feel so bad, en he git so mad 'bout Brer Rabbit dat he dunner know w'at to do, en he look mighty downhearted. Bimeby, one day w'iles he wuz gwine 'long de road, ole Brer Wolf come up wid 'im. W'en dey done howdyin' en axin atter one anudder's fambly connection, Brer Wolf, he 'low, he did, dat der wuz sump'n wrong wid Brer Fox, en Brer Fox, he 'lowed der weren't, en he went on en laugh en make great terdo kaze Brer Wolf look like he spishun sump'n. But Brer Wolf, he got mighty long head, en he sorter broach 'roun' Brer Rabbit's carryin's on, kaze de way dat Brer Rabbit 'ceive Brer Fox done got ter be de talk er de neighborhood. Den Brer Fox en Brer Wolf, dey sorter palavered on, dey did, twel bimeby Brer Wolf he up en say dat he done got plan fix fer ter trap Brer Rabbit, en Brer Fox say how. Den Brer Wolf up en tell 'im dat de way fer ter git de drap on ole Brer Rabbit wuz to git 'im in Brer Fox's house. Brer Fox done know Brer Rabbit of ole, en he know dat sorter game done Wolf to a frazzle, but Brer Wolf, he talk mighty persuadin'. "How you gwineter git 'im dar?" said Brer Fox, sezee. "Fool 'im dar," says Brer Wolf, sezee. "Who gwineter do de foolin'?" says Brer Fox, sezee. "I'll do de foolin'," says Brer Wolf, sezee, "ef you'll do de gamin'," sezee. "How you gwineter do it?" says Brer Fox, sezee. "You run 'long home en git on de bed en make like you dead, en don't you say nothin' twel Brer Rabbit come en put his han's onter you," says Brer Wolf, sezee. "En ef we don't git 'im fer supper, Joe's dead en Sal's a widder," sezee. Dis look like mighty nice game, en Brer Fox 'greed. So den he amble off home, en Brer Wolf he march off ter Brer Rabbit's house. W'en he got dar, hit look like nobody at home, but Brer Wolf he walk up en knock on de do'. Blam! Blam! Nobody come. Den he lam aloose en knock agin. Blim! Blim! "Who dar?" says Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Frien'," says Brer Wolf. "Too many frien's spoils de dinner," says Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Which one's dis?" sezee. "I fetch bad news, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Wolf, sezee. "Bad news is soon tole," says Brer Rabbit, sezee. By dis time Brer Rabbit done come to de do' wid his head tied up in a red hanker. "Brer Fox died dis mornin'," said Brer Wolf, sezee. "Whar yo' mo'nin' gown, Brer Wolf?" says Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Gwine atter it now," says Brer Wolf, sezee. "I des call by fer ter bring de news. I went down to Brer Fox's house little bit ago, en dar I foun' 'im stiff," sezee. Den Brer Wolf lope off. Brer Rabbit sot down en scratch his head, he did, en bimeby he say to hisse'f dat he b'leeve he sorter drap 'roun' by Brer Fox's house fer ter see how de lan' lay. No sooner said'n done. Up he jump en out he went. W'en Brer Rabbit got close to Brer Fox's house, all look lonesome. Den he went up nigher. Nobody stirrin'. Den he look in, en dar lay Brer Fox stretch out on de bed des big ez life. Den Brer Rabbit make like he talkin' to hisse'f. "Nobody 'roun' fer ter look atter Brer Fox. Not even Brer Tukkey Buzzard ain't come fer de funeral," sezee. "I hope Brer Fox ain't dead. But I speck he is," sezee. "Even down to Brer Wolf done gone en lef 'im."
Hit's de busy season wid me, but I'll set up wid him. He seem like he dead. Yet he mayn't be, says Brer Rabbit, sezee. When a man go to see de dead folks allus raise up de behind legs en hollers, "Wahoo!" sezee. Brer Fox, he lay still. Den Brer Rabbit, he talk little louder. Mighty funny. Brer Fox look like he dead, yet he don't do like he dead. Dead folks h'ist de behind leg en hollers, "Wahoo!" when a man come to see him, says Brer Rabbit, sezee. Sho nuff, Brer Fox lif' up de foot en holler "Wahoo!" en Brer Rabbit he tear out'n de house like de dogs wuz atter him. Brer Wolf mighty smart, but nex' time you hear fum him, honey, he'll be in trouble. You des hol' yo' breff en wait. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Tale number 12. Mr. Fox tackles Old Man Tarrypin. "One day," said Uncle Remus, sharpening his knife on the palm of his hand, "one day Brer Fox strike up wid Brer Tarrypin right in de middle er de big road. Brer Tarrypin done heerd him comin', en he 'low to himse'f dat he'd sorter keep one eye open. But Brer Fox wuz monst'us perlite, en he open up de confab, he did, like he ain't see Brer Tarrypin sence de las' freshet. "'Heyo, Brer Tarrypin, whar you bin this long come short?' says Brer Fox, sezee. "'Loungin' 'roun', Brer Fox, loungin' 'roun', says Brer Tarrypin. "'You don't look sprucey like you did, Brer Tarrypin,' said Brer Fox, sezee. "'Loungin' 'roun' en sufferin', says Brer Tarrypin, sezee. Den dey talk sorter run on like dis. "'W'at ail you, Brer Tarrypin? Yo' eye look mighty red,' said Brer Fox, sezee. "'Lor, Brer Fox, you dunner w'at trouble is. You ain't bin loungin' 'roun' en sufferin', says Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'Bofe eyes red, en you look like you mighty weak, Brer Tarrypin,' says Brer Fox, sezee. "'Lor, Brer Fox, you dunner know w'at trouble is,' says Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'W'at ail you now, Brer Tarrypin?' says Brer Fox, sezee. "'Tuck a walk de udder day, en a man come 'long en sot to feel de fire. Lor, Brer Fox, you dunner know w'at trouble is,' says Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'How you git out'n de fire, Brer Tarrypin?' says Brer Fox, sezee. "'Sot en tuck it, Brer Fox,' says Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'Sot en tuck it, en de smoke sif in my eye en de fire scorch my back,' says Brer Tarrypin, sezee. "'Likewise sit en bun yo' tail off,' said Brer Fox, sezee. "'Oh, no, dar's de tail, Brer Fox,' says Brer Tarrypin, sezee, en wid dat he uncurl his tail fum under de shell, en no sooner dan he do dat dan Brer Fox grab it en holler out: "'Oh, yes, Brer Tarrypin, oh, yes, en so you are de man w'at lam me on de head at Miss Meadows, is you? You er in wid Brer Rabbit, is you? Well, I'm gwineter out you.' Brer Tarrypin beg en beg, but 'twa'n't no use. Brer Fox done bin fool so much dat he look like he 'terminin' fer ter have Brer Tarrypin haslett. Den Brer Tarrypin beg Brer Fox not fer ter drown him, but Brer Fox ain't makin' no promise, en den he beg Brer Fox fer ter bun 'im, 'kaze he done used ter fire, but Brer Fox don't say nothin'. Bimeby, Brer Fox drag Brer Tarrypin off a little ways below de spring house, en souse him under de water. Den Brer Terrapin begin fer to holler.
Tu'n loose dat stump root en catch holder me. Tu'n loose dat stump root en catch holder me.
Brer Fox, he holler back. I ain't got holt no stump root, en I is got holt of you. Brer Terrapin, he keep on hollerin'.
Ketch hold of me. I'm a drownin'. I'm a drownin'. Tu'n loose de stump root en catch hold of me.
Sho nuff, Brer Fox tu'n loose de tail, en Brer Terrapin, he went down to de bottom. Kerblunkity blink! No typographical combination or description could do justice to the guttural sonorousness, the peculiar intonation, which Uncle Remus imparted to this combination. It was so peculiar, indeed, that the little boy asked, "How did he go to the bottom, Uncle Remus?"
Kerblunkity blink!
Was he drowned, Uncle Remus? Who? Old Man Tarrypin? Is you drownded when yo' ma tucks you into bed? Well, no, replied the little boy dubiously.
Old Man Tarrypin was at home, I tell you, honey. Kerblinkity blunk!
End of the tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 13. The Awful Fate of Mr. Wolf. Uncle Remus was half soling one of his shoes, and his Miss Sally's little boy had been handling his awls, his hammers, and his knives to such an extent that the old man was compelled to assume a threatening attitude. But peace reigned again, and the little boy perched himself on a chair, watching Uncle Remus driving in pegs.
Folks w'at's allers pesterin' people en bodderin' longer dat w'at ain't dern don't never come to no good end. Dar wuz Brer Wolf, stidder mindin' his own business, he hatter take en go in pardnerships wid Brer Fox, en dey wa'n't skasely a minnit in de day dat dey wa'n't atter Brer Rabbit, en he kep on twel fus news you knowed he got kotch up wid, en he got kotch up with monst'us bad.
Goodness, Uncle Remus! I thought the wolf let the rabbit alone after he tried to fool him about the fox being dead.
Better lemme tell you dish yer my way. Bimeby hit'll be yo' bedtime, en Miss Sally bein' hollerin' atter you, en you'll be a wimplin' 'roun', en den Mars John'll fetch up wid de rear wid dat er strop w'at I made fer him."
The child laughed, and playfully shook his fist in the simple, serious face of the venerable old darky, but said no more. Uncle Remus waited a while to be sure there was to be no other demonstration, and then proceeded.
Brer Rabbit ain't see no peace w'atsomever. He can't leave home 'cep Brer Wolf would make a raid en tote off some er his fambly. Brer Rabbit built 'im a straw house, en hit wuz tored down. Den he made a house out'n pine tops, en dat went de same way. Den he made 'im a bark house, en dat wuz raided on, en eve'y time he los' a house, he los' one er his chilluns. Las' Brer Rabbit got mad, he did, en cusst, en den he went off, he did, en got some carpenters, en dey built 'im a plank house wid rock foundations. Atter dat, he could have some peace en quietness. He could go out en pass de time er day wid his neighbors, en come back en set by de fire, en smoke his pipe, en read de newspapers same like any man w'at got a fambly. He made a hole, he did, in de cellar whar de little rabbits could hide out when der wuz much of a racket in de neighborhood, en de latch er de front do' kotch on de inside. Brer Wolf, he see how de lan' lay, he did, en he lay low. De little rabbits wuz mighty skittish, but it got so dat Cold chills ain't run up Brer Rabbit's back no mo' when he heard Brer Wolf go gallopin' by. Bimeby, one day when Brer Rabbit was fixin' fer to call on Miss Coon, he heerd a monstrous fuss en clatter up de big road, en mos' 'fo' he could fix his years fer ter lissen, Brer Wolf run in de do'. De little rabbits, dey went inter de hole in de cellar, dey did, like blowin' out a cannle. Brer Wolf was far'ly kivered wid mud, en mighty nigh outer win'.
"Oh, do pray save me, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Wolf, sezee. "Do please, Brer Rabbit. De dogs is after me, en dey'll t'ar me up. Don't you year um comin'? Oh, do please save me, Brer Rabbit. Hide me somewheres whar de dogs won't git me."
No quicker said dan done.
Jump in dat big chist dar, Brer Wolf, said Brer Rabbit, sezee. Jump in dar en make yo'se'f at home.
In jump Brer Wolf, down come de lid, en inter de house went de hook, en dar Mr. Wolf was. Den Brer Rabbit went to de lookin' glass, he did, en wink at hisse'f, en den he drawed de rockin' cheer in front er de fire, he did, en tuck a big chaw er terbacker. "Tobacco, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy incredulously. "Rabbit terbacker, honey. You know dish yer life everlastin' w'at Miss Sally puts 'mong de cloze in de trunk? Well, dat's rabbit terbacker. Den Brer Rabbit sot dar long time, he did, turnin' his mine over en workin' his thinkin' machine. Bimeby he got up en sorter stir 'roun'. Den Brer Wolf open up. "Is de dogs all gone, Brer Rabbit?"
Seem like I hear one un um smellin' roun' de chimbly corner jest now.
Den Brer Rabbit git de kittle en fill it full er water, en put it on de fire.
"What are you doing now, Brer Rabbit?"
I'm fixin' fer ter make you a nice cup er tea, Brer Wolf.
Den Brer Rabbit went to de cupboard en git de gimlet, en commence fer ter bore little holes in de chist lid.
"What you doing now, Brer Rabbit?"
I'm bo'in' little holes so you kin git breff, Brer Wolf.
Den Brer Rabbit went out en git some mo' wood en fling it on de fire.
"What are you doing now, Brer Rabbit?"
I'm a chunkin' up de fire so you won't git cold, Brer Wolf.
Den Brer Rabbit went down inter de cellar en fotch out all his chilluns.
"What you doing now, Brer Rabbit?"
I'm a tellin' my chilluns w'at a nice man you is, Brer Wolf.
En de chilluns, dey had to put der han's on der moufs fer ter keep fum laughin'. Den Brer Rabbit, he got de kittle en commenced fer to pour de hot water on de chist lid.
"What dat I hear, Brer Rabbit?"
You hear de win' a blowin', Brer Wolf.
Den de water begin fer to sift thoo.
"What dat I feel, Brer Rabbit?"
You feels de fleas a bitin', Brer Wolf.
"Dey bitin' mighty hard, Brer Rabbit."
Turn over on de udder side, Brer Wolf.
"What dat I feel now, Brer Rabbit?"
Still you feels de fleas, Brer Wolf.
"Dey eat me up, Brer Rabbit," en dem wuz de las' words er Brer Wolf, kaze de scaldin' water done de bizness. Den Brer Rabbit called in his neighbors, he did, en dey hilt a reg'lar juberlee. En ef you go to Brer Rabbit's house right now, I dunno but what you'll find Brer Wolf's hide hangin' in de back po'ch, en all because he wuz so busy wid udder folkses doin's. End of chapter. This year's a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 14, Mr. Fox and the Deceitful Frogs. When the little boy ran in to see Uncle Remus the night after he'd been told of the awful fate of Brer Wolf, the only response to his greeting was,
"I do murker come murker."
no explanation could convey an adequate idea of the intonation and pronunciation which Uncle Remus brought to bear upon this wonderful word. Those who can recall to mind the peculiar gurgling, jerking, liquid sound made by pouring water from a large jug, or the sound produced by throwing several stones in rapid succession into a pond of deep water, may be able to form a very faint idea of the sound, but it cannot be reproduced in print. The little boy was astonished. "What did you say, Uncle Remus?"
I do merker come merker. I do merker come merker.
"What's that?"
Dat's Terrapin talk, dat is.
"Bless your soul, honey," continued the old man, brightening up.
When you get ole as me, when you see what I sees, en year what I years, de creeturs dat you can't talk wid'll be mighty skace. Dey will dat. Why, dere's de ole gray rat w'at uses 'bout yer, en time atter time he come out w'en you all done gone ter bed, en sets up dar in de cornder en dozes, en me en him talks by de hour, en w'at dat ole rat dunno ain't down in de spellin' book. Des now, w'en you run in en broke me up, I wuz fetchin' inter my mind w'at Brer Terrapin say to Brer Fox w'en he turn 'im loose in de branch." "What did he say, Uncle Remus?" Dat w'at he said. I do merker come merker. Brer Tarrypin was at de bottom er de pond, en he talk back, he did, in bubbles. I do merker come merker. Brer Fox he ain't sayin' nothin', but Brer Bullfrog, settin' on de bank, he hear Brer Tarrypin, he did, en he holler back, "Jug er rum come dum! Jug er rum come dum!" Den Brer Frog holler out, "Knee deep, knee deep." Den ole Brer Bullfrog, he holler back, "Don't you believe him! Don't you believe him!" Den de bubbles come up from Brer Tarrypin. I do merker come merker. Then Brer Frog sing out, "Wade in, wade in." Den ole Brer Bullfrog talk through his hoarseness, "Dar you'll find your brudder, dar you'll find your brudder." Sho nuff, Brer Fox look over de bank, he did, en der wuz anudder fox lookin' at 'im outer de water. Den he retch out fer ter shake hands, en in he went, heels over head, en Brer Tarrypin bubble out, "I do merker come merker." "Was the fox drowned, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "He weren't zackly drownded, honey," replied the old man, with an air of cautious reserve. "He did manage fer ter scramble out, but a little mo' en de mud turkle would er got 'im, en den he'd er bin made hash a worl' widout end." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 15. Mr. Fox goes a-hunting, but Mr. Rabbit backs the game. "Atter Brer Fox hear 'bout how Brer Rabbit done Brer Wolf," said Uncle Remus, scratching his head with the point of his awl, "he 'low, he did, dat he better not be so brash, en he sorter let Brer Rabbit alone. Dey wuz all times seein' one anudder, en abundance er times Brer Fox could er nabbed Brer Rabbit, but eve'y time he got de chance, his mind 'ud sorter resume 'bout Brer Wolf, en he'd let Brer Rabbit 'lone. Bimeby dey 'gun ter git kinder familious wid one anudder like dey useter, en it got so Brer Fox 'ud call on Brer Rabbit, en dey'd set up en smoke der pipes, dey would, like no hosh feelin's ever rested 'twix' um. Las', one day Brer Fox come 'long all rig out, en ax Brer Rabbit fer ter go huntin' wid 'im, but Brer Rabbit
he sorter feel lazy, en he tell Brer Fox dat he got some udder fish fer ter fry. Brer Fox feel mighty sorry, he did, but he say he b'leeve he'd try his hand anyhow, en off he put. He wuz gone all day, en he had a monst'us streak er luck, Brer Fox did, en he bagged a sight er game. Bimeby, to'rds de shank er de evenin', Brer Rabbit sorter stretch himse'f, he did, en 'low hit's mos' time fer Brer Fox fer ter git 'long home. Den Brer Rabbit, he went en mounted a stump fer ter see ef he could year Brer Fox comin'. He ain't bin dar long, twel sure enough, here come Brer Fox thoo de woods, singin' like a nigger at a frolic. Brer Rabbit, he lipt down off'n de stump, he did, en lay down in de road en make like he dead. Brer Fox, he come along, he did, en see Brer Rabbit lyin' dar. He turn 'im over, he did, en 'zamine 'im, en say, sezee, "Dish yer rabbit's dead. He look like he bin dead long time. He dead, but he mighty fat. He de fattest rabbit w'at I ever see. But he bin dead too long. I fear'd to take 'im home," sezee. Brer Rabbit ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Fox, he sorter lick his chops, but he went on en lef' Brer Rabbit layin' in de road. Dreckly he wuz outer sight, Brer Rabbit, he jump up, he did, en run 'roun' thoo de woods en git befo' Brer Fox agin. Brer Fox, he come up, en dar lay Brer Rabbit, 'periently cole en stiff. Brer Fox, he look at Brer Rabbit, en he sorter study. Atter w'ile he unslung his game bag, en say ter hisse'f, sezee, "Deze yer rabbits gwine ter waste. I'll des 'bout leave my game yer, en I'll go back en git dat udder rabbit, en I'll make folks b'leeve dat I'm Ole Man Hunter fum Huntsville," sezee. En wid dat he drapped his game en loped back up de road atter de udder rabbit, but w'en he got outer sight, ole Brer Rabbit, he snatch up Brer Fox's game en put out fer home. Nex' time he see Brer Fox, he holler out, "W'at you kill de udder day, Brer Fox?" sezee. Den Brer Fox, he sorter comb his flank wid his tongue en holler back, "I kotch a handful er hard sense, Brer Rabbit," sezee. Den ole Brer Rabbit, he laugh, he did, en up en 'spon', sezee, "Ef I'd er knowed you wuz atter dat, Brer Fox, I'd er loant you some er mine," sezee. End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 16. Old Mr. Rabbit, he's a good fisherman.
Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox wuz like some chillun w'at I knows of,
said Uncle Remus, regarding the little boy, who had come to hear another story with an affectation of great solemnity.
Bofe of 'em alwuz wuz after one anudder, en prankin' en a pesterin' 'roun'. But Brer Rabbit did have some peace, 'kaze Brer Fox done got skittish 'bout puttin' de clamps on Brer Rabbit. One day, w'en Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox en Brer Coon en Brer B'ar en a whole lot of um wuz clearin' up a new ground fer ter plant a roastin' year patch, de sun 'gun ter git sorter hot, en Brer Rabbit he got tired, but he didn't let on, 'kaze he feared de balance un 'em would call 'im lazy, en he keep on totin' off trash en pilin' up bresh, twel bimeby he holler out dat he got a brier in his hand, en den he take en slip off, en hunt fer a cool place fer to rest. Atter w'ile he come 'cross a well wid a bucket hangin' in it. "Dat look cool," said Brer Rabbit, sezee, "en cool I speck she is. I des 'bout git in dar en take a nap," en wid dat he jump, he did,
and no sooner fix himself than de bucket gun to go down."
"Wasn't the rabbit scared, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy.
"Honey, dey ain't bin no wusser skeered beast sence de world begin dan dish yer same Brer Rabbit. He fairly had an agur. He know whar he come fum, but he dunner whar he goin'. Dreckly he feel de bucket hit de water, en dar she sot. But Brer Rabbit he keep mighty still, kaze he dunner w'at minnit gwineter be his next. He des lay dar en shuck en shiver. Brer Fox always got one eye on Brer Rabbit, en w'en he slip off fum de new ground, Brer Fox he sneak atter 'im. He know Brer Rabbit was atter some project er nudder, en he tuck'n crope off, he did, en watch 'im. Brer Fox see Brer Rabbit come to de well en stop, en den he see 'im jump in de bucket, en den, lo en beholes, he see 'im go down outer sight. Brer Fox wuz de most 'stonished fox dat you ever laid eyes on. He sot dar in de bushes en study en study, but he don't make no head ner tails ter this kinder bizness. Den he say to hisse'f, sezee, "Well, ef this don't bang my times," sezee, "den Joe's dead en Sal's a widder. Right down dar in dat well Brer Rabbit keep his money hid, en ef 'tain't dat, den he gone en skivered a gold mine, en ef 'tain't dat, den I'm a gwineter see w'at's in dar," sezee. Brer Fox crope up a little nigher, he did, en lissen, but he don't hear no fuss, en he keep on gittin' nigher, en yit he don't year nothin'. Bimeby he git up close en peep down, en he don't see nothin', en he don't hear nothin'. All dis time Brer Rabbit mighty nigh skeered out'n his skin, en he fear'd fer ter move kaze the bucket might keel over en spill 'im out in the water. W'ile he wuz sayin' his prayers over like a train er kyars comin', ole Brer Fox holler out: "Heyo, Brer Rabbit! W'at you visitin' down dar?" sezee. "Who, me? Oh, I'm des fishin', Brer Fox," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "I des say to myse'f dat I'd sorter s'prise you all wid a mess er fishes fer dinner, en so here I is, en dar's de fishes. I'm a fishin' fer suckers, Brer Fox," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Is dey many un um down dar, Brer Rabbit?" sez Brer Fox, sezee. "Oh, lots un um, Brer Fox. Schools en schools un um. De water is natchully 'live wid um. Come on down en help me haul um out, Brer Fox," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "How am I gwineter git down, Brer Rabbit?" "Jump inter de bucket, Brer Fox. Hit'll fetch you down all safe en soun'." Brer Rabbit talk so happy en talk so sweet dat Brer Fox he jump in de bucket, he did, en ez he went down, co'se his weight pull Brer Rabbit up. W'en dey pass one anudder on de half way growl, Brer Rabbit he sing out: "Goodbye, Brer Fox, take keer yo' clothes, for dis is de way de world goes. Some goes up en some goes down. You'll git to de bottom all safe en soun'." W'en Brer Rabbit got out, he gallop off en tole de folks w'at de well b'long ter dat Brer Fox wuz down in dar muddyin' up der drinkin' water, en den he gallop back to de well en holler down to Brer Fox: "Here come a man wid a great big gun. W'en he haul you up, you jump en run." "What then, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy as the old man paused. "In des 'bout half an hour, honey, bofe un um wuz back in de new groun' wukkin' des like dey never heerd er no well, 'ceppin' dat eve'y now en den Brer Rabbit bust out en laugh, en ole Brer Fox he git a spell er de dry grins. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 17. Mr. Rabbit nibbles up the butter.
De animals en de creeturs,
Said Uncle Remus, shaking his coffee around in the bottom of his tin cup in order to gather up all the sugar,
dey kep on gittin' mo' en mo' familious wid one anudder, twel bimeby, 'twasn't long 'fo' Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox en Brer Possum got ter sorter bunchin' der perwissions tergedder in de same shanty. Atter a w'ile de roof sorter 'gun ter leak, en one day Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox en Brer Possum they 'semble for ter see ef dey can't kinder patch her up. Dey had a big day's wuk in front un um, en dey fotched der dinner wid um. Dey lumped de vittles up in one pile, en de butter w'at Brer Fox brung dey goes en puts in de spring house fer ter keep cool, en den dey went ter wuk, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' Brer Rabbit's stomach gun sorter growl en pester 'im. Dat butter Brer Fox sot heavy on his min', en his mouf water eve'y time he 'member 'bout it. Present'y he say to himse'f dat he bleedz ter have a nip at dat there butter, en den he lay his plans, he did. Fus news you know, w'ile dey wuz all wuckin' along, Brer Rabbit raise his head quick en fling his years forrerd en holler out, "Here I is! W'at you want wid me?" En off he put like sump'n wuz atter 'im. He sallied 'roun', ole Brer Rabbit did, en atter he make shore dat nobody ain't follerin' 'im, inter de spring house he bounces, en dar he stays twel he git a bait er butter. Den he santer on back en go ter wuk. "Whar you bin?" said Brer Fox, sezee. "I hear my chilluns callin' me," said Brer Rabbit, sezee, "en I hatter go see w'at dey want. My ole 'oman done got um tuck mighty sick," sezee. Dey wuk on twel bimeby de butter tas'e so good dat ole Brer Rabbit want some mo'. Den he raise up his head, he did, en holler out, "Hey yo! Hol' on! I'm comin'!" En off he put. Dis time he stay right smart w'ile, en w'en he git back, Brer Fox ax 'im whar he bin. "I bin ter see my ole 'oman, en she's a sinkin'," sezee. Dreckly Brer Rabbit hear 'im callin' 'im agin, en off he goes, en dis time, bless yo' soul, he gits de butter out so clean dat he kin see hisse'f in de bottom er de bucket. He scrape it clean en lick it dry, en den he go back ter wuk lookin' mo' sammer dan a nigger w'at de patrollers had a holt on. "How's yo' ole 'oman dis time?" said Brer Fox, sezee. "I'm 'blige ter you, Brer Fox," says Brer Rabbit, sezee, "but I'm fear'd she's done gone by now," en dat sorter make Brer Fox en Brer Possum feel in moanin' wid Brer Rabbit. Bimeby, w'en dinner time come, dey all got out der vittles, but Brer Rabbit keep on lookin' lonesome, en Brer Fox en Brer Possum dey sorter rustle 'roun' fer ter see ef they can't make Brer Rabbit feel sorter splimmy. "What's that, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "Sorter splimmy splammy, honey. Sorter like he in a crowd. Sorter like his ole 'oman ain't dead ez she might be. You know how folks does w'en dey gits whar people's a moanin'." The little boy didn't know, fortunately for him, and Uncle Remus went on. "Brer Fox en Brer Possum rustle 'roun', dey did, gittin' out de vittles, en bimeby Brer Fox he say, sezee, "Brer Possum, you run down to de spring en fetch de butter, en I'll sail 'roun' yer en set de table," sezee. Brer Possum, he lope off atter de butter, en dreckly here he come lopin' back wid his years a trimblin' en his tongue a hangin' out. Brer Fox, he holler out, "W'at de matter now, Brer Possum?" sezee. "You all better run yer, folks," says Brer Possum, sezee. "De las' drap er dat butter done gone." "Whar she gone?" said Brer Fox, sezee. "Look like she dry up," said Brer Possum, sezee. Den Brer Rabbit, he look sorter sollum, he did, en he up'n say, sezee, "I speck dat butter melt in somebody mouf," sezee. Den dey went down to de spring wid Brer Possum, en sho nuff de butter done gone. W'iles dey wuz 'sputin' over dat wonderment, Brer Rabbit say he see tracks all 'roun' dar, en he point out dat ef dey'll all go ter sleep he kin catch de chap w'at stole de butter. Den dey all lie down, en Brer Fox en Brer Possum dey soon drapped off ter sleep. But Brer Rabbit he stay wake, en w'en de time come he raise up easy en smear Brer Possum mouf wid de butter on his paws, en den he run off en nibble up de best er de dinner w'at dey lef layin' out. En den he come back en wake up Brer Fox, en show 'im de butter on Brer Possum mouf. Den dey wake up Brer Possum en tell 'im 'bout it, but co'se Brer Possum's denyin' it to de last. Brer Fox, dough, he's a kinder lawyer, en he argyfied dis way, dat Brer Possum wuz de fus one at de butter, en de fus one fer ter miss it, en mo'n dat, dar hang de signs on his mouf. Brer Possum see dat dey got 'im jammed up in a cornder, en den he up en say dat de way fer ter catch de man w'at stole de butter is to build a big bresh heap en set 'er afire, en all hands try to jump over, en de one w'at fall in, den he de chap w'at stole de butter. Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox dey is bofe agreed, dey did, en dey whirl en dey build dat bresh heap, en dey build 'er high en dey build 'er wide, en den dey totch 'er off. W'en she got ter blazin' up good, Brer Rabbit, he tuck de fus turn. He sorter step back, en look 'roun' en giggle, en over he went mo' samer dan a bird flyin'. Den come Brer Fox. He got back a little fudder, en spit on his hands, en lit out en made de jump, en he come so nigh gittin' in dat de end er his tail kotch fire. Ain't you never seen no fox, honey?" inquired Uncle Remus in a tone that implied both conciliation and information. The little boy thought probably he had, but he wouldn't commit himself. "Well, den," continued the old man, "nex' time you see one un um, you look right close en see ef de een' er his tail ain't white. It's des like I tell you. Dey b'ars de scar dat bresh heap down ter dis day. Dey er marked, dat's w'at dey is. Dey er marked." "And what about Brother Possum?" asked the little boy. "Ole Brer Possum, he tuck a runnin' start, he did, en he come lumberin' along, en he lit kerblam right in de middle er dat fire, en dat wuz de last er ole Brer Possum." "But Uncle Remus, Brother Possum didn't steal the butter after all," said the little boy, who was not at all satisfied with such summary injustice. "Dat w'at make I say w'at I does, honey. In dis world lots er folks is gotter suffer for de udder folks sins. Look like it's mighty wrong, but it's dat way. Tribbilation seem like she's a waitin' 'roun' de cornder fer ter catch one en all of us, honey." End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 18. Mr. Rabbit finds his match at last.
Hit look like ter me dat I let on de udder night dat in dem days when de creeturs wuz santerin' 'roun' same like folks, none un um wuz brash enough fer ter ketch up wid Brer Rabbit,"
remarked Uncle Remus reflectively.
"Yes," replied the little boy, "that's what you said."
"Well, den," continued the old man with unction, "dar's whar my 'membunce git out, kaze Brer Rabbit did git kotched up wid, en hit cool 'im off like po'in' spring water on one er deze yer biggity fices."
"How was that, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy.
One day,
When Brer Rabbit wuz gwine lippity-clippitin' down de road, he meet up wid ole Brer Terrapin, en atter dey pass de time er day wid one anudder, Brer Rabbit, he 'low dat he wuz much 'bliged to Brer Terrapin for de han' he tuck in de rumpus dat dey had down at Miss Meadows's. "When he dropped off of the water shelf on the Fox's head," suggested the little boy. "Dat's de same time, honey. Den Brer Terrapin 'low dat Brer Fox run mighty fas' dat day, but dat ef he'd had been atter 'im instidder Brer Rabbit, he'd er kotch 'im. Brer Rabbit say he could er kotch 'im hisse'f, but he didn't keer 'bout leavin' de ladies. Dey keep on talkin', dey did, twel bimeby dey got a 'sputin' 'bout which wuz de swiffest. Brer Rabbit, he say he kin outrun Brer Terrapin, en Brer Terrapin, he des vow dat he kin outrun Brer Rabbit. En up en down dey had it, twel fus news you know, Brer Terrapin say he got a $50 bill in de chink er de chimbly at home, en dat bill done tole him dat he could beat Brer Rabbit in a fa'r race. Den Brer Rabbit say he got a $50 bill w'at say dat he kin leave Brer Terrapin so fur behime dat he could sow barley ez he went along en hit'd be ripe nuff fer ter cut by de time Brer Terrapin pass dat way. Ennyhow, dey make de bet, en he put up de money, en ole Brer Tukkey Buzzard, he wuz summoned fer ter be de judge en de stakeholder. En 'twa'n't long 'fo' all de 'rangements wuz made. De race wuz a 5-mile heat, en de groun' wuz measured off, en at de een' er eve'y mile a pos' wuz stuck up. Brer Rabbit wuz to run down de big road, en Brer Terrapin, he say he gallop thoo de woods. Folks tole 'im he could git long faster in de road, but ole Brer Terrapin, he know w'at he doin'. Miss Meadows en de gals, en most all de neighbors, got wind er de fun, en w'en de day wuz sot dey 'termine fer ter be on han'. Brer Rabbit, he train hisse'f eve'y day, en he skip over de groun' des ez gaily ez a June cricket. Ole Brer Terrapin, he lay low in de swamp. He had a wife en 3 chilluns, ole Brer Terrapin did, en dey wuz all de ve'y spittin' image er de ole man. Anybody w'at know one fum de udder gotter take a spy glass, en den dey er liable fer ter git fooled. Dat's de way marters stan' twel de day er de race, en on dat day ole Brer Terrapin en his ole 'oman en his 3 chilluns, dey got up 'fo' sun up en went ter de place. De ole 'oman, she tuck her stan' nigh de fus milepost, she did, en de chilluns nigh de udders, up ter de last, en dar ole Brer Terrapin he tuck his stan'. Bimeby, here come de folks. Judge Buzzard, he come, en Miss Meadows en de gals, dey come, en den yer come Brer Rabbit wid ribbons tied roun' his neck en streamin' from his ears. De folks all went to de udder een' er de track fer ter see how dey come out. W'en de time come, Judge Buzzard strut roun' en pull out his watch en holler out,
"Gents, is you ready?"
Brer Rabbit, he say, "Yes," en ole Miss Terrapin holler, "Go!" from de edge er de woods. Brer Rabbit, he lit out on de race, en ole Miss Terrapin, she put out fer home. Judge Buzzard, he riz en skimmed along fer ter see dat de race wuz run fa'r. W'en Brer Rabbit got to de fus milepost, one er de Terrapin chilluns crawl out er de woods, he did, en make fer de place. Brer Rabbit, he holler out, "Whar's you, Brer Terrapin?" "Here I come a bulgin'," sez de Terrapin, sezee. Brer Rabbit so glad he's ahead dat he put out harder dan ever, en de Terrapin, he make fer home. W'en he come ter de nex' post, anudder Terrapin crawl out'n de woods. "'Whar is you, Brer Terrapin?' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "'Yer I come a bilin',' sez de Terrapin, sezee. Brer Rabbit, he lit out, he did, en come ter de nex' post, en dar wuz anudder Terrapin. Den he come ter de nex', en dar wuz a Terrapin. Den he had one mo' mile fer ter run, en he feel like he gittin' bullust. Bimeby, ole Brer Tarrypin look way off down de road, en he see Jedge Buzzard sailin' long, en he know hit's time fer him ter be up. So he scramble outer de woods, en roll 'cross de ditch, en shuffle thoo de crowd er folks, en git ter de mile post en crawl behime it. Bimeby, fus news you know, yer comes Brer Rabbit. He look 'roun', he don't see Brer Tarrypin, en den he squall out: "'Gimme de money, Brer Buzzard! Gimme de money!' Den Miss Meadows en de gals, dey holler en laugh fit ter kill demselves, en ole Brer Tarrypin, he raise up fum behime de post en says, sezee: "'Ef you gimme time fer ter ketch my breff, gents en ladies, one en all, I speck I'll finger dat money myse'f,' sezee, en sho nuff, Brer Tarrypin tie de purse 'roun' his neck en skedaddle off home." "But, Uncle Remus," said the little boy, dolefully, "that was cheating." "Co'se, honey. De creeturs 'gun ter cheat, en de folks tuck it up, en hit keep on spreadin'. Hit mighty ketchin', en you min' yo' eye, honey, dat somebody don't cheat you 'fo' yo' ha'r git gray ez dis ole nigger's." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 19. The Fate of Mr. Jack Sparrow. "You'll tromple on dat bark twel it won't be fittin' fer ter fling away, let 'lone make hoss collars out'n," said Uncle Remus, as the little boy came running into his cabin out of the rain. All over the floor long strips of wahoo bark were spread, and these the old man was weaving into horse collars. "I'll sit down, Uncle Remus," said the little boy. "Well, den, you better, honey," responded the old man, "kaze I despises fer ter have my wahoo trompled on. Ef 'twuz shucks, now, hit might be diffunt, but I'm a gittin' too ole fer ter be projictin' longer shuck collars." For a few minutes the old man went on with his work, but with a solemn air altogether unusual. Once or twice he sighed deeply, and the sighs ended in a prolonged groan that seemed to the little boy to be the result of the most unspeakable mental agony. He knew by experience that he had done something which failed to meet the approval of Uncle Remus, and he tried to remember what it was, so as to frame an excuse, but his memory failed him. He could think of nothing he had done calculated to stir Uncle Remus's grief. He was not exactly seized with remorse, but he was very uneasy. Presently Uncle Remus looked at him in a sad and hopeless way and asked: "What dat long rigmarole you bin tellin' Miss Sally 'bout yo' little brer this mornin'?" "Which, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy, blushing guiltily. "Dat des w'at I's askin' un you now. I hear Miss Sally say she's a gwineter stripe his jacket, en den I knowed you bin tellin' on 'im." "Well, Uncle Remus, he was pulling up your onions, and then he went and flung a rock at me," said the child, plaintively. "Lemme tell you dis," said the old man, laying down the section of horse collar he had been plaiting, and looking hard at the little boy. "Lemme tell you dis dat der ain't no way fer ter make tattlers en tale bearers turn out good. No, dey ain't. I been mixin' up wid folks now gwine on 80 year, en I ain't seed no tattler come to no good een'. Dat I ain't. En ef ole man Methusalem was livin' clean 'twel yit, he'd up en tell you de same. Sho ez you er settin' dar. You 'member w'at come er de bird w'at went a tattlin' 'roun' 'bout Brer Rabbit?" The little boy didn't remember, but he was very anxious to know, and he also wanted to know what kind of a bird it was that so disgraced itself. "Hit wuz one er deze yer uppity little Jack Sparrers, I speck," said the old man. "Dey wuz allers bodderin' 'longer udder people's bizness, en dey keeps at it down to dis day, peckin' yer, pickin' dar, scratchin' out yonder. One day, atter he bin fool by ole Brer Terrapin, Brer Rabbit wuz settin' down in de woods studyin' how he wuz gwineter git even. He feel mighty lonesome, en he feel mighty bad, Brer Rabbit did. 'Tain't put down in de tale, but I speck he cussed en r'ar'd 'roun' consid'ble. Leas'ways, he wuz settin' out dar by himse'f, en dar he sot, en study, en study, twel bimeby he jump out en holler out: "'Well, doggone my cats ef I can't gallop 'roun' ole Brer Fox, en I'm gwineter do it. I'll show Miss Meadows en de gals dat I'm a boss er Brer Fox,' sezee. Jack Sparrer up in de tree, he hear Brer Rabbit, he did, en he sing out: "'I'm gwineter tell Brer Fox, I'm gwineter tell Brer Fox. Chickabiddy wind a blowin', acorns fallin', I'm gwineter tell Brer Fox.'" Uncle Remus accompanied the speech of the bird with a peculiar whistling sound in his throat that was a marvelous imitation of a sparrow's chirp, and the little boy clapped his hands with delight and insisted on a repetition. "Dis kinder terrify Brer Rabbit, en he skasely know w'at he gwine do. But bimeby he study to hisse'f dat de man w'at see Brer Fox fus wuz boun' to have de intern, en den he go hoppin' off to'rds home. He didn't get fur w'en who should he meet but Brer Fox, en den Brer Rabbit he open up. "'W'at dis 'twix' you en me, Brer Fox?' said Brer Rabbit, sezee. "'I hear tell you gwineter sen' me ter destruction, en nab my fambly, en 'stroy my shanty,' sezee. Den Brer Fox he git mighty mad. "'Who bin tellin' you all dis?' sezee. Brer Rabbit make like he didn't wanter tell, but Brer Fox he insist en insist, twel at las' Brer Rabbit he up'n tell Brer Fox dat he hear Jack Sparrer say all dis. "'Co'se,' said Brer Rabbit, sezee, 'w'en Brer Jack Sparrer tell me dat I flew up, I did, en I use some langwidge w'at I'm mighty glad dey wa'n't no ladies 'roun' nowhars, so dey could hear me go on,' sezee. Brer Fox he sorter gap, he did, en say he speck he better be saunt'rin' on. But bless yo' soul, honey, Brer Fox ain't sa'nter fur, 'fo' Jack Sparrer flip down on a 'simmon bush by de side er de road en holler out: "'Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Brer Fox!' Brer Fox he des sorter canter 'long, he did, en make like he don't hear 'im. Den Jack Sparrer up en sing out agin: "'Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Hol' on, Brer Fox! I got some news fer you. Wait, Brer Fox, hit'll 'stonish you." Brer Fox he make like he don't see Jack Sparrer, en needer do he hear 'im, but bimeby he lay down by de road en sorter stretch hisse'f like he fixin' fer ter nap. De tattlin' Jack Sparrer he flew'd 'long en kep' on callin' Brer Fox, but Brer Fox he ain't sayin' nothin'. Den little Jack Sparrer he hop down on de groun' en flutter 'roun' 'mongst de trash. Dis sorter distrack Brer Fox's 'tention, en look at de tattlin' bird, en de bird he keep on a callin': "'I got sump'n fer ter tell you, Brer Fox.'
"Get on my tail, little Jack Sparrer," said Brer Fox, sezee, "kaze I'm deef in one ear, en I can't hear out'n de udder. Git on my tail,' sezee. Den de little bird he up'n hop on Brer Fox's tail. "Git on my back, little Jack Sparrer, kaze I'm deef in one ear, en I can't hear out'n de udder." Den de little bird hop on his back. "Hop on my head, little Jack Sparrer, kaze I'm deaf in bofe ears." En hop up de little bird. "Hop on my toof, little Jack Sparrer, kaze I'm deaf in one ear en I can't hear out'n de udder." De tattlin' little bird he hop on Brer Fox's toof, en den Here Uncle Remus paused, opened wide his mouth, and closed it again in a way that told the whole story. "Did the fox eat the bird all up?" asked the little boy. "Jedge B'ar come 'long nex' day," replied Uncle Remus, "en he fine some fedders, en fum dat word went 'roun' dat ole man Squinch Owl done kotch nudder w'at's his name." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 20. How Mr. Rabbit Saved His Meat. "One time," said Uncle Remus, wetting his knife slowly and thoughtfully on the palm of his hand, and gazing reflectively in the fire, "one time Brer Wolf—" "Why, Uncle Remus," the little boy broke in, "I thought you said the rabbit scalded the wolf to death a long time ago." The old man was fairly caught, and he knew it. But this made little difference to him. A frown gathered on his usually serene brow as he turned his gaze upon the child, a frown in which both scorn and indignation were visible. Then all at once he seemed to regain control of himself. The frown was chased away by a look of Christian resignation. "Dar now, what did I tell you?" he exclaimed as if addressing a witness concealed under the bed. "Ain't I done tole you so? Bless gracious! Ef chilluns ain't gittin' so dey knows more'n ole folks, en dey'll 'spute you longer en 'spute longer, 'ceptin' der ma call um, w'ich I speck 'twon't be long 'fo' she will, en den I'll set yer by de chimbly cornder en git some peace er mine. W'en ole Miss wuz livin'," continued the old man, still addressing some imaginary person, "hit is mo' than enny er her chilluns 'ud dare do ter come 'sputin' 'longer me, en Mars John'll tell you de same any day you ax 'im." "Well, Uncle Remus, you know you said the rabbit poured hot water on the wolf and killed him," said the little boy. The old man pretended not to hear. He was engaged in searching among some scraps of leather under his chair, and kept on talking to the imaginary person. Finally, he found and drew forth a nicely plaited whip thong, with the red snapper all waxed and knotted. "I wuz fixin' up a whip for a little chap," he continued with a sigh, "but, bless gracious, 'fo' I kin git her done, the little chap done growed up twel he knew more'n I does." The child's eyes filled with tears and his lips began to quiver, but he said nothing, whereupon Uncle Remus immediately melted. "I declare to goodness," he said, reaching out and taking the little boy tenderly by the hand, "ef you ain't de ve'y spittin' image er ole Miss w'en I brung her de las' news er de war. Hit's des like skeerin' up a ghost w'at you ain't fear'd un." Then there was a pause, the old man patting the little child's hand caressingly. "You ain't mad, is you, honey?" Uncle Remus asked finally. "Kaze ef you is, I'm gwine out here en butt my head 'gin de do' jamb." But the little boy wasn't mad. Uncle Remus had conquered him, and he had conquered Uncle Remus in pretty much the same way before. But it was some time before Uncle Remus could go on with the story. He had to be coaxed. At last, however, he settled himself back in the chair and began.
"Co'se, honey, hit mought a bin ole Brer Wolf, or it mought a bin na'er Brer Wolf. It mought a bin 'fo' he got kotch up wid. It mought a bin afterwards. Ez de tale wuz gun to me des dat a way, I gin it unto you. One time, Brer Wolf wuz comin' 'long home from a fishin' frolic. He saunter 'long the road, he did, wid his string er fish 'cross his shoulder, when fus news you know ole Miss Pa'tridge, she hop out'n de bushes en flutter 'long right at Brer Wolf's nose. Brer Wolf, he say to hisse'f dat ole Miss Pa'tridge tryin' fer ter tole 'im away fum her nes', en wid dat he lay his fish down en put out inter de bushes whar ole Miss Pa'tridge come fum, en 'bout dat time Brer Rabbit, he happen 'long. Dar wuz de fishes, en dar wuz Brer Rabbit, en when dat de case, w'at you speck a sorter independent man like Brer Rabbit gwine do? I kin tell you dis, dat dem fishes ain't stay whar Brer Wolf put um at, en when Brer Wolf come back, dey wuz gone. Brer Wolf, he sot down en scratch his head, he did, en study, en den hit sorter rush inter his mind dat Brer Rabbit bin 'long dar, en den Brer Wolf, he put out fer Brer Rabbit's house, en when he git dar, he hail 'im. Brer Rabbit, he dunno nothin' 'tall 'bout no fishes. Brer Wolf, he up en say he bleedz ter believe dat Brer Rabbit got dem fishes. Brer Rabbit denied up en down, but Brer Wolf stan' to it dat Brer Rabbit got dem fishes. Brer Rabbit, he say dat ef Brer Wolf believe he got de fishes, den he give Brer Wolf leaf fer ter kill de best cow he got. Brer Wolf, he tuck Brer Rabbit at his word en go off to de pasture en drive up de cattle en kill Brer Rabbit's best cow. Brer Rabbit, he hate mighty bad fer ter lose his cow, but he lay his plans, en he tell his chilluns dat he gwineter have dat beef yit. Brer Wolf, he bin tuck up by de patrollers 'fo' now, en he mighty skeered un um, en fus news you know, here come Brer Rabbit hollerin' en tellin' Brer Wolf dat de patrollers er comin'. "You run en hide, Brer Wolf," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, "en I'll stay here en take keer er de cow twel you gits back," sezee. Soon's Brer Wolf hear talk er patrollers, he scramble off inter de underbrush like he bin shot out'n a gun, en he wa'n't mo'n gone 'fo' Brer Rabbit he whirl in en skint de cow en salt de hide down, en den he tuck en cut up de kyarkiss en stow it away in de smoke house, en den he tuck en stick de een er de cow tail in de groun'. Atter he gone en done all dis, den Brer Rabbit he squall out fer Brer Wolf: "Run here, Brer Wolf! Run here! Your cow gwine in de groun'! Run here!" When ole Brer Wolf got dar, which he come er scootin', dar wuz Brer Rabbit holdin' on to de cow tail fer ter keep it from gwine in de groun'. Brer Wolf he kotch holt, en dey give a pull er two, en up come de tail. Den Brer Rabbit he wink his off eye en say, sezee: "Dar! De tail done pull out en de cow gone," sezee. But Brer Wolf, he weren't de man fer ter give it up dat a way, en he got 'im a spade en a pickaxe en a shovel, en he dig fer dat cow twel diggin' wuz pas' all endurance. En ole Brer Rabbit, he sot up dar in his front po'ch en he smoke his seegyar. Eve'y time ole Brer Wolf stuck de pickaxe in de clay, Brer Rabbit, he giggle to his chilluns: "He diggy, 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 but no meat dar. He diggy, 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 but no meat dar." 'Kaze all de time de cow wuz layin' pile up in his smoke house, en him en his chilluns wuz eatin' fried beef en innards eve'y time de mouf water. Now, den, honey, you take dis here whip," continued the old man, twining the leather thong around the little boy's neck, "en scamper up to de big house, en tell Miss Sally fer ter give you some un it nex' time she finds yo' tracks in de sugar barrel."
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 21. Mr. Rabbit meets his match again.
Der wuz anudder man dat sorter played sharp on Brer Rabbit,
said Uncle Remus, as, by some mysterious process, he twisted a hog's bristle into the end of a piece of thread, an operation which the little boy watched with great interest.
"In dem days," continued the old man, "de creeturs carried on matters same like folks. Dey went inter farmin', en I speck ef de trufe wuz ter come out, dey kep' store, en had der camp meetin' times en der barbecues w'en de wedder wuz 'greeable."
Uncle Remus evidently thought that the little boy wouldn't like to hear of any further discomfiture of Brer Rabbit, who had come to be sort of a hero, and he was not mistaken. "I thought the Terrapin was the only one that fooled the Rabbit," said the little boy, dismally.
"Hit's des like I tell you, honey. Der ain't no smart man, 'cep dat dey's a smarter one. Ef ole Brer Rabbit hadn't er got kotch up wid, de neighbors 'ud take 'im fer a ha'nt, en in dem times dey burnt witches 'fo' you could squinch yo' eyeballs. Dey did dat."
"Who fooled the Rabbit this time?" the little boy asked. When Uncle Remus had the bristle sot in the thread, he proceeded with the story.
"One time Brer Rabbit en ole Brer Buzzard 'cluded dey'd sorter go shares en crap tergedder. Hit wuz a mighty good year, en de truck turn out monst'us well, but bimeby, w'en de time come fer dividin' it, hit come to light dat ole Brer Buzzard ain't got nothin'. De crap wuz all gone, en dey wa'n't nothin' fer ter show for it. Brer Rabbit, he make like he wuz in a wuss fix'n Brer Buzzard, en he mope 'roun', he did, like he fear'd dey gwineter sell 'im out. Brer Buzzard, he ain't say nothin', but he keep up a monst'us thinkin', en one day he come 'long en holler en tell Brer Rabbit dat he done fine rich gol' mine des 'cross de river.
"You come en go longer wid me, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Tucky Buzzard, sezee. "I'll scratch en you kin grabble, en 'tween de two un us we'll make short work er dat gol' mine," sezee. Brer Rabbit, he wuz high up fer de job, but he study en study, he did, how he gwineter git 'cross de water, kaze eve'y time he git his foot wet all de fambly kotch col'. Den he up en ax Brer Buzzard how he gwineter do. Brer Buzzard, he up en say dat he'd carry Brer Rabbit 'cross. En wid dat ole Brer Buzzard, he squot down, he did, en spread his wings, en Brer Rabbit, he mounted, en up dey riz." There was a pause. "What did the Buzzard do then?" asked the little boy. "Dey riz," continued Uncle Remus, "en w'en dey lit in de top er de highest sorter pine, en de pine w'at dey lit in wuz growin' on de island, en de island wuz in de middle er de river, wid de deep water runnin' all 'roun'. Dey ain't more'n lit 'fo' Brer Rabbit he know which way de win' wuz blowin', en by de time ole Brer Buzzard got hisse'f balance on a limb, Brer Rabbit, he up en say, sezee: "'W'iles we er restin' here, Brer Buzzard, en bein's you bin so good, I got sump'n fer ter tell you,' sezee. 'I got a gol' mine er my own, one w'at I make myse'f,
"en I speck we better go back ter mine 'fo' we bother 'longer yo'n," sezee. Den ole Brer Buzzard he laugh, he did, twel he shake, en Brer Rabbit he sing out: "Hol' on, Brer Buzzard! Don't flop yo' wings w'en you laugh, kaze den ef you does, sump'n 'll drap fum up yer, en my gol' mine won't do you no good, en needer will yo'n do me no good." But 'fo' dey got down fum dar, Brer Rabbit done tole all 'bout de crap, en he had a promise fer ter pervide fair en square. So Brer Buzzard he kyar 'im back, en Brer Rabbit he walk weak in de knees for a month afterwards. End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 22. A Story About the Little Rabbits. "Find 'em where you will, and when you may," remarked Uncle Remus with emphasis. "Good chilluns always git tuck keer un. Der wuz ole Brer Rabbit's chilluns. Dey minded der daddy en mammy fum de day's een ter de day's een'. W'en ole man Rabbit say scoot, dey scooted, en w'en ole Miss Rabbit say scat, dey scatted. Dey did dat. En dey kep der cloze clean, en dey ain't had no smut on der nose needer." Involuntarily the hand of the little boy went up to his face, and he scrubbed the end of his nose with his coat sleeve. "Dey wuz good chilluns," continued the old man heartily, "en ef dey hadn't a been, der wuz one time w'en dey wouldn't a been no little rabbits, na'er one, dat's w'at." "What time was that, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked. "De time w'en Brer Fox drapped in at Brer Rabbit's house, en didn't find nobody dar 'ceppin' de little rabbits. Ole Brer Rabbit, he wuz off some'rs raidin' in a collard patch, en ole Miss Rabbit, she wuz tendin' on a quiltin' in de neighborhood, en w'iles de little rabbits wuz playin' hidin' switch, in drapped Brer Fox. De little rabbits wuz so fat dat dey fa'rly make his mouf water, but he 'member 'bout Brer Wolf, en he skeered fer ter gobble um up, 'ceppin' he got some excuse. De little rabbits, dey mighty skittish, en dey sorter huddle deyse'f up tergedder en watch Brer Fox's motions. Brer Fox, he sot dar en study w'at sorter excuse he gwineter make up. Bimeby, he see a great big stalk er sugar cane stan'in' up in de cornder, en he cle'r up his throat en talk biggity. "Here, you young rabs dar, sail 'roun' yer en break me off a piece er dat der sweetnin' tree," sezee, en den he cough. De little rabbits, dey got out de sugar cane, dey did, en dey rastle wid it, en sweat over it, but 'twan't no use, dey couldn't break it. Brer Fox he make like he ain't watchin', but he keep on hollerin', "Hurry up dar, Rabs, I'm a waitin' on you." En de little rabbits, dey hustle 'roun' en rastle wid it, but dey couldn't break it. Bimeby dey hear little birds singin' on de top er de house, en de song w'at de little birds sing wuz dish yer: "Take your toofies en gnaw it, take your toofies en saw it, saw it en yoke it, en den you kin broke it." Den de little rabbits, dey git mighty glad, en dey gnawed de cane mos' 'fo' ole Brer Fox git his legs uncrossed, en w'en dey kyar'd in de cane, Brer Fox he sot dar en study how he gwineter make some mo' excuse fer nabbin' um, en bimeby he git up en git down de sifter w'at wuz hangin' on de wall, en holler out: "Come yer, Rabs! Take dish yer sifter en run down ter de spring en fetch me some fresh water." De little rabbits, dey run down ter de spring, en try ter dip up de water wid de sifter, but co'se it all run out, en it keep on runnin' out, twel bimeby de little rabbit sot down en 'gun ter cry.
Den de little bird settin' up in de tree, he begin fer ter sing, en dish yer's de song w'at he sing: Sifter hold water same ez a tray. Ef you fill it up wid moss en daub it wid clay, de fox git madder de longer you stay. Fill it wid moss en daub it wid clay. Up dey jump, de little Rabbits did, en dey fix de sifter so 'twon't leak, en den dey kyar de water back to ole Brer Fox. Den Brer Fox he git mighty mad, en p'int out a great big stick er wood, en tell de little Rabbits fer ter put dat on de fier. De little chaps dey got 'roun' de wood, dey did, en dey lift at it so hard twel dey could see der own sins, but de wood ain't budge. Den dey hear de little bird singin', en dish yer's de song w'at he sing: Spit in yo' han's en tuck it en toll it, en git behine it en push it en pull it. Spit in yo' han's en r'ar back en roll it. En des 'bout de time dey got de wood on de fier, der daddy he come skippin' in, en de little bird he flewed away. Brer Fox he seed his game wuz up, en 'twan't long 'fo' he make his 'skuse en start fer ter go. "You better stay en take a snack wid me, Brer Fox," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. "Sence Brer Wolf done quite comin' en settin' up wid me, I gittin' so I feels right lonesome deze long nights," sezee. But Brer Fox he button up his coat collar tight, en put out fer home. En dat w'at you better do, honey, kaze I see Miss Sally's shadder sailin' backards en forrards 'fo' de winder, en de fus news you know, she'll be 'spectin' of you." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 23. Mr. Rabbit and Mr. Bear. "Der was one season," said Uncle Remus, pulling thoughtfully at his whiskers, "when Brer Fox say to hisse'f dat he speck he better whirl in en plant a goober patch, en in dem days, mon, hit wuz tech en go. De word wa'n't mo'n out'n his mouf 'fo' de groun' wuz broked up en de goobers wuz planted. Ole Brer Rabbit, he sot off en watched de motions, he did, en he sorter shet one eye en sing to his chilluns: "'Ti yi hide um pea, I pick um pea. Hit grow in de groun', hit grow so free. Ti yi dem goober pea.' "Sho nuff, w'en de goobers gun ter ripen up, eve'y time Brer Fox go down ter his patch, he fine whar somebody bin grabblin' 'mongst de vines, en he git mighty mad. He sorter speck who de somebody is, but ole Brer Rabbit he cover his tracks so cute dat Brer Fox dunner how ter ketch 'im. Bimeby, one day Brer Fox take a walk all 'roun' de groun' pea patch, en 'twan't long 'fo' he fine a crack in de fence whar de rail done bin rub right smoove, en right dar he sot 'im a trap. He tuck'n bend down a hick'ry saplin' growin' in de fence cornder, en tie one een' uv a plough line on de top, en in de udder een' he fix a loop knot, en dat he fasten wid a trigger right in de crack. Nex' mawnin' w'en ole Brer Rabbit come slippin' 'long en crope thoo de crack, de loop knot kotch 'im behime de fo' legs, en de saplin' flewed up, en dar he wuz 'twix' de heavens en de yeth. Dar he swung, en he fear'd he gwineter fall, en he fear'd he wa'n't gwineter fall. W'ile he wuz a fixin' up a tale fer Brer Fox, he hear a lumberin' down de road, en presently yer come ole Brer B'ar amblin' 'long fum whar he bin takin' a bee tree. Brer Rabbit he hail 'im: "'Howdy, Brer B'ar!' Brer B'ar
he look roun', en bimeby he see Brer Rabbit swingin' fum de saplin', en he holler out: "'Heyo, Brer Rabbit! How you come on dis mawnin?' "'Much oblige. I'm middlin', Brer B'ar,' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. Den Brer B'ar, he ax Brer Rabbit w'at he doin' up dar in de elements, en Brer Rabbit, he up'n say he makin' $1 a minute. Brer B'ar, he say how? Brer Rabbit say he keepin' crows out er Brer Fox's groun' pea patch. Den he ax Brer B'ar ef he don't wanter make $1 a minute, kaze he got a big fambly er chilluns fer ter take keer un, en den he make sech nice scarecrow. Brer B'ar 'low dat he'd take de job, en den Brer Rabbit show 'im how ter bend down de saplin', en 'twan't long 'fo' Brer B'ar wuz swingin' up dar in Brer Rabbit's place. Den Brer Rabbit, he put out fer Brer Fox's house, en w'en he got dar he sing out: "'Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Come out yer, Brer Fox, en I'll show you de man w'at bin stealin' yo' goobers.' Brer Fox, he grab up his walkin' stick, en bofe un um went runnin' back down ter de goober patch, en w'en dey got dar, sho nuff der wuz ole Brer B'ar. "'Oh, yes, you is kotch, isn't you?' sez Brer Fox, en befo' Brer B'ar kin explain, Brer Rabbit he jump up en down, en holler out: "'Hit 'im in de mouf, Brer Fox! Hit 'im in de mouf!' En Brer Fox, he draw back wid de walkin' cane, en blip! He tuck 'im. En eve'y time Brer B'ar tried ter explain, Brer Fox shower down on 'im. W'ile all dis 'uz gwine on, Brer Rabbit, he slip off en git in a mud hole, en des laugh twel his eyes be stickin' out, kaze he know'd dat Brer B'ar be comin' atter 'im. Sho nuff, bimeby, here come Brer B'ar down de road, en w'en he git ter de mud hole, he say: "'Howdy, Brer Frog! Is you seed Brer Rabbit go by yer?' "'He des gone by,' sez Brer Rabbit, en ole man B'ar tuck off down de road like a skeer'd mule, en Brer Rabbit, he come out en dry hisse'f in de sun, en go home ter his fambly same ez any udder man." "The bear didn't catch the rabbit, then?" inquired the little boy, sleepily. "Jump up fum dar, honey!" exclaimed Uncle Remus by way of reply. "I ain't got no time fer ter be settin' yer proppin' yo' eyelids open."
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 24. Mr. Bear catches old Mr. Bullfrog. "Well, Uncle Remus," said the little boy, counting to see if he hadn't lost a marble somewhere, "the bear didn't catch the rabbit after all, did he?" "Now you're talkin', honey," replied the old man, his earnest face breaking up into little eddies of smiles. "Now you're talkin' sho. 'Tain't bin proned inter no Brer B'ar fer ter kotch Brer Rabbit. Hit's sorter like settin' a mule fer ter trap a hummin' bird. But Brer B'ar, he tuck'n got hisse'f inter some mo' trouble, w'ich it look like it mighty easy. Ef folks could make der livin' longer gittin' inter trouble," continued the old man, looking curiously at the little boy, "ole Miss Favers wouldn't be bodderin' yo' ma fer ter borry a cupful er sugar eve'y now en den, en it look like ter me dat I knows a nigger dat wouldn't be squattin' 'roun' yer makin' deze yer fish baskets." "How did the bear get into more trouble, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "Natchul, honey. Brer B'ar, he tuck a notion dat ole Brer Bullfrog wuz de man w'at fool 'im, en he say dat he'd come up wid 'im ef 'twuz a year atterwuds. But 'twan't no year, en 'twan't no month, en mo'n dat, hit wa'n't skasely a week, w'en bimeby,
One day Brer B'ar was gwine home fum de takin' of a bee tree, en lo en beholds, who should he see but ole Brer Bull frog settin' out on de aidge er de mud muddle fas' asleep. Brer B'ar drap his axe, he did, en crope up, en retch out wid his paw, en scoop ole Brer Bull frog in dis a way." Here the old man used his hand ladle fashion by way of illustration. "He scoop 'im in, en dar he wuz. When Brer B'ar got his clampers on 'im good, he sot down en talk at 'im. "'Howdy, Brer Bull frog, howdy, en how yo' fambly? I hope dey er well, Brer Bull frog, 'kaze dis day you got some bizness wid me w'at'll las' you a mighty long time.' Brer Bull frog, he dunno w'at ter say. He dunno w'at's up. He don't say nothin'. Ole Brer B'ar he keep runnin' on. "'You're de man w'at tuck'n fool me 'bout Brer Rabbit t'er day. You had yo' fun, Brer Bull frog, en now I git mine.' Den Brer Bull frog, he begin ter git skeer'd, he did, en he up'n say: "'W'at I bin doin', Brer B'ar? How I bin foolin' you?' Den Brer B'ar laugh, en make like he dunno, but he keep on talkin'. "'Oh, no, Brer Bull frog, you ain't de man w'at stick yo' head up out'n de water en tell me Brer Rabbit done gone on by. Oh, no, you ain't de man. I boun' you ain't. 'Bout dat time you wuz at home wid yo' fambly, whar you allers is. I dunno whar you wuz, but I knows whar you is, Brer Bull frog, en it's you en me for it. Atter de sun goes down dis day you don't fool no mo' folks goin' 'long dis road.' Co'se, Brer Bull frog dunno w'at Brer B'ar drivin' at, but he knows sump'n hatter be done, en dat mighty soon, 'kaze Brer B'ar 'gun ter snap his jaws tergedder en foam at de mouf, en Brer Bull frog holler out: "'Oh, pray, Brer B'ar, lemme off dis time, en I won't never do so no mo'. Oh, pray, Brer B'ar, do lemme off dis time, en I'll show you de fattest bee tree in de woods.' Ole Brer B'ar, he chomp his toofies en foam at de mouf. Brer Bull frog he des up'n squall: "'Oh, pray, Brer B'ar, I won't never do so no mo'. Oh, pray, Brer B'ar, lemme off dis time.' But ole Brer B'ar say he gwineter make way wid 'im, en den he sot en study, ole Brer B'ar did, how he gwineter squench Brer Bull frog. He know he can't drown 'im, but he ain't got no fire fer ter burn 'im, en he git mighty pestered. Bimeby, ole Brer Bull frog, he sorter stop his cryin' en his boo-hooin', en he up'n say: "'Ef you're gwineter kill me, Brer B'ar, carry me out dar to dat big flat rock out dar on de aidge er de mill pon' whar I kin see my fambly, en atter I see um, den you kin take yo' axe en squoosh me.' "Dis look so fa'r en squar' dat Brer B'ar he 'gree, en he take ole Brer Bull frog by one er his behime legs en sling his axe on his shoulder, en off he put fer de big flat rock. W'en he git dar, he lay Brer Bull frog down on de rock, en Brer Bull frog make like he lookin' 'roun' fer his folks. Den Brer B'ar he draw long breff, en pick up his axe. Den he spit in his hands, en draw back, en come down on de rock. Pow!"
"Did he kill the frog, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy, as the old man paused to scoop up a thimbleful of glowing embers in his pipe.
"'Deed en dat he didn't, honey. Twix de time when Brer B'ar raise up wid his axe, en when he come down wid it, ole Brer Bull frog he lipt up en dove down in de mill pond, kerblink, kerblunk. En when he wuz way out in de pond, he riz a singin', en dish yer's de song w'at he sing: "'Ingle go jang, my joy,
Ingo go jang, my joy. I'm right at home, my joy, my joy. Ingo go jang, my joy.
"That's a mighty funny song," said the little boy.
"Funny now, I speck," said the old man. "But 'tweren't funny in dem days, en 'twouldn't be funny now ef folks knowed much about de wool frog language ez dey useter. Dat's w'at."
End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 25. How Mr. Rabbit Lost His Fine Bushy Tail. "One time," said Uncle Remus, sighing heavily and settling himself back in his seat with an air of melancholy resignation, "one time, Brer Rabbit was gwine 'long down de road, shakin' his big bushy tail, en feelin' des ez scrumptious ez a bee martin wid a fresh bug." Here the old man paused and glanced at the little boy, but it was evident that the youngster had become so accustomed to the marvelous developments of Uncle Remus's stories that the extraordinary statement made no unusual impression upon him. Therefore the old man began again, and this time in a louder and more insinuating tone. "One time Old Man Rabbit, he was goin' 'long down de road shakin' his long bushy tail en feelin' mighty biggity." This was effective. "Great goodness, Uncle Remus!" exclaimed the little boy in open-eyed wonder. "Everybody knows that rabbits haven't got long bushy tails." The old man shifted his position in his chair, and allowed his venerable head to drop forward until his whole appearance was suggestive of the deepest dejection, and this was intensified by a groan that seemed to be the result of great mental agony. Finally he spoke, but not as addressing himself to the little boy.
"I notices dat dem folks w'at makes a great admiration 'bout w'at dey knows is des de folks w'at you can't put no 'pendence in w'en de 'casion come up. Yer one un um now, en he done come en excuse me in allowin' dat rabbits is got long bushy tails, w'ich goodness knows ef I'd a dreamt it I'd a whirl in en undreamt it."
"Well, Uncle Remus, you said rabbits had long bushy tails," replied the little boy. "Now you know you did."
"Ef I ain't forgit it off'n my mine, I say dat ole Brer Rabbit wuz gwine down de big road shakin' his long bushy tail. Dat w'at I say, en dat I stan's by."
The little boy looked puzzled, but he didn't say anything. After a while the old man continued.
"Now, den, ef dat's greed ter, I'm gwine on, en ef 'tain't greed ter, den I'm gwineter pick up my cane en look atter my own int'rust. I got wuk lyin' 'roun' yer dat's des natchully gittin' mouldy."
The little boy still remained quiet, and Uncle Remus proceeded.
"One day Brer Rabbit wuz gwine down de road shakin' his long bushy tail, w'en who should he strike up wid but ole Brer Fox, gwine amblin' 'long wid a big string er fish. W'en dey pass de time er day wid one anudder, Brer Rabbit, he open up de confab, he did, en he ax Brer Fox whar he git dat nice string er fish, en Brer Fox, he up'n 'spon' dat he kotch um. Brer Rabbit, he say wharbouts, en Brer Fox, he say down at de baptizin' creek, en Brer Rabbit, he ax how, kaze in dem days dey wuz monst'us fond er minners, en Brer Fox, he sot down on de log, he did, en he up'n tell Brer Rabbit dat all he gotter do fer ter git a big mess er minners is to go ter de creek atter sundown, en drap his tail in de water, en set dar twel daylight, en den draw up a whole armful er fishes, en dem w'at he don't want he kin fling back. Right dar's whar Brer Rabbit drap his watermillion, kaze he tuck'n sot out dat night en went a fishin'. De wedder wuz sorter cole, en Brer Rabbit, he got 'im a bottle er dram en put out fer de creek, en w'en he got dar he pick out a good place, en he sorter squot down, he did, en let his tail hang in de water. He sot dar, en he sot dar, en he drunk his dram, en he think he gwineter freeze, but bimeby day come, en dar he wuz. He make a pull, en he feel like he comin' in two, en he fetch anudder jerk, en lo en beholds where wuz his tail. There was a long pause. "Did it come off, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy presently. "She did dat," replied the old man with unction. "She did dat, en dat w'at make all deze yer bobtail rabbits w'at you see hoppin' en scattlin' thoo de woods." "Are they all that way just because the old rabbit lost his tail in the creek?" asked the little boy. "Dat's it, honey," replied the old man. "Dat's w'at dey tells me. Looks like dey bleedz ter take atter der pa." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 26. Mr. Terrapin shows his strength. "Brer Terrapin wuz de outdest man," says Uncle Remus, rubbing his hands together contemplatively, and chuckling to himself in a very significant manner. "He wuz de outdest man er de whole gang. He wuz dat." The little boy sat perfectly quiet, betraying no impatience when Uncle Remus paused to hunt, first in one pocket and then in another, for enough crumbs of tobacco to replenish his pipe. Presently the old man proceeded. "One night Miss Meadows en de gals, dey begun a candy pullin', en so many er de neighbors came in 'sponse to de invite dat dey hatter put de 'lasses in de wash pot en bile de fire in de yard. Brer B'ar, he holp Miss Meadows bring de wood. Brer Fox, he mend de fire. Brer Wolf, he kep de dogs off. Brer Rabbit, he greased de bottom er de plates fer ter keep de candy fum stickin'. En Brer Tarrypin, he clum up in a cheer en say he'd watch en see dat de molasses don't bile over. Dey wuz all dar, en dey weren't cuttin' up no didos nudder, kaze Miss Meadows, she done put her foot down, she did, en say dat w'en dey come ter her place, dey hatter hang up a flag er truce at de front gate en abide by it. Well, den, w'iles dey wuz all a settin' dar en de lasses wuz a bilin' en a blubberin', dey got ter runnin' on talkin' mighty biggity. Brer Rabbit, he say he de swiffes', but Brer Tarrypin, he rock long in de cheer en watch de lasses. Brer Fox, he say he de sharpes', but Brer Tarrypin, he rock long. Brer Wolf, he say he de mos' savages', but Brer Tarrypin, he rock en he rock long. Brer B'ar, he say he de mos' strongest, but Brer Tarrypin, he rock en he des keep on a rockin'. Bimeby he sorter shet one eye en say, sezee, "Hit look like 'periently dat de whole hard shell ain't nowhars alongside dis yer crowd. Yet here I is, en I'm de same man w'at show Brer Rabbit dat he ain't de swiffes', en I'm de same man w'at kin show Brer B'ar dat he ain't de strongest," sezee. Den dey all laugh en holler, kaze it look like Brer B'ar mo' stronger dan a steer. Bimeby Miss Meadows, she up an' ax, she did, how he gwine do it. "'Gimme a good strong rope,' sez Brer Terrapin, sezee, 'en lemme git in a puddle er water, en den let Brer B'ar see ef he kin pull me out,' sezee. Den dey all laugh agin. Brer B'ar, he ups en says, sezee, 'We ain't got no rope,' sezee. "'No,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee, 'en needer is you got de strenk,' sezee, en den Brer Tarrypin, he rock en rock 'long, en watch de molasses a bilin' en a blubberin'. Atter w'ile, Miss Meadows, she up'n say, she did, dat she'd take'n loan de young men her bed cord, en w'iles de candy wuz a coolin' in de plates, dey could all go ter de branch en see Brer Tarrypin carry out his projick. Brer Tarrypin," continued Uncle Remus, in a tone at once confidential and argumentative, "went much bigger mo'n de palm er my han', en it look mighty funny fer ter year 'im braggin' 'bout how he kin outpull Brer B'ar, but dey got de bed cord atter w'ile, en den dey all put out fer de branch. W'en Brer Tarrypin find de place he wanter, he tuck one een' er de bed cord en gi' de udder een' ter Brer B'ar. "'Now, den, ladies en gents,' sez Brer Tarrypin, sezee, 'you all go wid Brer B'ar up dar in de woods, en I'll stay yer. En w'en you kin year me holler, den's de time fer Brer B'ar fer ter see ef he kin haul in de slack er de rope. You all take keer er dat der een', sezee, en I'll take keer er dish yer een', sezee.' Den dey all put out en lef Brer Tarrypin at de branch, en w'en dey got good en gone, he dove down inter de water, he did, en tie de bed cord hard en fast ter one er deze yer big clay roots, en den he riz up en give a whoop. Brer B'ar he wrop de bed cord 'roun' his han' en wink at de gals, en wid dat he give a big juk, but Brer Tarrypin ain't budge. Den he take bofe han's en give a big pull, but all de same Brer Tarrypin ain't budge. Den he tu'n 'roun', he did, en put de rope 'cross his shoulders en try ter walk off wid Brer Tarrypin, but Brer Tarrypin look like he don't feel like walkin'. Den Brer Wolf, he put in en holp Brer B'ar pull, but des like he didn't, en den dey all holp 'im, en bless grashus, w'iles dey wuz all a pullin', Brer Tarrypin he holler en ax um why dey don't take up de slack. Den w'en Brer Tarrypin feel 'em quit pullin', he dove down, he did, en ontied de rope, en by de time dey got ter de branch, Brer Tarrypin he wuz settin' up on de aidge er de water des ez natchul ez de nex un, en he up'n say, sezee, 'Dat las' pull you done wuz a mighty stiff un, en a little more'n you'd a had me,' sezee. 'You're monst'us stout, Brer B'ar,' sezee, 'en you pulls like a yoke er steers, but I sorter had de purchase on you,' sezee. Den Brer B'ar, bein' his mouf gun de water atter de sweetnin', he up'n say he speck de candy's ripe, en off dey put atter it. "'It's a wonder,' said the little boy, after a while, 'that the rope didn't break.' "'Break who?' exclaimed Uncle Remus, with a touch of indignation in his tone. "'Break who? In dem days Miss Meadows's bed cord could have hilt a mule.' This put an end to whatever doubts the child might have entertained. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 27. Why Mr. Possum Has No Hair on His Tail. "Hit look like ter me," said Uncle Remus, frowning,
As the little boy came hopping and skipping into the old man's cabin,
"Did I see a young'un 'bout yo' size playin' an' makin' free wid dem ar chilluns er ole Miss Favers yistiddy, an' w'en I seed dat, I drapped my axe, an' I come in yer an' sot flat down right whar youer settin' now, an' I say to myse'f dat it's 'bout time fer ole Remus fer to hang up an' quit. Dat's des 'zackly w'at I say."
"Well, Uncle Remus, they called me," said the little boy in a penitent tone. "They come and called me, and said they had a pistol and some powder over there."
"Dar now!" exclaimed the old man, indignantly. "Dar now! W'at I bin sayin'? Hit's des a born blessin' dat you wa'n't brung home on a litter wid bofe eyeballs hangin' out an' one ear clean gone. Dat's w'at 'tis. Hit's des a born blessin'. Hit hope me up might'ly de udder day w'en I hear Miss Sally layin' down de law 'bout you an' dem Favers chilluns. Yit, lo an' beholes, de fus news I knows you is han' in glove wid um. Hit's nuff fer to fetch ole Miss right up out'n dat buryin' groun' fum down dar in Putmon County, an' w'at yo' gran'ma wouldn't er stood, me an' yo' ma ain't gwineter stan' nudder. An' de nex' time I hear 'bout sech a come off ez dis, right den an' dar I'm boun' to lay de case 'fo' Miss Sally. Dem Faverses wa'n't no 'count 'fo' de war, an' dey wa'n't no 'count in doin' de war, an' dey ain't no 'count atterwuds. An' w'iles my head's hot, you ain't gwineter go mixin' up yo'se'f wid de riff raff ef creation."
The little boy made no further attempt to justify his conduct. He was a very wise little boy, and he knew that, in Uncle Remus's eyes, he'd been guilty of a flagrant violation of the family code. Therefore, instead of attempting to justify himself, he pleaded guilty and promised that he would never do so any more. After this there was a long period of silence, broken only by the vigorous style in which Uncle Remus puffed away at his pipe. This was the invariable result, whenever the old man had occasion to reprimand the little boy, and the occasions were frequent. He would relapse into a dignified but stubborn silence. Presently the youngster drew forth from his pocket a long piece of candle. The sharp eyes of the old man saw it at once.
"Don't you come a tellin' me dat Miss Sally gun you dat," he exclaimed, "kase she didn't. An' I lay you hatter be monstus sly 'fo' you got a chance fer to snatch up dat piece er cannle."
"Well, Uncle Remus," the little boy explained, "it was lying there all by itself, and I just thought I'd fetch it out to you."
"Dat's so, honey," said Uncle Remus, greatly mollified. "Dat's so, kase by now some er dem yuther niggers 'ud er gone an' had her lit up. Dey er mighty biggity, dem house niggers is, but I notices dat dey don't let nothin' pass. Dey goes 'long wid der han's en der mouf open, an' w'at one don't ketch, de udder one do."
There was another pause, and finally the little boy said: "Uncle Remus, you know you promised today to tell me why the possum has no hair on his tail."
"Law, honey, ain't you done and forgot dat off'n yo' min' yit? Hit look like to me," continued the old man, leisurely refilling his pipe, "dat she sorter run like dis. One time ole Brer Possum, he git so hungry, he did, dat he bleedzd fer ter have a mess er 'simmons. He monstus lazy man, ole Brer Possum wuz, but bimeby his stummick 'gun to growl en holler at 'im so dat he hatter rack 'roun' en hunt up sump'n. En w'iles he wuz rackin' 'roun', who should he meet up wid but Brer Rabbit, en dey wuz hail fellers, kase Brer Possum he ain't bin bodderin' Brer Rabbit like dem yuther creeturs. Dey sot down by de side er de big road, en dar dey jabber en confab 'mongst one anudder, twel bimeby ole Brer Possum,
he take en tell Brer Rabbit he mos' pesh out, en Brer Rabbit he lip up in de a'r, he did, en smack his han's tergedder, en say dat he know right whar Brer Possum kin git a bater 'simmons. Den Brer Possum he say whar, en Brer Rabbit he say which 'twuz over at Brer B'ar's 'simmon orchard. "Did the Bear have a 'simmon orchard, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked. "Co'se, sonny, 'kaze in dem days Brer B'ar wuz a bee hunter. He make his livin' findin' bee trees, en de way he find um he plant um some 'simmon trees w'ich de bees dey'd come en suck de 'simmons, en den ole Brer B'ar he'd watch um whar dey'd go, en den he be mighty ap fer ter come up wid um. No matter 'bout dat, de 'simmon patch 'uz dar des like I tell you, en ole Brer Possum mouf 'gun ter water soon's he year talk un um, en mos' 'fo' Brer Rabbit done tellin' 'im de news, Brer Possum he put out, he did, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he wuz perch up in de highest tree in Brer B'ar's 'simmon patch. But Brer Rabbit he done 'terminin' fer ter see some fun, en w'iles all dis wuz gwine on, he run 'roun' to Brer B'ar's house, en holler en tell 'im w'ich dey wuz somebody 'stroyin' his 'simmons, en Brer B'ar he hustle off fer ter ketch 'im. Eve'y now en den Brer Possum think he year Brer B'ar comin', but he keep on sayin', sezee, I'll des git one 'simmon mo' en den I'll go. One 'simmon mo' en den I'll go. Las' he year Brer B'ar comin' 'roun' sho' nuff, but 'twuz de same ole chune, one 'simmon mo' en den I'll go, en des 'bout dat time Brer B'ar busted inter de patch, en give de tree a shake, en Brer Possum he drapped out longer de yuther ripe 'simmons, en time he totch de groun' he git his foots tergedder, en he lit out fer de fence same ez a race hoss. 'Cross dat patch him en Brer B'ar had it, en Brer B'ar gin every jump, twel time Brer Possum make de fence Brer B'ar grab 'im by de tail. Brer Possum he went out tween de rails en gin a powerful chuck en pull his tail out twixt Brer B'ar's tushes. En lo en balls, Brer B'ar hold so tight, Brer Possum pull so hard, dat all de ha'r come off'n Brer B'ar's mouf, w'ich, ef Brer Rabbit hadn't er happen up wid a gut er water, Brer B'ar got de strangle. Fum dat day to dis," said Uncle Remus, knocking the ashes carefully out of his pipe, "Brer Possum ain't had no ha'r on his tail, en needer do his chilluns." End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 28. The End of Mr. Bear. The next time the little boy sought Uncle Remus out, he found the old man unusually cheerful and good-humored. His rheumatism had ceased to trouble him, and he was even disposed to be boisterous. He was singing when the little boy got near the cabin, and the child paused on the outside to listen to the vigorous but mellow voice of the old man as it rose and fell with the burden of the curiously plaintive song, a senseless affair so far as the words were concerned, but sung to a melody almost thrilling in its sweetness. Hand me down my walking cane, hey, my lily, go down the road. Your true lover gone down the lane, hey, my lily, go down the road. The quick ear of Uncle Remus, however, had detected the presence of the little boy, and he allowed his song to run into a recitation of nonsense, of which the following, if it be rapidly spoken, will give a faint idea. Old Mr. Jackson, finest confraction, fell down stars for to git satisfaction. Big Bill Fray, he rule de day. Everything he call fer come 1, 2, by 3. Gwine 'long one day, met Johnny Hooby. Ax him grind 9 yards er steel fer me. Tol' me which he couldn't. Den I hist him over Hickerson Dickerson's barn doors, knock him 99 miles under water. When he rise in pike straddlin' a handspike, and I left him dar smokin' er de hornpipe. Juba Rita Seda Breda. Aunt Kate at de gate. I want to eat. She fry de meat and gimme skin, which I fling it back again. Juba!
All this, rattled off at a rapid rate and with apparent seriousness, was calculated to puzzle the little boy, and he slipped into his accustomed seat with an expression of awed bewilderment upon his face.
"Hit's all des dat way, honey," continued the old man, with the air of one who had just given an important piece of information. "And when you bin casin' shadders 'long er de ole nigger, den you'll find out who's which, and which is who."
The little boy made no response. He was in thorough sympathy with all the whims and humors of the old man, and his capacity for enjoying them was large enough to include even those he could not understand. Uncle Remus was finishing an axe handle, and upon these occasions it was his custom to allow the child to hold one end while he applied sandpaper to the other. These relations were pretty soon established, to the mutual satisfaction of the parties most interested, and the old man continued his remarks, but this time not at random.
"When I see dish yer swellhead folks, like dat woman w'at come and tell yo' ma 'bout you chunkin' at her chilluns, which yo' ma make Mars John strop you, hit make my mind run back to ole Brer B'ar. Ole Brer B'ar, he got de swell-headedness hisse'f, en ef der wuz any schwinkin', hit schwunk too late fer to help ole Brer B'ar. Leastways, that's w'at dey tells me, en I ain't never heerd it disputed."
Was the bear's head sure enough swelled, Uncle Remus?
Now you're talking, honey, exclaimed the old man.
Goodness! What made it swell? This was Uncle Remus's cue. Applying the sandpaper to the axe helve with gentle vigor, he began.
"One time, when Brer Rabbit was gwine lopin' home fum a frolic w'at dey been havin' up at Miss Meadows's, who should he happen up wid but ole Brer B'ar. Co'se, atter w'at done pass 'twixt um, dey wa'n't no good feelin's tween Brer Rabbit and ole Brer B'ar. But Brer Rabbit he wanter save his manners, en so he holler out,
"Heyo, Brer B'ar, how you come on? I ain't seed you in a coon's age. How all down at yo' house? How Miss Brune and Miss Brindle?"
"Who was that, Uncle Remus?" the little boy interrupted.
"Miss Brune and Miss Brindle? Miss Brune was Brer B'ar's ole 'oman, en Miss Brindle was his gal. Dat w'at dey call um in dem days. So, den Brer Rabbit, he ax him howdy, he did, en Brer B'ar, he 'spon' dat he wuz mighty po'ly, en dey amble 'long, dey did, sorter familious like. But Brer Rabbit, he keep one eye on Brer B'ar, en Brer B'ar, he study how he gwine nab Brer Rabbit. Las' Brer Rabbit he up en say, sezee,
"Brer B'ar, I speck I got some business cut out for you," sezee.
"W'at dat, Brer Rabbit?" sez Brer B'ar, sezee.
"W'iles I was cleanin' up my new ground day 'fo' yistiddy," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, "I come 'cross one er deze yer ole time bee trees. Hit start holler at de bottom, en stay holler plum to de top, en de honey's des natchully oozin' out. En ef you'll des drap yo' engagements en go 'long wid me," sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, "you'll git a bait dat'll las' you en yo' fambly twel de middle er nex' mont'," sezee. Brer B'ar say he much oblige, en he b'leeve he'll go 'long, en wid dat dey put out fer Brer Rabbit's new groun', w'ich 'twan't so mighty fur. Leastways, dey got dar atter a w'ile. Ole Brer B'ar, he 'low dat he kin smell de honey. Brer Rabbit,
he 'low dat he kin see de honeycomb. Brer B'ar, he 'low dat he kin hear de bees a zoomin'. Dey stan' 'roun' en talk biggity, dey did, twel bimeby Brer Rabbit, he up en say, sezee: "You do de climbin', Brer B'ar, en I'll do de rushin' 'roun'. You climb up to de hole, en I'll take dish yer pine pole en shove de honey up to whar you kin git her," sezee. Ole Brer B'ar, he spit on his han's en skint up de tree en jam his head in de hole. En sho nuff, Brer Rabbit, he grab de pine pole, en de way he stir up dem bees wuz sinful. Dat's w'at it wuz. Hit wuz sinful. En de bees, dey swarmed on ole Brer B'ar's head, twel 'fo' he could take it out'n de hole it wuz done swell up bigger dan dat there dinner pot. En dar he swung, en ole Brer Rabbit, he dance 'roun' en sing: "Trees stan' mighty high, but honey mighty sweet. Watch dem bees wid stingers on der feet." But dar ole Brer B'ar hung, en ef his head ain't schwunk, I speck he hangin' dar yit. Dat's w'at I speck. End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 29. Mr. Fox Gets Into Serious Business. "Hit turn out one time," said Uncle Remus, grinding some crumbs of tobacco between the palms of his hands, preparatory to enjoying his usual smoke after supper. "Hit turn out one time dat Brer Rabbit make so free wid de man's collard patch dat de man he tuck'n sot a trap fer ole Brer Rabbit." "Which man was that, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "Des a man, honey. Dat's all. Dat's all I knows. Des one er deze yer mans w'at you see trollopin' 'roun' eve'y day. Nobody ain't never year w'at his name is, en ef dey did, dey kep de news mighty close fum me. Ef dish yer man is bleeve fer ter have a name, den I'm done, kase you hatter go fudder dan me. Ef you bleeve ter know mo' dan I does, den you'll hatter hunt up some er deze yer niggers w'at sprung up sence I commence fer ter shed my ha'r." "Well, I just thought, Uncle Remus," said the little boy, in a tone remarkable for self-deprecation, "that the man had a name." "To be sure," replied the old man, with unction, puffing away at his pipe. "Co'se. Dat w'at make I say w'at I does. Dish yer man might er had a name, den agin he mightn't. He might er bin name Slipshod Sam. He might er bin name ole One Eye Riley, w'ich ef 'twuz ain't bin handed 'roun' ter me. But dish yer man, he in de tale, en w'at we gwineter do wid 'im? Dat's de p'int, kase w'en I git ter huntin' 'roun' 'mong my 'membunce atter dish yer Mr. W'at you may call um's name, she ain't dar. Now den, let's des call 'im Mr. Man en let 'im go wid dat." The silence of the little boy gave consent. "One time," said Uncle Remus, carefully taking up the thread of the story where it had been dropped, "hit turn out dat Brer Rabbit been makin' so free wid Mr. Man's greens en truck, dat Mr. Man, he tuck'n sot a trap for ole Brer Rabbit, en Brer Rabbit he so greedy dat he tuck'n walk right spang in it. 'Fo' he know hisse'f, well, 'twan't long 'fo' yer come Mr. Man, bruisin' 'roun', en he ain't no sooner see ole Brer Rabbit dan he smack his han's tergedder en holler out: "'You er nice feller, you is. You bin gobblin' up my green truck, en now you tryin' fer ter tote off my trap. You er mighty nice chap, dat's w'at you is. But now dat I got you, I des 'bout settle wid you fer de ole en de new." And with that, Mr. Man, he go off, he did, down in de bushes atter a handful of switches. Ole Brer Rabbit, he ain't seein' nothin', but he feelin' mighty lonesome, en he sot dar lookin' like eve'y minute wuz gwineter be de next. En w'iles Mr. Man was off preparin' his bresh broom, who should come paradin' along but Brer Fox. Brer Fox make a great 'miration, he did, 'bout de fix w'at he fine Brer Rabbit in. But Brer Rabbit he make like he fit ter kill hisse'f laughin', en he up'n tell Brer Fox, he did, dat Miss Meadows's folks want him ter go down ter de house en attendance on a weddin', en he 'low w'ich he couldn't, en dey 'low how he could, en den bimeby dey take'n tie 'im dar w'iles dey go atter de preacher. So he be dar w'en dey come back. En mo'n dat, Brer Rabbit up'n tell Brer Fox dat his chillen's mighty low wid de fever, en he needs fer ter go atter some pills fer um, en he ax Brer Fox fer ter take his place en go down to Miss Meadows's en have a nice time wid de gals. Brer Fox, he in fer dem kinder pranks, en 'twan't no time 'fo' Brer Rabbit had ole Brer Fox harness up in his place, en den he make like he got ter make has'e en git de pills fer dem sick chilluns. Brer Rabbit wa'n't mo'n outer sight, 'fo' here come Mr. Man wid a handful of hickories, en w'en he see Brer Fox tied up dar, he look like he 'stonished. "Heyo!" sez Mr. Man, sezee, "you done change color, en you done got bigger, en yo' tail done grown out. W'at kinder w'at's his name is you ennyhow?" sezee. Brer Fox, he stay still, en Mr. Man, he talk on. "Hit's mighty big luck," sezee, "ef w'en I catch de chap w'at nibble my greens, likewise I ketch de feller w'at gnaw my goose," sezee, en wid dat he lit into Brer Fox wid de hickories, en de way he play rap jacket wuz a caution to de neighborhood. Brer Fox he juke en he jump, en he squeal en he squall, but Mr. Man, he shower down on him, he did, like fightin' a red wasp nes'. The little boy laughed, and Uncle Remus supplemented this endorsement of his descriptive powers with a most infectious chuckle. "Bimeby," continued the old man, "de switches, dey got frazzle out. Mr. Man, he put out atter some more, en w'en he done got fairly outer hearin', Brer Rabbit he showed up, he did, kaze he des bin hidin' out in de bushes lis'nin' at de racket, en he 'low hit mighty funny dat Miss Meadows ain't come along, kaze he done bin down to de doctor house, en dat's fudder dan de preacher yit. Brer Rabbit make like he hurryin' on home, but Brer Fox, he open up, he did, en he say, 'I thank you fer ter turn me loose, Brer Rabbit, en I'll be 'blige,' sezee, 'kaze you done tie me up so tight dat it make my head swim, en I don't speck I'd las' fer ter git to Miss Meadows's,' sezee. Brer Rabbit, he sot down sorter keerless like, en begin fer ter scratch one ear like a man studyin' 'bout sump'n. "'Dat's so, Brer Fox,' sezee. 'You does look sorter stove up. Look like sump'n bin uncombin' yo' ha'rs,' sezee. Brer Fox ain't sayin' nothin', but Brer Rabbit he keep on talkin'. "'Dey ain't no bad feelin's 'twix us, is dey, Brer Fox? Kaze ef dey is, I ain't got no time fer ter be tarryin' 'roun' here.' Brer Fox say w'ich he don't have no unfriendliness, en wid dat Brer Rabbit cut Brer Fox loose des in time fer ter hear Mr. Man whistlin' up his dogs, en one went one way en de udder went anudder. Dat de end of de tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 30, How Mr. Rabbit Succeeded in Raising a Dust.
In dem times," said Uncle Remus, gazing admiringly at himself in a fragment of looking glass, "Brer Rabbit en Brer Fox en Brer Coon en dem yuther creeturs go co'tin' en sparklin' 'roun' de naberhood mo' samer dan folks. 'Twa'n't no 'lemme a hoss,' ner 'fetch me my buggy,' but dey des up'n lit out en tote deyse'f. Dar's ole Brer Fox, he des wheel 'roun' en fetch his flank one swipe wid his tongue en he be come up, en Brer Rabbit he des spit on his han's en twist it 'roun' 'mongst de roots er his years en his hair be roach. Dey wuz dat flirtatious," continued the old man, closing one eye at his image in the glass, "dat Miss Meadows en de gals don't see no peace fum one week een' ter de udder. Chuseday wuz same ez Sunday, en Friday wuz same ez Chuseday, en hit come down ter dat pass dat w'en Miss Meadows 'ud have chicken fixin's fer dinner, in'd drap Brer Fox en Brer Possum, en w'en she'd have fried greens, in'd pop ole Brer Rabbit, twel las' Miss Meadows, she tuck'n tell de gals dat she be dad blame ef she gwineter keep no tavern. So dey fix it up 'mong deyselves, Miss Meadows en de gals did, dat de nex time de gents call dey give um a game. De gents, dey wuz a co'tin', but Miss Meadows, she don't wanter marry none un um, en needer does de gals, en likewise dey don't wanter have um pesterin' 'roun'. Las' one Chuseday, Miss Meadows, she tole um dat ef dey come down ter her house de nex Sat'day evenin', de whole caboodle un um 'ud go down de road a piece, whar der wuz a big flint rock, en de man w'at could take a sludge hammer en knock de dus out'n dat rock, he wuz de man w'at git de pick er de gals. Dey all say dey gwine do it, but ole Brer Rabbit, he crope off whar der wuz a cool place under some jimson weeds, en dar he sot, wukkin' his min' how he gwineter git dus out'n dat rock. Bimeby, w'ile he wuz a settin' dar, up he jump en crack his heels tergedder en sing out: "Make a bow ter de Buzzard en den ter de Crow, takes a limber toe gentleman fer ter jump Jim Crow." En wid dat he put out fer Brer Coon's house en borry his slippers. W'en Sat'day evenin' come, dey wuz all dar. Miss Meadows en de gals, dey wuz dar, en Brer Coon, en Brer Fox, en Brer Possum, en Brer Tarrypin, dey wuz dar. "Where was the rabbit?" the little boy asked. "You kin put yo' dependence on Brer Rabbit," the old man replied, with a chuckle. "He wuz dar, but he shuffle up kinder late, 'kaze w'en Miss Meadows en de balance un um done gone down ter de place, Brer Rabbit, he crope 'roun' ter de ash hopper en fill Brer Coon's slippers full er ashes, en den he tuck'n put um on en march off. He got dar atter w'ile, en soon ez Miss Meadows en de gals seed 'im, dey up'n giggle en make a great 'miration kaze Brer Rabbit got on slippers. Brer Fox, he so smart, he holler out, he did, en say he lay Brer Rabbit got de groun' itch. But Brer Rabbit, he sorter shet one eye, he did, en say, sezee, "I bin so used ter ridin' hossback, as deze here ladies knows, dat I'm gittin' sorter tender footed." En dey don't hear much mo' fum Brer Fox dat day, 'kaze he 'member how Brer Rabbit done bin en rid him, en hit 'uz des 'bout ez much ez Miss Meadows en de gals could do fer ter keep de snickers fum gittin' up a disturbance 'mongst de congregation. But never mind dat. Ole Brer Rabbit, he wuz dar, en he so brash dat little mo' en he'd a grab up de sludge hammer en open up de racket 'fo' anybody gin de word. But Brer Fox, he shove Brer Rabbit out de way en pick up de sludge himself. Now den," continued the old man, with pretty much the air of one who had been the master of similar ceremonies, "de progance wuz dish yer. Eve'y gent wuz to have 3 licks at de rock,
en de gent w'at fetch de dus', he were de one w'at gwineter take de pick er de gals. Ole Brer Fox, he grab de sludge hammer, he did, en he come down on de rock. Blim! No dus' ain't come. Den he draw back en down he come agin. Blam! No dus' ain't come. Den he spit in his hand en give a big swing, en down she come, kerblap! En yit no dus' ain't flewed. Den Brer Possum, he make trial, en Brer Coon, en all de balance of 'em excep Brer Tarrypin, en he 'low dat he got a crick in his neck. Den Brer Rabbit, he grab holt er de sludge, en he lipt up in de a'r en come down in de rock all at de same time. Pow! En de ashes, they flewed up so, dey did, dat Brer Fox, he tuck'n had a sneezin' spell, en Miss Meadows en de gals, dey up'n cough. 3 times Brer Rabbit jump up en crack his heels tergedder en come down wid his sledge hammer. Kerblam! En every time he jump up, he holler out, "Stand furder, ladies! Here come de dus!" En sure nuff, de dus come. Leastways, continued Uncle Remus, Brer Rabbit got one er de gals, en dey had a weddin' en a big affair. "Which of the girls did the Rabbit marry?" asked the little boy, dubiously. "I did year tell of her name," replied the old man with a great affectation of interest, "but look like I done en fergit it out'n my mind. Ef I don't disremember," he continued, "hit was Miss Molly Cottontail, en I speck we better let it go at dat." End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 31, A Plantation Witch. The next time the little boy got permission to call upon Uncle Remus, the old man was sitting in his door, with his elbows on his knees and his face buried in his hands, and he appeared to be in great trouble. "What's the matter, Uncle Remus?" the youngster asked. "Nuff de matter, honey. Mo' dan dey's any call for. Ef dey ain't some queer goin's on roun' dis place, I ain't name Remus." The serious tone of the old man caused the little boy to open his eyes. The moon, just at its full, cast long, vague, wavering shadows in front of the cabin. A colony of tree frogs somewhere in the distance were treating their neighbors to a serenade, but to the little boy it sounded like a chorus of lost and long-forgotten whistlers. The sound was wherever the imagination chose to locate it, to the right, to the left, in the air, on the ground, far away or near at hand, but always dim and always indistinct. Something in Uncle Remus's tone exactly fitted all these surroundings, and the child nestled closer to the old man. "Yasser," continued Uncle Remus, with an ominous sigh and a mysterious shake of his head. "Ef dey ain't some queer goin's on in dish yer neighborhood, dat I'm de bald-headedest creetur 'twixt this and nex' Jinuary wuz a year ago, which I knows I ain't. Dat's w'at." "What is it, Uncle Remus?" "I know Mars John bin drivin' Charley sorter hard today, and I say to myse'f dat I'd drap 'round 'bout dusk and fling anudder year of corn in de trough and kinder give 'em a tetchin' up wid a currier comb, and bless gracious, I ain't bin in de lot more'n a minute 'fo' I seed sump'n wuz wrong wid de hoss, and sho nuff dere wuz his mane full of witch stirrups." "Full of what, Uncle Remus?" "Full of witch stirrups, honey. Ain't you seed no witch stirrups? Well, when you see 2 strands of hair tied tergedder in a hoss's mane, der you see a witch stirrup, and more'n dat,
Dat hoss done been rid by 'em." "Do you reckon they have been riding Charley?" inquired the little boy.
"Co'se, honey. Tooby sho dey is. What else dey been doin'?"
"Did you ever see a witch, Uncle Remus?"
"Dat ain't needer yer ner dere. W'en I see a coon track in de branch, I know de coon bin 'long dere."
The argument seemed unanswerable, and the little boy asked, in a confidential tone, "Uncle Remus, what are witches like?"
"Dey comes diffunt," responded the cautious old darkey. "Dey comes en dey conjus folks. Squinch Owl holler eve'y time he see a witch, en w'en you hear de dog howlin' in de middle er de night, one un um's mighty apt to be prowlin' 'roun'. Conjun' folks kin tell a witch de minnit dey lays der eyes on it, but dem w'at ain't conjun', hit's mighty hard to tell w'en dey see one, 'kaze dey might come in de 'pearance uv a cow en all kinder creeturs. I ain't bin used no conjun' myse'f, but I bin livin' long 'nuff fer ter know w'en you meets up wid a big black cat in de middle er de road wid yaller eyeballs, dar's yo' witch fresh from de ole boy. En furdermo', I know dat 'tain't burned inter no dogs fer ter ketch de rabbit w'at use in a buryin' groun'. Dey er de mos' ungodliest creeturs w'at you ever laid eyes on," continued Uncle Remus, with unction. "Down dar in Putmon County, yo' Uncle Jeems, he make like he gwineter catch one er dem dar graveyard rabbits. Sho nuff, out he goes, en de dogs ain't no mo'n got to de place 'fo' up jump de ole rabbit right 'mong um, en atter runnin' 'roun' a time er two, she skip right up to Mars Jeems, en Mars Jeems he des put de gun barrel right on 'er en lay 'im loose. Hit tored up de groun' all 'roun', en de dogs dey rush up, but dey wa'n't no rabbit dar. Bimeby, Mars Jeems he see de dogs tuckin' der tails tween der legs, en he look up, en dar wuz de rabbit caperin' 'roun' on a tombstone, en wid dat Mars Jeems say he sorter feel like de time done come w'en yo' gran'ma wuz 'spectin' un um home, en he call off de dogs en put out. But dem wuz ha'nts. Witches is deze yer kinder folks w'at kin trap der body en change inter a cat en a wolf en all kinder creeturs."
"Papa says there ain't any witches," the little boy interrupted.
"Mars John ain't lived long ez I is," said Uncle Remus by way of comment. "He ain't bin bruisin' 'roun' all hours er de night en day. I know de nigger witch's brer wuz a witch, 'kaze he up en tole me how he tuck'n kyo'd 'im, en he kyo'd 'im good, mon."
"How was that?" inquired the little boy.
"Hit seem like," continued Uncle Remus, "dat witch folks is got a slit in de back er de neck, en w'en dey wanter change derse'f, dey des pull de hide over der head same ez ef 'twuz a shirt, en dar dey is."
"Do they get out of their skins?" asked the little boy in an awed tone.
"Tooby sho, honey. You see yo' pa pull his shirt off? Well, dat des 'zackly de way dey does. But dish yer nigger w'at I tellin' you 'bout, he kyo'd his brer de ve'y fus pass he made at 'im. It got so dat folks in de settlement didn't have no peace. De chilluns 'ud wake up in de mawnin's wid der ha'r all tangle up, en wid scratches on um like dey been thoo a brier patch, twel bimeby one day de nigger he 'low dat he'd set up dat night en keep one eye on his brer. Sho nuff dat night, des ez de chickens wuz crowin' for 12, up jump de brer en pull his skin off en sail out er de house in de shape uv a bat. En w'at does de nigger do but grab up de hide en turn it wrong side outwards en sprinkle it wid salt. Den he lay down en watch fer ter see w'at de news wuz gwineter be. Des 'fo' de day here come a big black cat in de do', en de nigger git up, he did, en druv her away. Bimeby, here come a big black dog snuffin' round, en de nigger up wid a chunk en lammed him in de side er de head. Den a squinch owl lit on de comb er de house, en de nigger jammed de shovel in de fire en make him flew away. Las', here come a great big black wolf wid his eyes shinin' like fire coals, en he grab de hide en rush out. 'Twan't long 'fo' de nigger year his brer hollerin' en squallin', en he tuck a light, he did, en went out. En dar wuz his brer des a wallerin' on de groun' en squirmin' roun', kaze de salt on de skin wuz stingin' wuss'n ef he'd got his britches lined wid yaller jackets. By nex' mornin' he got so he could sorter shuffle along, but he give up conj'in', en ef der wuz any mo' witches in dat settlement, dey kep mighty close, en dat nigger he ain't skint himse'f no mo', not endurin' my 'membunce."
The result of this was that Uncle Remus had to take the little boy by the hand and go with him to the big house, which the old man was not loath to do, and when the child went to bed, he lay awake a long time, expecting an unseemly visitation from some mysterious source. It soothed him, however, to hear the strong, musical voice of his sable patron, not very far away, tenderly contending with a lusty tune, and to this accompaniment the little boy dropped asleep.
Hit's 1848. Christ done made dat crooked way straight, en I don't wanter stay here no longer. Hit's 1849. Christ done turned that water into wine, en I don't wanter stay here no longer.
End of the tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 32. Jacky-my-Lantern. Upon his next visit to Uncle Remus, the little boy was exceedingly anxious to know more about witches, but the old man prudently refrained from exciting the youngster's imagination any further in that direction. Uncle Remus had a board across his lap, and, armed with a mallet and a shoe knife, was engaged in making shoe pegs.
"W'iles I wuz crossin' de branch des now," he said, endeavoring to change the subject, "I come up wid a Jacky-my-Lantern, en she wuz burnin' wuss'n a bunch er lightnin' bugs, mon. I know she wuz a fixin' fer to lead me inter that quagmire down in de swamp, en I steered cle'r un her. Yasser, I did dat. You ain't never seed no Jacky-my-Lanterns, is you, honey?"
The little boy never had, but he had heard of them, and he wanted to know what they were, and thereupon Uncle Remus proceeded to tell him.
"One time," said the old darky, transferring his spectacles from his nose to the top of his head and leaning his elbows upon his pegboard, "der wuz a blacksmith man, en dish yer blacksmith man he tuck en stuck closer by his dram dan he did by his bellers. Monday mornin' he'd git on a spree, en all dat week he'd be on a spree, en de nex' Monday mornin' he'd take a fresh start. Bimeby, one day, atter de blacksmith bin spreein' roun' en cussin' mightily, he hear a sorter rustlin' fuss at de door, en in walk de bad man."
"Who, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked.
"De bad man, honey. De ole boy hisse'f, right fresh from de ridjun w'at you year Miss Sally readin' 'bout. He done hide his hawns, en his tail, en his hoof, en he come dress up like w'ite folks. He tuck off his hat en he bow, en den he tell de blacksmif who he is, en dat he done come atter 'im. Den de blacksmif he 'gun to cry en beg, en he beg so hard, en he cry so hard, dat de bad man say make a trade wid 'im. At de een er 1 year, de sperit er de blacksmif wuz to be his'n, an' endurin' of dat time de blacksmif mus' put in his hottest licks in de intruss er de Bad Man, an' den he put a spell on de cheer de blacksmif was settin' in, en on his sludge hammer. De man w'at sot in de cheer couldn't git up less'n de blacksmif let 'im, en de man w'at pick up de sludge 'ud hatter keep on knockin' wid it twel de blacksmif say quit, en den he give 'im money plenty, en off he put. De blacksmif he sail in fer ter have his fun, en he have so much dat he clean forgot 'bout his contrack. But bimeby one day he look down de road, en dar he see de Bad Man comin', en den he know'd de year wuz out. W'en de Bad Man got in de door, de blacksmif was poundin' way at a hoss-shoe, but he wa'n't so busy dat he didn't ax 'im in. De Bad Man sorter do like he ain't got no time fer ter tarry, but de blacksmif say he got some little jobs dat he needs ter finish up, en den he ax de Bad Man fer ter set down a minnit. En de Bad Man he tuck'n sot down, en he sot in dat cheer w'at he done conjured on. Co'se, dar he wuz. Den de blacksmif he 'gun to poke fun at de Bad Man, en he ax 'im don't he want a dram, en won't he hitch his cheer up a little nigher de fire. En de Bad Man he beg en he beg, but 'twan't doin' no good, kase de blacksmif 'lowed dat he gwineter keep 'im in dar twel he promised dat he'd let 'im off 1 year mo'. En sho nuff, de Bad Man promised dat ef de blacksmif let 'im up, he'd give 'im anudder showin'. So den de blacksmif give de word, and de Bad Man saunter off down de big road, settin' traps and layin' his proggins for to catch mo' sinners. De nex' year hit pass same like t'other one. At de 'p'inted time, here come de ole boy atter de blacksmif, but still de blacksmif had some jobs en he needs ter finish up, en he ax de Bad Man fer ter take holt er de sludge en he help 'im out. En de Bad Man he 'low dat rar'n be disperlite, he don't keer ef he do hit her a biff er two, en wid dat he grab up de sludge en dar he wuz agin, kase he done conjured de sludge so dat whomsoever tuck her up can't put her down less de blacksmif say de word. Dey palavered dar, dey did, twel bimeby de Bad Man he up en let 'im off anudder year. Well den, dat year pass same as de udder one. Month in, month out, dat man wuz rollin' in dram, en bimeby here come de Bad Man. De blacksmif cry en he holler en he rip 'roun' en tear his ha'r, but hit des like he didn't, kase de Bad Man grab 'im up en cram 'im in a bag en tote 'im off. W'iles dey wuz gwine along, dey come up wid a passel er folks w'at havin' one er dese yer 4th er July barbecues, and de ole boy he 'low dat maybe he kin git some mo' game, en w'at do he do but join in wid 'em. He lines in en he talks politics same like de udder folks, twel bimeby dinner time come 'roun', en dey ax 'im up, which agreed wid his stummuck, en he posited his bag underneath de table longside de udder bags w'at de hongry folks had brung. No sooner did de blacksmif git back on de groun' dan he begun to work his way out'n de bag. He crope out, he did, en den he tuck'n changed de bag. He tuck'n tuck anudder bag en lay it down where dish yer bag wuz, en den he crope outer de crowd en lay low in de underbrush. Las', when de time come fer ter go, de ole boy up wid his bag en slung her on his shoulder, en off he put fer de bad place. When he got dar, he tuck'n drapped de bag off'n his back en call up de imps, en dey des come squallin' en a caperin', which I speck dey mus' been hongry. Leastways, dey des swarmed roun' hollerin' out, "Daddy, w'at you brung? Daddy, w'at you brung?" So den dey open up de bag, en lo en beholds, out jump a big bulldog, en de way he shook dem little imps wuz a caution, en he kept on gnawin' 'em twel de ole boy opened de gate en tu'n him out. And what became of the blacksmith?
the little boy asked as Uncle Remus paused to snuff the candle with his fingers. I'm drivin' 'roun', honey. Atter long time, de blacksmith he tuck'n die, en w'en he go ter de good place, de man at de gate dunno who he is, en he can't git squeezed in. Den he go down ter de bad place en knock. De ole boy he look out, he did, en he know'd de blacksmith de minnit he laid eyes on him, but he shake his head en say, sezee, "You hatter 'scuse me, Brer Blacksmith, 'kase I done had 'speunce longer you. You'll hatter go somewheres else ef you want raise any racket," sezee, en wid dat he shut de do'. "En dey do say," continued Uncle Remus with unction, "dat sence dat day de blacksmith bin sorter hoverin' 'roun' twix de heavens en de yeth, en dark nights he shine out so folks call 'im Jacky-my-Lantern. Dat's w'at dey tells me. Hit may be wrong and may be right, but dat's w'at I years." End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 33. Why the Negro is Black. One night, while the little boy was watching Uncle Remus twisting and waxing some shoe thread, he made what appeared to him to be a very curious discovery. He discovered that the palms of the old man's hands were as white as his own, and the fact was such a source of wonder that he at last made it the subject of remark. The response of Uncle Remus led to the earnest recital of a piece of unwritten history that must prove interesting to ethnologists. "To be sho de palm of my hand's white, honey," he quietly remarked. "En w'en it come to dat, der wuz a time w'en all de white folks was black, blacker dan me, 'kase I done bin yer so long dat I bin sorter bleach out." The little boy laughed. He thought Uncle Remus was making him the victim of one of his jokes, but the youngster was never more mistaken. The old man was serious. Nevertheless, he failed to rebuke the ill-timed mirth of the child, appearing to be altogether engrossed in his work. After a while, he resumed. "Yasser, folks dunno w'at bin yet, let alone w'at gwineter be. Niggers is niggers now, but de time wuz w'en we was all niggers tergedder." "When was that, Uncle Remus?" "Way back yonder. In dem times we was all un us black. We 'uz all niggers tergedder, en 'cordin' to all de 'counts w'at I hears, folks is gittin' 'long 'bout as well in dem days ez dey is now. But atter a w'ile de news come dat der wuz a pond er water somewheres in de naberhood, w'ich ef dey git into it dey be wash off nice en w'ite, en den one un um he find de place, en make a plunge into de pond, en come out w'ite ez a town gal. En den, bless grashus, w'en de folks seed it, dey make a break fer de pond, en dem w'at wuz de soopless they got in fus en dey come out w'ite, en dem w'at wuz de nex soopless they got in nex, en dey come out merlatters, en dey wuz sech a crowd un um dat dey mighty nigh used de water up, w'ich dem de yuthers come along, de mos' they could do wuz to paddle 'roun' wid der foots en dabble in it wid der hands. Dem wuz de niggers, en down to dis day dey ain't no white about a nigger 'ceppin' de palms of his hands en de soles of de foots." The little boy seemed to be very much interested in this new account of the origin of races, and he made some further inquiries, which elicited from Uncle Remus the following additional particulars. "De Injun en de Chinee got ter be counted 'long wid de mulaters, en I ain't seed no Chinee dat I knows of, but dey tells me dey er sorter twixt de brown en de brindle. Dey er all mulatters." "But mamma says the Chinese have straight hair," the little boy suggested. "Co'se, honey," the old man unhesitatingly responded. "Dem w'at git to de pon' time enough fer ter git de head in de water hit unkink de ha'r. Hit needs ter be dat a way." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 34. The Sad Fate of Mr. Fox. "Now, den," said Uncle Remus, with unusual gravity, as soon as the little boy, by taking his seat, announced that he was ready for the evening's entertainment to begin. "Now, den, dish yer tale w'at I'm a gwine fer ter give you is de las' row er stumps, sho. Dish yer's whar ole Brer Fox lose his breff, en he ain't fine it no mo' down to dis day." "Did he kill himself, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked with a curious air of concern. "Hol' on dar, honey!" the old man exclaimed with a great affectation of alarm. "Hol' on dar! Wait! Gimme room! I don't wanter tell you no story. Ef you keep shovin' me forrerd, I might git some er de facts mix up 'mong derselves. You gotter gimme room, en you gotter gimme time." The little boy had no other premature questions to ask, and, after a pause, Uncle Remus resumed. "Well, den, one day Brer Rabbit go to Brer Fox's house, he did, en he put up mighty po' mouf. He say his ole 'oman sick, en his chilluns cole, en de fire done gone out. Brer Fox, he feel bad 'bout dis, en he tuck'n supply Brer Rabbit wid a chunk er fire. Brer Rabbit see Brer Fox cookin' some nice beef, en his mouf 'gun to water, but he take de fire, he did, en he put out to'rds home. But presently here it come back, en he say de fire done gone out. Brer Fox 'low dat he want to invite to dinner, but he don't say nothin', en bimeby Brer Rabbit he up en say, sezee, 'Brer Fox, whar you git so much nice beef?' sezee. En den Brer Fox he up en 'spon', sezee, 'You kin come to my house termorrer ef yo' folks ain't too sick, en I kin show you whar you kin git plenty beef mo' nicer dan dish yer,' sezee. Well, sho nuff, de nex' day fotch Brer Rabbit, en Brer Fox say, sezee, 'Dar's a man down yonder by Miss Meadows's w'at got heap er fine cattle, en he got a cow name Bookay,' sezee, 'en you des go en say Bookay, en she'll open her mouf, en you kin jump in en git des ez much meat ez you kin tote,' sez Brer Fox, sezee. Well, I'll go 'long, sez Brer Rabbit, sezee, 'en you kin jump in fus, en den I'll come follerin' atter,' sezee. Wid dat dey put out, en dey went promenadin' 'roun' 'mong de cattle, dey did, twel bimeby dey struck up wid de one dey wuz atter. Brer Fox, he up, he did, en holler Bookay, en de cow flung her mouf wide open. Sho nuff, in dey jump, en w'en dey got dar, Brer Fox, he say, sezee, 'You kin cut mos' anywheres, Brer Rabbit, but don't cut 'roun' de haslet,' sezee. Den Brer Rabbit, he holler back, he did, 'I'm a gittin' me out a roas'n piece,' sezee. 'Roas'n, bakin', fryin',' sez Brer Fox, sezee. 'Don't git too nigh de haslet, dough,' sezee. Dey cut en dey carved, en dey carved en dey cut, en w'iles dey wuz cuttin' en carvin', en slashin' way, Brer Rabbit he tuck'n hacked into de haslet, en wid dat down fell de cow dead. 'Now, den,' sez Brer Fox, 'we er gone sho,' sezee. 'W'at we gwine do?' sez Brer Rabbit, sezee. 'I git de maul,' sez Brer Fox, 'en you'll jump in de gall,' sezee. Nex' mornin', yer come de man w'at de cow b'long ter, en he ax who kill Bookay. Nobody don't say nothin'.
Den de man say he'll cut her open en see, en den he whirl in, en 'twan't no time 'fo' he had her entrails spread out. Brer Rabbit, he crope out'n de gall, en say, sezee: "'Mr. Man, oh, Mr. Man, I'll tell you who kill yo' cow. You look in de maul, en dar you'll fine 'im,' sezee. Wid dat, de man tuck a stick en lay 'im down on de maul so hard dat he kill Brer Fox stone dead. W'en Brer Rabbit see Brer Fox wuz laid out fer good, he make like he mighty sorry, en he up en ax de man fer Brer Fox's head. Man say he ain't keerin', en den Brer Rabbit tuck en brung it to Brer Fox's house. Dar he see ole Miss Fox, en he tell her dat he done fotch her some nice beef w'at her ole man sont her, en she ain't gotter look at it twel she go to eat it. Brer Fox's son wuz named Toby, en Brer Rabbit tell Toby fer to keep still w'iles his mammy cook de nice beef w'at his dad beside him. Toby he wuz mighty hongry, en he look in de pot, he did, w'iles de cookin' wuz goin' on, en dar he see his daddy's head, en wid dat he sot up a howl en tole his mammy. Miss Fox she git mighty mad w'en she fine she cookin' her ole man head, en she call up de dogs, she did, en sicced um on Brer Rabbit. En ole Miss Fox en Toby en de dogs, dey push Brer Rabbit so close dat he had to take a holler tree. Miss Fox, she tell Toby for to stay dar en mind Brer Rabbit while she goes en gits de axe, en w'en she gone, Brer Rabbit he tole Toby ef he go to de branch en git 'im a drink er water, den he give 'im $1. Toby he put out, he did, en bring some water in his hat, but by de time he got back Brer Rabbit done out en gone. Ole Miss Fox she cut en cut till down come de tree, but no Brer Rabbit dar. Den she lay de blame on Toby, en she say she gwineter lash 'im, en Toby he put out en run, en de ole 'oman atter 'im. Bimeby he come up wid Brer Rabbit en sot down fer to tell 'im how 'twuz, en w'iles dey wuz a settin' dar, here comes ole Miss Fox a slippin' up en grab 'em bofe. Den she tell 'im w'at she gwine do. Brer Rabbit she gwineter kill, en Toby she gwineter lam ef it's de las' act. Den Brer Rabbit sezee, "Ef you please, ma'am, Miss Fox, lay me on de grindstone en ground off my nose so I can't smell no mo' w'en I'm dead." Miss Fox, she tuck dis to be a good idee, en she fotch both un um to de grindstone en set 'em up on it so dat she could grind off Brer Rabbit's nose. Den Brer Rabbit he up en say, sezee, "Ef you please, ma'am, Miss Fox, Toby he kin turn de handle w'iles you go atter some water fer to wet de grindstone," sezee. Co'se, soon as Brer Rabbit see Miss Fox go atter de water, he jump down en put out, en dis time he git clean away. "And was that the last of the rabbit too, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked with something like a sigh. "Don't push me too close, honey," responded the old man. "Don't shove me up in no corner. I don't want to tell you no stories. Some say that Brer Rabbit's old woman died from eating some pison weed, and that Brer Rabbit married ole Miss Fox, and some say not. Some tells one tale and some tells anudder. Some say dat fum dat time forward de rabbits and de foxes make friends and stay so. Some say dey kep on quarrelin'. Hit look like it's mixed. Let dem tell you what knows. Dat what I years, you gits it straight like I yeard it." There was a long pause, which was finally broken by the old man. "Hit's kinder rules fer you ter be noddin' off, honey. Bimeby you'll drap off and I'll have to tote you up to de big house. I hear dat baby cryin', and bimeby Miss Sally'll fly up and be a hollerin' atter you." "Oh, I wasn't asleep," the little boy replied. "I was just thinking." "Well, that's different," said the old man. Ef you climb up on my back," he continued, speaking softly, "I speck I ain't too ole fer ter be yo' hoss fum yer ter de house. Many and many's de time dat I toted yo' Uncle Jeems dat a way, and Mars Jeems was heavier sot dan w'at you is." End of tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. This section is a collection of plantation proverbs, all one-liners showing the wisdom and the knowledge of the folks who live on the plantation. Listen closely. Big Possum climb little tree. Dem what eats can say grace. Old Man Know-All died last year. Better de gravy dan no grease at all. Dram ain't good twel you get it. Lazy folks' stomachs don't git tired. Rheumatiz don't help at the log rollin'. Mole don't see what his neighbor doin'. Save de pacin' march for Sunday. Don't rain every time de pigs squeal. Crow and corn can't grow in de same field. Tattlin' woman can't make the bread rise. Rails split 'fo' breakfast'll season befo' dinner. Dem what knows too much sleeps under de hash hopper. If you want to see your own sins, clean up a new ground. Hog dunno which part of 'em will season de turnip salad. Hit's a blessin' de white sow don't shake de plum tree. Winter grapes sour whether you can reach 'em or not. Mighty po' bee dat don't make no more honey dan he want. Questions on mule's foots done gone out of fashion. Pigs dunno what a pen's for. Possum's tail good as a paw. Dogs don't bite at the front gate. Colt in de barley patch kick high. Jaybird don't rob his own nest. Pullet can't roost too high for de owl. Meat fried 'fo' day won't last twel night. Stump water won't cure de gripes. De howlin' dog knows what he sees. Blind hoss don't fall when he follers de bit. Hongry nigger won't wear his maul out. Don't fling away de empty wallet. Black snake know de way to de hen nest. Looks won't do fer to split rails wid. Settin' hens don't hanker after fresh eggs. Tater vines growin' while you sleep. Hit take two birds fer to make a nest. If you needs to eat dirt, eat clean dirt. Terrapin walk fast enough fer to go visitin'. Empty smokehouse makes the pullet holler. When coon take water, he fixin' fer to fight.
Corn makes more at the mill than it does in the crib. Good luck say, open your mouth and shut your eyes. Nigger that gets hurt workin' oughter show the scars. Fiddlin' nigger says it's a long ways to the dance. Rooster makes more racket than the hen what lay the egg. Meller Mushmillion hollers at you from over the fence. Nigger with a pocket hanker better be looked after. Rain Crow don't sing no tune, but you can bend on him. One-eyed mule can't be handled on the blind side. Moon may shine, but a lighter knot's mighty handy. Liquor talks mighty loud when it get loose from the jug. The proudness of a man don't count when his head's cold. Hungry rooster don't cackle when he find a woman. Some niggers mighty smart, but they can't drive the pigeons to roost. You may know the way, but better keep your eyes on the 7 stairs. All the buzzards in the settlement'll come to the gray mule's funeral. You can hide the fire, but what you gonna do with smoke? Tomorrow may be the carriage driver's day for plowing. It's a mighty deaf nigger that don't hear the dinner horn. It takes a bee for to get the sweetness out of the horehound blossom. Hans don't bother longer honest folks, but you better go round the graveyard. The pig that runs off with the year of corn gets little more than the cob. Sleeping in the fence corner don't fetch Christmas in the kitchen. The spring house may freeze, but the niggers'll keep the shuck pen warm. Twixt the bug and the bee martin, 'tain't hard to tell which gwineter get cotch. Don't dispute with the squinch owl, jam the shovel in the fire. You'd see more of the mink if he knowed where the yard dog sleeps. Troubles is seasonin'. Persimmons ain't good twel the day the frost bit. Watch out when you're getting all you want. Fattening hogs ain't in luck. And that's the end of these here proverbs.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. This is Volume 2, Section 1, entitled His Songs. The first one is called Revival Hymn. Oh, where shall we go when the great day comes, with the blowing of the trumpets and the banging of the drums? How many poor sinners be cotched out late, and find no latch for the golden gate? No use for to wait till tomorrow. The sun mustn't set on your sorrow. Sin's as sharp as a bamboo briar. O Lord, fetch the mourners up higher. When the nations of the earth is a-standin' all round, who's a-gwine to be chosen for to wear the glory crown? Who's a-gwine for to stand stiff-necked and bold, and answer to the name at the callin' of the roll? You better come now, if you're comin'. Old Satan is loose and a-bummin'. The wheels of destruction is a-hummin'. Oh, come along, sinner, if you're comin'. De song of salvation is a mighty sweet song, and de paradise wind blow fur and blow strong. In Abraham's bosom it's safe and it's wide, and right there's de place where de sinners oughter hide. Oh, you needn't to be a stoppin' and a lookin'. If you fool wid ole Satan, you'll get took in. You'll hang on de edge and get shook in if you keep on a stoppin' and a lookin'. De time is right now, and dish year's de place. Let the sun of salvation shine square in your face. Fight the battles of the Lord, fight soon and fight late, and you'll allers find a latch fer the golden gate. No use fer to wait twel tomorrer. The sun mustn't set on your sorrer. Sin's as sharp as a bamboo briar. Ax the Lord fer to fetch you up higher. End of the hymn. Hymn number 2, Camp Meeting Song. Oh, the world is round and the world is wide. Lord, 'member dese chillun in de mornin'. Hit's a mighty long ways up de mountain side, and der ain't no place for dem sinners fer to hide, and der ain't no place whar sin kin abide when de Lord shall come in de mornin'. Look up and look round, fling your burden on de ground. Hit's a gittin' mighty close on de mornin'. Smooth away sin's frown, reach up and git de crown, what the Lord will fetch in de mornin'. De hand of redemption, it's hilt out to you. Lord, 'member dem sinners in de mornin'. Hit's a mighty patient hand, but de days is but few when Satan he'll come a demandin' of his due, and de stiff-necked sinners'll be smotin' all through. Oh, you better git ready for de mornin'. Look up and set your face towards de green hills of grace, 'fore de sun rises up in de mornin'. Oh, you better change your base. Hit's your soul's last race for de glory that's a comin' in de mornin'. De farmer gets ready when de land's all plowed for to sow dem seeds in de mornin'. De spirit may be puny and de flesh may be proud, but you better cut loose from de scoffing crowd and jine dose Christians what's a cryin' out loud fer de Lord for to come in de mornin'. Shout loud and shout long, let de echoes answer strong when the sun rises up in the mornin'. Oh, you allus will be wrong twel you choose to belong to the marster what's a comin' in the mornin'. End of the hymn. Hymn number 3, Corn-Shucking Song. Oh, the fust news you know the day'll be a breakin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. And the fire be a burnin' and the ash cake a bakin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. And the horn'll be a hollerin' and the boss'll be a wakin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Better git up, nigger, and give yourself a shakin'. Hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. Oh, honey, when you see dem ripe stars a fallin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Oh, honey, when you hear the rain crows callin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Oh, honey, when you hear that red calf bawlin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Den the day time's a creepin' and a crawlin'. Hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. For the law-sellin' yard is a huntin' for the mornin'. Hey-yo, git along, go way. And she'll ketch up with us 'fore we ever get this corn in. Oh, go way, Cindy Ann. Oh, honey, when you hear dat tin horn a tootin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Oh, honey, when you hear dat squinch owl a hootin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down the Bango. Oh, honey, when you hear them little pigs a rootin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo,
up and down de Bango. Right den she's a-comin' and a-skippin' and a-scootin'. Hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. Oh, honey, when you hear dat roan mule whicker, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. When you see Mr. Moon turnin' pale and gettin' sicker, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. Den it's time for to handle dat corn a little quicker, hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. If you wanter git a smell of old marster's jug of liquor, hey-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. For de lost Ellen yard is a-huntin' for de mornin', hi-yo, git long, go way. And she'll ketch up wid us 'fore we ever git dis corn in. Oh, go way, Cindy Ann. You niggers cross dar, you better stop your dancin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. No use fer to come a-flingin' on your shants in. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. No use fer to come a-flingin' of your cants in. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. 'Cause there ain't no time for your pattin' nor your prancin'. Hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. Mr. Rabbit see de fox, and he sass 'im and he jaws 'im. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. Mr. Fox ketch de rabbit, and he scratch 'im and he claws 'im. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. And he tire off de hide, and he jaws 'im and he gnaws 'im. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. Same like gal chawin' sweet gum and rosin. Hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. For de lost Ellen yard is a-huntin' for de mornin'. Hi-yo, git long, go way. And she'll ketch up wid us 'fore we ever git this corn in. Oh, go way, Cindy Ann. Oh, work on, boys, give those shucks a mighty ringin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. For de boss come around a-dangin' and a-dingin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. Git up and move around, set them big hands to swingin'. Hey-yo, hi-yo, up and down de Bango. Git up and shout loud, let the white folks hear you singin'. Hi-yo, Miss Cindy Ann. For de lost Ellen yard is a-huntin' for de mornin'. Hi-yo, git long, go way. And she'll ketch up wid us 'fore we ever git this corn in. Oh, go way, Cindy Ann. End of the song. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. We're in Volume 2, doing his songs. This is number 4, the Plough-hands song from Jasper County of 1860. Nigger mighty happy when layin' by corn, dat sun's a-slantin'. Nigger mighty happy when he hear de dinner horn, dat sun's a-slantin'. But he mo' happy still when de night draws on, dat sun's a-slantin'. Dat sun's a-slantin' jes as sho's you're born, and it's rise up, Primus, fetch anudder yell. Dat ole dun cow's jes a-shakin' up de bell, and de frogs tunin' up 'fo' de dew done fell. Good night, Mr. Kildee, I wish you mighty well. Mr. Kildee, I wish you mighty well. I wish you mighty well. De corn'll be ready 'ginst dumplin' day, dat sun's a-slantin'. But nigger gotta watch, and stick, and stay, dat sun's a-slantin'. Same as de bee martin watchin' of de jay, dat sun's a-slantin'. Dat sun's a-slantin' and a-slippin' away. Den it's rise up, Primus, and gin it turns strong, de cow's gwine home wid a ding-dang-dong, slingin' anudder tatch of de old-time song. Good night, Mr. Whippoorwill, don't stay long. Mr. Whippoorwill, don't stay long. Don't stay long. Song number 5, Christmas Play Song
from Myrick Place, Putnam County, 1858.
Hi, my rinktum, black gal sweet, same like goodies what the white folks eat. Ho, my Riley, don't you take and tell her name, and den if something happen, you won't ketch de blame. Hi, my rinktum, better take and hide your plum. Joey don't holler every time he find a wum. Den it's hi, my rinktum, don't get no udder man. Then it's home, my Riley, fetch out Miss Dilsey Ann. Ho, my Riley, yaller gal fine. She may be yourn, but she oughter be mine. Hi, my rinktum, lemme get by, and see what she mean by the cut er dat eye. Ho, my Riley, better shut dat door. The white folks'll believe that we're tearing up the floor. Den it's ho, my Riley, come a sifting up to me, and it's hi, my rinktum, dis the way to twist your knee. Hi, my rinktum, ain't the ease getting red? The squinch owl shiver like he want to go to bed. Ho, my Riley, but the gals and the boys jest now gettin' so they can sorter make a noise. Hi, my rinktum, let the yaller gal alone. Niggers don't hanker after sody and the pone. Den it's hi, my rinktum, better try another plan. And it's ho, my Riley, trot out Miss Dilsey Ann. Ho, my Riley, in the happy Christmas time, de niggers shake their clothes a-huntin' for a dime. Hi, my rinktum, and den they shake their feet to grease theirself wid de good ham meat. Ho, my Riley, to eat and to cram, and by old Miss'll be sendin' out the dram. Den it's ho, my Riley, you hear dat, Sam? And it's hi, my rinktum, she be sendin' out the dram.
Song number 6, Plantation Place Song, from Putnam County, 1856. It's gittin' mighty late when de guinea hens squall, and you better dance now if you're gwineter dance at all. For by dis time tomorrow night you can't hardly crawl, 'cause you'll have to take the hoe again, and likewise the maul. Don't you hear dat bay colt a kickin' in his stall? Stop your humpin' up your shoulders, though. That'll never do. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou, it takes a heap of scrougin' for to get you through. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. If you niggers don't watch, you'll sing another tune, for the sun'll rise and catch you if you don't be mighty soon. And the stars is gettin' paler, and de old gray coon is a settin' in de grapevine a watchin' fer de moon. When a feller comes a knockin', jest holler, "Oh, shoo!" Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. Oh, swing dat yaller gal. Do, boys, do. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. Oh, turn me loose. Let me 'lone. Go 'way now. What you speck I come a dancin' fer if I dunno how? Dese de very kinder footses what kicks up a row. Can't you jump inter de middle and make yo' gal a bow? Look at dat merlatter man a follerin' up Sue. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. De boys ain't a goin' when you cry boo hoo. Hop light, ladies. Oh, Miss Lou. Song number 7 is called Transcriptions, and there are two parts to it. Plant 1 is a plantation chant. It's 1844. Christ done opened up dat heavenly door, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1845. Christ done made dat dead man alive, and I don't want to stay here no longer. You ax me to run home, little children, run home, dat sun done roll, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1846. Christ has got us a place done fix, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1847. Christ done sot a table in heaven, and I don't want to stay here no longer. You ax me to run home, little children, run home, dat sun done roll, and I don't want to stay here no longer. Hit's 1848. Christ done made dat crooked way straight, and I don't want to stay yer no longer. It's 1849. Christ done turned dat water into wine, and I don't want to stay yer no longer. You ax me to run home, little children, run home, dat sun done roll, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1810. Christ is the Mona's onlyest friend, and I don't want to stay here no longer. It's 1811. Christ to be at the door when we all get to heaven, and I don't want to stay here no longer. You ax me to run home, little children, run home, dat sun done roll, and I don't want to stay here no longer. Part 2. A Plantation Serenade. De ole bee make de honeycomb, de young bee make de honey. De niggers make de cotton and de corn, and de white folks gets de money. De raccoon he's a cu'ous man, he never walk twel dark, and nothin' never disturbs his mind twel he hear old Bringer bark. De raccoon totes a bushy tail, de possum totes no hair. Mr. Rabbit he comes skippin' by, he ain't got none to spare. Monday mornin', break er day, white folks got me gwine, but Saturday night when the sun goes down, dat yaller girl's in my mind. 15 pound of meat a week, whiskey for to sell. Oh, how can a young man stay at home when dem gals they look so well? Met a possum in de road. Brer Possum, where you gwine? I thank my stars, I bless my life, I'm a huntin' for the muscadine. End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 2, His Songs, Song Number 7, The Big Bethel Church. De Big Bethel Church, de Big Bethel Church, done put ole Satan behind 'em. If a sinner get loose from any udder church, de Big Bethel Church will find 'em. It's good to be dere, and it's sweet to be dere, wid de sisterin' all around you, a shakin' dem shackles er mussy and love wherewid de Lord has bound you. It's sweet to be dere and listen to de hymns, and hear dem moaners a shoutin'. Dey done reach de place where dey ain't no room for any more weepin' and doubtin'. It's good to be dere when de sinners all jine wid de brudderin in dere singin', and it look like Gabriel gonna rack up and blow and set dem heaven bells to ringin'. Oh, de Big Bethel Church, de Big Bethel Church, done put ole Satan behind 'em. If a sinner get loose from any udder church, de Big Bethel Church will find 'em. This is the final song, number 9. Time Goes by Turns. There's a powerful wrastle twixt the good and the bad, and the bad's got to all under holt. But when the wuss come, she come ironclad, and you had to hold your breath for the jolt. But the totes the last good gets the knee lock, and they drops to the ground, kerflop. Good had the turn, and he stand like a rock, and he bleeds for to be on top. The dry weather breaks wid a big thunderclap, for there ain't no drought what kin last, but the season what whoops up the cotton crop, likewise they freshens up the grass.
De rain fall so sof' in de long dark night twel you hatter hol' yo' han' for a sign. But de drizzle w'at sets de tater slips right is de makin' er de maypop vine. In de mellerest groun' de clay root'll ketch en hol' to de tongue er de plough, en a pine pole gate at de gyardin patch never'll keep out de ole brindle cow. One en all un us knows who's a pullin' at de bits, like de lead mule dat guides by de rain, en yit somehow er nudder de bestest of us gits mighty sick er de tuggin' at de chain. Hump yourself to the load en forget de distress for dem what stands by fer to scoff. For de harder de pullin', de longer de rest, en de bigger de feed in de trough. End of the tale, end of the volume. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 3, A Story of the War. When Miss Theodosia Huntington of Burlington, Vermont, concluded to come south in 1870, she was moved by three considerations. In the first place, her brother, John Huntington, had become a citizen of Georgia, having astonished his acquaintances by marrying a young lady, the male members of whose family had achieved considerable distinction in the Confederate army. In the second place, she was anxious to explore a region which she had almost unconsciously pictured to herself as remote and semi-barbarous. And in the third place, her friends had persuaded her that to some extent she was an invalid. It was in vain that she argued with herself as to the propriety of undertaking the journey alone and unprotected, and she finally put an end to inward and outward doubts by informing herself and her friends, including John Huntington, her brother, who was practicing law in Atlanta, that she had decided to visit the South. When, therefore, on the 12th of October, 1870, the date is duly recorded in one of Miss Theodosia's letters, she alighted from the cars in Atlanta in the midst of a great crowd, she fully expected to find her brother waiting to receive her. The bells of several locomotives were ringing, a number of trains were moving in and out, and the porters and baggagemen were screaming and brawling to such an extent that for several moments Miss Huntington was considerably confused, so much so that she paused in the hope that her brother would suddenly appear and rescue her from the smoke and dust and din. At that moment someone touched her on the arm, and she heard a strong, half-confident, half-apologetic voice exclaim, "Ain't dish yer Miss Doshy?" Turning, Miss Theodosia saw at her side a tall, gray-haired negro. Elaborating the incident afterward to her friends, she was pleased to say that the appearance of the old man was somewhat picturesque. He stood towering above her, his hat in one hand, a carriage whip in the other, and an expectant smile lighting up his rugged face. She remembered a name her brother had often used in his letters, and, with a woman's tact, she held out her hand and said, "Is this Uncle Remus?"
"Law, Miss Doshy, how you know de old nigger? I knowed you by de favor, but how you know me?"
And then, without waiting for a reply,
"Miss Sally, she's sick in bed, and Mars John, he bleedzd to go in de country, and dey tuck'n sont me. I knowed you de minute I laid eyes on you. Time I seed you, I say to myself, I lay dar's Miss Doshy, and sho nuff, dar you was. You ain't goin' up yo' checks, is you? 'Kase I'll git de trunk sont up by de 'spress wagon."
the next moment Uncle Remus was elbowing his way unceremoniously through the crowd, and in a very short time, seated in the carriage driven by the old man, Miss Huntington was whirling through the streets of Atlanta in the direction of her brother's home. She took advantage of the opportunity to study the old negro's face closely, her natural curiosity considerably sharpened by a knowledge of the fact that Uncle Remus had played an important part in her brother's history. The result of her observation must have been satisfactory, for presently she laughed and said, "Uncle Remus, you haven't told me how you knew me in that great crowd." The old man chuckled, and gave the horses a gentle rap with the whip.
Who, me? I knowed you by de favor. Dat boy Mars John's is de very spittin' an image of you. I'd a knowed you in New Orleans, let alone down there in de car shed.
This was Miss Theodosia's introduction to Uncle Remus. One Sunday afternoon, a few weeks after her arrival, the family were assembled in the piazza, enjoying the mild weather. Mr. Huntingdon was reading a newspaper. His wife was crooning softly as she rocked the baby to sleep, and the little boy was endeavoring to show his Aunt Dosia the outlines of Kennesaw Mountain through the purple haze that hung like a wonderfully fashioned curtain in the sky and almost obliterated the horizon. While they were thus engaged, Uncle Remus came round the corner of the house talking to himself.
Dey're too lazy to work, he was saying, and dey specks honest folks fer to stand up and sport 'em. I'm gwine down to Putmon County where Mars Jeems is. That's what I'm a gwine to do.
"What's the matter now, Uncle Remus?" inquired Mr. Huntingdon, folding up his newspaper.
Nothin' 'tall, Mars John, 'ceptin' dese yer sunshine niggers. Dey begs my terbacker and borrys my tools and steals my vittles, and it's done come to dat pass dat I gotta pack up and go. I'm a gwine down to Putmon, dat's what."
Uncle Remus was accustomed to make this threat several times a day, but upon this occasion it seemed to remind Mr. Huntingdon of something. "Very well," he said. "I'll come around and help you pack up. But before you go, I want you to tell sister here how you went to war and fought for the Union. Remus was a famous warrior," he continued, turning to Miss Theodosia. "He volunteered for one day and commanded an army of one. You know the story, but you've never heard Remus's version." Uncle Remus shuffled around in an awkward, embarrassed way, scratched his head, and looked uncomfortable.
Miss Doshy ain't got no time fer to set dar and hear the old nigger run on.
"Oh, yes, I have, Uncle Remus," exclaimed the young lady. "Plenty of time." The upshot of it was that, after many ridiculous protests, Uncle Remus sat down on the steps and proceeded to tell his story of the war. Miss Theodosia listened with great interest, but throughout it all she observed, and she was painfully conscious of the fact, as she afterward admitted, that Uncle Remus spoke from the standpoint of a Southerner, and with the air of one who expected his hearers to thoroughly sympathize with him. "Course," said Uncle Remus, addressing himself to Miss Theodosia, "you ain't been to Putmon, and you dunno where de Brad slaughter place and Harmony Grove is, but Mars John and Miss Sally, dey been dere a time or two, and dey knows how de land lays. Well, den, it was right long in dere where Mars Jeems lived, and where he live now. When de war come along, he was livin' dere longer Ole Miss and Miss Sally. Ole Miss was his ma, and Miss Sally dere was his sister. De war come des like I tell you, and marters sorter rock along same as dey allers did. It didn't strike me dat dey was any war goin' on, but ef I hadn't sorter missed de neighbors, and seed folks gwine outen de way fer to ax de news, I'd 'a' 'lowed to myself dat de war was way off 'mong some yuther country. But all dis time de fuss was gwine on, and Mars Jeems, he was des itchin' fer to put in. Ole Miss and Miss Sally, dey took on so he didn't git off de fus year, but bimeby news come down dat times was gittin' putty hot, and Mars Jeems he got up, he did, and say he gotter go, and go he did. He got a overseer fer to look atter de place, and he went and jined de army. And he was a fighter, too, Mars Jeems was. Many's and many's de time," continued the old man reflectively, "dat I had to take and bresh dat boy on account of his 'busin' and beatin' dem yuther boys. He went off dar fer to fight, en he fit. Ole Miss used to call me up Sunday en read w'at de papers say 'bout Mars Jeems, en it hope her up mightily. I kin see it des like it was yistiddy. 'Remus,' sez she, 'dish yer's w'at de papers say 'bout my baby.' En den she read out twel she couldn't read fer cryin'. Hit went on dis way year in en year out, en dem wuz lonesome times, sho's you're born, Miss Doshy. Lonesome times, sho. Hit got hotter en hotter in de war, en lonesomer en mo lonesomer at home, en bimeby 'long come de conscription man, en he des everlastingly scoop up Mars Jeems overseer. When dis come about, Ole Miss, she sot after me en sez she, 'Remus, I ain't got nobody fer to look atter de place but you,' sez she, en den I up en say, sez I, 'Mistus, you kin des 'pen on de ole nigger.' I wuz old den, Miss Doshy, let 'lone w'at I is now, en you better believe I bossed dem hands. I had dem niggers up in de fiel long 'fo' day, en de way dey did work wuz a caution. Ef dey didn't earn der vittles dat season, den I ain't name Remus. But dey wuz tuck keer un. Dey had plenty er cloze, plenty er grub, en dey wuz de fattest niggers in de settlement. Bimeby, one day, Ole Miss, she call me up en say de Yankees done gone en tuck Atlanty, dish yer ve'y town. Den presently I year dey wuz a marchin' on down to'rds Putmon, en lo en beholds, one day, de fus news I knowed, Mars Jeems, he rid up wid a whole gang er men. He des stop long enough fer to change hosses en snatch a muffle er sumpin to eat, but 'fo' he rid off, he call up en say, sez he, 'Daddy,' all Ole Miss's chilluns call me Daddy. 'Daddy,' he say, ''pears like dere's gwineter be mighty rough times roun' here. De Yankees, dey er done got to Madison en Monticeller, en 'twon't be many days 'fo' dey git down yer. 'Tain't likely dey'll pester mudder nor sister, but, Daddy, ef de wus come ter de wus, I speck you to take keer un 'em,' sez he. Den I say, sez I, 'How long you bin knowin' me, Mars Jeems?' sez I. 'Sence I wuz a baby,' sez he. 'Well, den, Mars Jeems,' sez I, 'you know 'twa'n't no use fer to ax me to take keer Ole Miss en Miss Sally.' Den he tuck'n squoze my han', en jump on de filly I bin savin' fer 'im, en rid off. One time he tu'n aroun' en look like he wanter say sump'n, but he des wave his han', so he gallop on. I knowed den de trouble wuz brewin'. Nigger dat knows he's gwineter git thumped kin sorter fix hisse'f, en I tuck'n fix up like de war wuz gwineter come right in at de front gate. I tuck'n got all de cattle en hosses toge'rr en driv 'em to de 4 mile place. En I tuck all de corn en fodder en wheat en put 'em in a crib out dar in de woods, en I built me a pen in de swamp, en dar I put de hogs. Den, w'en I fix all dis, I put on my Sunday cloze en groun' my axe. 2 whole days I groun' dat axe. De grindstone wuz in sight er de gate en close to de big house, en dar I took my stan'. Bimeby, one day, yer come de Yankees. 2 un um come fus, en den de whole face er de earth swam wid um. De fus glimpse I kotch un um, I tuck my axe en march into Ole Miss' settin' room. She done had de sideboard moved in dar, en I wish I may drap ef 'tweren't fairly blazin' wid silver. Silver cups en silver saucers, silver plates en silver dishes, silver mugs en silver pitchers. Look like to me dey was fixin' fer a weddin'. Dar sot Ole Miss des as prim en as proud ez ef she owned a whole county. Dis kinder hope me up, kase I done seed Ole Miss look dat a way once befo' w'en de overseer struck me in de face wid a whip. I sot down by de fire wid my axe 'tween my knees. There we sot whilst the Yankees ransacked the place. Miss Sally there, she got sorter restless, but Ole Miss don't scarcely bat her eyes. By we hear steps on the piazza, and here come a couple of young fellers with strops on their shoulders, and the swords a draggin' on the floor, and the spurs a rattlin'. I won't say I was skeered, said Uncle Remus, as though endeavoring to recall something he failed to remember. I won't say I was skeered, 'cause I wasn't, but I was took wid a mighty funny feelin' in de neighborhood of my gizzard. They was mighty perlite, dem young chaps was, but Ole Miss, she never turned her head, and Miss Sally, she looked straight at the fire. By one of 'em see me, and he say, sezee, "Hello, old man, what you doin' in here?" sezee. "Well, boss," says I been cuttin' some wood for Ole Miss, and I jest stopped for to warm my hands a little," says I. "Hit is cold, that's a fact," says he. With dat, I got up and took my stand behind Ole Miss and Miss Sally, and de man what speak, he went up and warm his hands. Fust thing you know, he raise up sudden and says he, "What dat on your axe?" "Dat's de fire shinin' on it," says I. "Hit look like blood," says he, and then he laughed. But bless your soul, dat man wouldn't laugh dat day if he'd knowed de workins of Remus's mind. But dey didn't bother nobody nor touch nothin', and bimeby dey all put out. Well, de Yankees dey kep' passin' all de mornin', and it look like to me dey was a string of 'em 10 mile long. Den dey commence gittin' thinner and thinner, and then after w'ile we hear skirmishin' in de neighborhood of Armour's Ferry, and Ole Miss 'low how dat was Wheeler's men makin' pursuit. Mars Jeems was wid dem Wheeler fellers, and I knowed ef dey was dat close I wa'n't doin' no good settin' roun' de house toastin' my shins at de fire. So I jest took Mars Jeems's rifle fum behind de door and put out to look after my stock. Seem like I ain't never seen no raw day like that, needer befo' nor since. There wa'n't no rain, but de wet jest sifted down. Mighty raw day. De leaves on de ground was so wet dey don't make no fuss, and I got in de woods, and whenever I hear de Yankees goin' by, I jest stop in my tracks and let 'em pass. I was standin' that way in de edge of de woods, lookin' out 'cross the clearin' when, piff! out come a little bunch of blue smoke from de top of one of dem lonesome lookin' pines, and den pow! Says I to myself, says I, "Honey, you er right on my route, and I'll jest see what kinder bird you got roostin' in you." And w'iles I was a lookin' out boost the smoke, piff, and den bang! Wid dat I jest drapped back into de woods, and sorter skeerted roun' so's to git de tree 'twixt me and de road. I slid up putty close, and w'at do you speck I see? Des as sho as you're settin' dar lissenin', dey was a live Yankee up dar in dat tree, and he was a loadin' and a shootin' at de boys des as cool as a cowcumber in de dew, and he had his hoss hitch out in de bushes, 'kase I year de creetur tromplin' roun'. He'd a spyglass up dar, and w'iles I was a watchin' un 'im, he raise up and look thoo her, and den he lay her down and fix his gun fer to shoot. I had good eyes in dem days, ef I ain't got 'em now, and way up the big road I see Mars Jeems a comin'. Hit was too fur fer to see his face, but I knowed him by de filly w'at I raised fer him, and she was a prancin' like a schoolgal. I knowed dat man was gwineter shoot Mars Jeems ef he could, and dat was more'n I could stand. Many's and many's de time dat I nussed dat boy, and hilt him in dese arms, and toted him on dis back, and when I see dat Yankee lay dat gun 'cross a limb and take aim at Mars Jeems, I up wid my ole rifle and shet my eyes and let de man have all she had. "Do you mean to say," exclaimed Miss Theodosia indignantly, "that you shot the Union soldier when you knew he was fighting for your freedom?"
course, I know about all dat," responded Uncle Remus, "and it sorter make cold chills run up my back. But w'en I see dat man take aim, and Mars Jeems gwine home ter Ole Miss and Miss Sally, I des disremembered all 'bout freedom, and lammed loose. And den atter dat, me and Miss Sally tuck'n nuss de man right straight along. He los' one arm in dat tree business, but me and Miss Sally we nuss 'im and we nuss 'im twel he done got well. Just 'bout dat time I quit nussin' 'im, but Miss Sally she kep' on. She kep' on," continued Uncle Remus, pointing to Mr. Huntington, "and now dar he is." "But you cost him an arm!" exclaimed Miss Theodosia. "I give 'im den," said Uncle Remus, pointing to Mrs. Huntington, "and I give 'im dese," holding up his own brawny arms, "and ef dem ain't enough for any man, den I done lost de way." End of the tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4. Entitled His Sayings. The first one is entitled James Robertson's Last Illness. A Jonesboro negro, while waiting for the train to go out, met up with Uncle Remus. After the usual time of day had been passed between the two, the former inquired about an acquaintance. "How's James Robertson?" he said. "Ain't you year 'bout Jim?" asked Uncle Remus. "Dat I ain't," responded the other. "I ain't hear talk er Jim sence he cut loose fum de chain gang. Dat w'at I ax, he ain't down wid de biliousness, is he?" "Not dat I knows of," responded Uncle Remus gravely. "He ain't sick. He ain't bin sick. He des tuck'n say he wuz gwineter ride dat ar roan mule er Mars John's de udder Sunday, en de mule, she up'n do like she got nudder engagement. I done bin fool wid dat mule befo', en I tuck'n tole Jim dat he better not git tangle up wid her. But Jim, he up'n 'low dat he wuz a hoss doctor, en wid dat he ax me fer a chaw terbacker, en den he got de bridle en tuck'n kotch de mule en got on her. Well," continued Uncle Remus, looking uneasily around, "I speck you better go git yo' ticket. They tells me dish yer train goes a callyhootin'." "Hold on dar, Uncle Remus, you ain't tell me 'bout Jim," exclaimed the Jonesboro negro. "I done tell you all I knows, chile. Jim, he tuck'n light on de mule, en de mule, she up'n hump herse'f, en den dey wuz a skuffle, en w'en de dus' blow 'way, der lay de nigger on de groun', en de mule, she stood eatin' at de trough with one er Jim's galusses wropped roun' her behime leg. Den afterwuds, de coroner, he come 'roun', he tuck'n give it out dat Jim died sorter accidental like. Hit's des like I tell you, de nigger wa'n't sick a minnit. So long. Bimeby you won't ketch yo' train. I got to be knockin' 'long." Number 2. Uncle Remus's Church Experience. The deacon of a colored church met Uncle Remus recently, and after some uninteresting remarks about the weather, asked, "How dish you don't come down to church no mo', Brother Remus? We been a havin' some mighty refreshin' times lately." "Hit's been a long time sence I been down dar, Brer Rastus, en hit'll be longer. I done got my dose." "You ain't done gone and unjoined, is you, Brother Remus?" "Not zackly, Brer Rastus. I des tuck'n drawed out. De members 'uz a blame sight too mutual fer ter suit my doctrines." "How wuz dat, Brer Remus?" "Well, I tell you, Brer Rastus, w'en I went to dat chu'ch, I went des as umble ez de nex' one. I went dar fer ter sing, en fer ter pray, en fer ter wuship, and I mos' gen'ally allers had a stray shin plaster w'ich de ole 'oman say she wa'n't sot out dar till dem colored folks cross de water. Hit went on dis a way twel bimeby, one day, De fus news I knowed, there was a row got up in de amen corner. Brer Dick, he 'nounced dat dey wa'n't nuff money in de box, en Brer Sim said ef dey wa'n't, he speck Brer Dick knowed where it disappeared ter. En den Brer Dick 'lowed dat he won't stan' no probusness, en wid dat he haul off en tuck Brer Sim under de jaw kerblap, en den dey clinched en drapped on de flo' en fought under de benches en 'mong de wimmen. 'Bout dat time Sis Tempy, she lipt up in de a'r en sing out dat she gone en tromple on de ole boy. She kep on lippin' up en slingin' out her hands twel bimeby blip she tuck Sis Becky in de mouf. En den Sis Becky riz en fetch a grab at Sis Tempy, en I 'clar' to grashus ef it didn't 'pear to me dat she got a pounder wool. Atter dat de revivin' sorter het up like. Bofe un um had kin 'mong de mo'ners, en ef you ever see scufflin' en scramblin', hit wuz den en dar. Brer Jeems Henry, he mounted Brer Plato en rid him over de railin', en den de preacher he start down fum de pulpit, en des ez he wuz skippin' onter de platform a hymn book kotch him in de burr er de year, en I be bless ef it didn't sound like a bung shell busted. Des den Brer Jesse, he riz up in his seat sorter keerless like, en went down inter his britches atter his razor, en right den I knowed sho' nuff trouble wuz begun. Sis Dilsey, she seed it herse'f, en she tuck'n let off one er dem hallelujah hollers, en den I disremember w'at come to pass. I gittin' sorter ole, Brer Rastus, en it seem like de dus sorter shut out de panorama. Furdermore, my limbs got to achin', en mo' speshly w'en I hear Brer Sim en Brer Dick a snortin' en a scufflin' under de benches like dey wuz sorter makin' der way to my pew. So I kinder hump myse'f en scramble out, en de fus man w'at I seed wuz a pleeceman, en he had a nigger 'rested, en de fergivin' name er dat nigger wuz Remus. He didn't 'rest you, did he, Brer Remus? It's jest like I tell you, Brer Rastus, en I hatter git Mars John fer ter go inter my bones fer me. Hit ain't no use fer ter sing out chu'ch to me, Brer Rastus. I done bin en got my dose. W'en I goes to war, I wanter know w'at I'm a doin'. I don't wanter get hemmed up 'mong no wimmen en preachers. I wants elbow room, en I'm bleedz to have it. Jest gimme elbow room. But Brer Remus, you ain't. I might drap in, Brer Rastus. Den agin I mightn't. But w'en you see me saunter in de do' with my specks on, you kin jest say to de congregation, sorter familious like, here come Ole Man Remus wid his hoss pistol, en ef dere's much of a scuffle round yer this evenin' you're gwineter hear from him. Dat's me, en dat's w'at you kin tell 'em. So long. 'Member me to Sis Abby. Saying number 3, Uncle Remus and the Savannah Darky. The notable difference existing between the negroes in the interior of the cotton states and those on the seaboard, a difference that extends to habits and opinions as well as to dialect, has given rise to certain ineradicable prejudices which are quick to display themselves whenever an opportunity offers. These prejudices were forcibly as well as ludicrously illustrated in Atlanta recently. A gentleman from Savannah had been spending the summer in the mountains of North Georgia, and found it convenient to take along a body servant. This body servant was a very fine specimen of the average coast negro, sleek, well-conditioned, and consequential, disposed to regard with undisguised contempt everything and everybody not indigenous to the rice-growing region, and he paraded around the streets with quite a curious and critical air. Espying Uncle Remus languidly sunning himself on a corner, the Savannah darky approached. "Mawnin', si." "I'm sorter up and about," responded Uncle Remus, carelessly and calmly. "How is you stannin' it?" "Tankee you, my help mos' so. He mo' hot dan in de mountain. Seem so like man mus' git need er de shade. I ain't tiffer see no rice bud in dis parts." "In dis w'ich?"
inquired Uncle with a sudden affectation of interest. "In dis parts, in dis country. Da plenty in Savannah." "Plenty where?" "Da plenty in Savannah. I ain't ever seen no crab and no osher, no swimp, and no stayin' 'round. I like some rice bud now." "You talkin' 'bout deze yer sparrers, which dey er all head, and 'lev'm un um makes one mouffle, I speck," suggested Uncle Remus. "Well, dey er yer," he continued, "but dis ain't no climate where de rice bird flies into yo' pockets and gits out de money and makes de change derse'f, en de isters don't shuck off de shells and run over you in de street, and no mo' does de simp hull demselves and drap in your mouth. But dey are here, dough. De scads'll fetch 'em." "Hit po' country folks true," commented the Savannah negro. "He no like Sawanny. Down dar, we set and eat de shade and eat de rice bud, and de crab, and de swimp tree time o' day, and de buckra man drinky him wine, and smoky him seegyar all thoo de night. Plenty to eat, not much for work." "Hit's mighty nice, I speck," responded Uncle Remus gravely. "De nigger dat ain't hope up longer high feedin' ain't got no grip. But up yer, whar folks is gotter scramble 'roun' and make der own livin', de vittles w'at's cummerlated widout any sweatin' mos' always generally belongs to some other man by rights. One hoe cake and a rasher of middlin' meat lasts me fum Sunday to Sunday, and I'm in a mighty big streak of luck when I gits dat." The Savannah negro here gave utterance to a loud contemptuous laugh, and began to fumble somewhat ostentatiously with a big brass watch chain. "But I speck I struck up wid a payin' job last Chuseday," continued Uncle Remus in a hopeful tone. "W'at you gwine do?" "Oh, I'm a waitin' on a culled gentleman from Savannah, one er deze yer high livers you bin tellin' 'bout." "How dat?" "I loant him $2," responded Uncle Remus grimly, "and I'm a waitin' on him fer de money. Hit's one er deze yer jobs w'at lasts a long time." The Savannah negro went off after his rice birds, while Uncle Remus leaned up against the wall and laughed until he was in imminent danger of falling down from sheer exhaustion. End of the saying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. We're working on Volume 4, His Sayings. This one is entitled Turnip Salad as a Text. As Uncle Remus was going down the street recently, he was accosted by several acquaintances. "Hey, yo," said one. "Here comes Uncle Remus. He looks like he gwine fer to set up a boardin' house." Several others bantered the old man, but he appeared to be in a good humor. He was carrying a huge basket of vegetables. "How many of you boys," said he as he put his basket down, "is done a hand's turn dis day? En yet de week's done commence. I year talk er niggers dat's got money in de bank, but I lay it ain't none of you fellers. Whar you speck you gwineter git yo' dinner, en how you speck you gwineter git along?" "Oh, we sorter knocks 'round and picks up a livin'," responded one. "Dat's w'at make I say w'at I does," said Uncle Remus. "Folks go 'bout in de daytime and makes a livin', en you come along w'en dey er restin' der bones and picks it up. I ain't no hand at figgers, but I lay I kin count up right here in de sand and number up how many days it'll be 'fo' you er coupled on to de chain gang." "De ole man's hollerin' now, sho," said one of the listeners, gazing with admiration on the venerable old darkey. "I ain't takin' no chances 'bout vittles. Hit's proned into me from de fust dat I got to eat, en I knows dat I got fer to grub fer w'at I gits. Hit's ag'inst the mortal law for niggers fer to eat w'en dey don't wuk, en w'en you see um 'parently a fattin' on air, you kin jest bet that ruination's gwine on somewheres. I got mustard, and poke salad, and lamb's quarter in dat basket, and me and my ole woman gwineter sample it. If any you boys get a invite, you come, but if you don't, you better stay away. I got a musket out dar what's used to persuadin' round where dere's a cripple nigger. Don't you forget dat offen your mind. End of the saying. Saying number 5. A confession. What's dis yer I see? Great big niggers gwine lopin' round town wid cakes and pies for to sell? Said Uncle Remus recently, in his most scornful tone. That's what they're doing, responded the young man. That's the way they make a living. Dat what make I say what I does. Dat what keep me grumblin' when I goes in colored folks' society. Some niggers ain't gwine to work nohow, and it's flingin' way time fer to set any chain gang traps fer to ketch 'em. Well, here now, exclaimed the young man in a dramatic tone, what are you giving us now? Isn't it just as honest and just as regular to sell pies as it is to do any other kind of work? "'Tain't dat, boss," said the old man, seeing that he was about to be cornered. "'Tain't dat. It's the nastiness of it which gets me." "Oh, get out!" "Dat's me, boss, up and down. If dere's ruination anywhere in de known world, she goes in de company of a hongry nigger what's a totin' pies round. Sometimes when I get cotch with emptiness in de pit of de stomach, and git to fairly honin' after somethin' what got substance in it, den hit look like unto me dat I can stand flat-footed and make more clear money eatin' pies than I could if I were to sell de las' one twixt dis and Christmas. And a nigger what can trapse round wid pies and not git in no alleyway and sample 'em, den I'm bleedz to say dat nigger out niggers me and my fambly. So dar now. End of saying. Saying number 6. Uncle Remus with the toothache. When Uncle Remus put in an appearance one morning recently, his friends knew he had been in trouble. He had a red cotton handkerchief tied under his chin, and the genial humor that usually makes his aged face its dwelling place had given way to an expression of grim melancholy. The young men about the office were inclined to chaff him, but his look of sullen resignation remained unchanged. "What revival did you attend last night?" inquired one. "What was the color of the mule that did the hammering?" asked another. "I was told the old man that a suburban chicken coop would fall on him," remarked someone. "A strange pig has been squealing in his ear," suggested someone else. But Uncle Remus remained impassive. He seemed to have lost all interest in what was going on around him, and he sighed heavily as he seated himself on the edge of the trash box in front of the office. Finally someone asked in a sympathetic tone, "What's the matter, old man? You look like you've been through the mill." "Now you're knockin'. I ain't been through de mill since day 'fo' yesterday, den dey ain't no mills in de land. If one of dese yer 'scursion trains had runned over me, I couldn't a been wuss off. I been trompin' round in de low grounds now gwine on 75 year, but I ain't seen no sech times as dat which I done seen now. Boss, is any of you all ever rastled with the toothache?" "Oh, hundreds of times. The toothache isn't anything." "Then you jest played around with the ages. You ain't had de kind what cotch me on de underjaw. You might a had a gum bile, but you ain't been bothered with the toothache. I was settin' up talkin' with my ole 'oman, kinder puzzlin' round fer to see what the next meal's vittles was a gwineter come from, and I feel a little ache sorter crawlin' 'long on my jawbone, kinder feelin' his way. But de ache don't stay long. He sorter hankered round like, and den crope back whar he come fum. Bimeby I feel him comin' agin, and dis time it look like he come up closer, kinder skirmishin' round fer to see how de land lay. Den he went off. Presently I feel him comin', and dis time it look like he carried de news unto Mary, fer it feel like der wuz anudder one wid him. Dey crep up and dey crep round, and den dey crope off. Bimeby dey come back, and dis time dey come like dey wuzn't feared er de surroundin's, fer dey trot right up into de toof, sorter 'zamine it like, and den trot all round it, like deze yer circuous hosses. I sot der mighty calm, but I expected that sump'n was gwine to happen." "And it happened, did it?" asked someone in the group surrounding the old man. "Boss, don't you forget it," responded Uncle Remus fervidly. "When dem aches gallop back, dey gallop fer to stay, and dey was so mixed up dat I couldn't tell one fum de udder. All night long dey racked en dey galloped, and when dey got tired er rackin' en gallopin', dey all close in on de old toof en thumped it en gouged at it twel it 'peared unto me dey had de jawbone loosened up en was tryin' fer to fetch it up thoo de top er my head en out at de back er my neck. En dey got wuss nex' day. Mars John, he seed I wuz 'stracted, en he tole me fer to go roun' yer en git sump'n put on it, en de drug man he 'lowed dat I better have her drawed, en his wuds wuzn't mo' call for one er deze yer whatchamacallums, one er deze dentist mens, had retched for it wid a pair er tongs w'at don't turn loose w'en dey catches a holt. Leastways, dey didn't wid me. You oughter seed dat toof, boss. Hit was one er deze yer 4-prong fellers. Ef she'd a growed wrong end outward, I'd a been a bad nigger long after I joined de church. You year'd me, hon?" End of saying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4, His Sayings. Saying number 7, The Phonograph. "Uncle Remus," asked a tall, awkward-looking negro, who was one of a crowd surrounding the old man, "what's dish yer w'at dey calls de phonygraph? Dish yer instrument w'at kin holler 'roun' like little chillun in de back yard?" "I ain't seen 'em," said Uncle Remus, feeling in his pocket for a fresh chew of tobacco. "I ain't seed 'em, but I year talk un 'em. Miss Sally wuz a readin' in de papers last Chuseday, and she say dat it's a mighty big whatchamacallum." "A mighty big which?" asked one of the crowd. "A mighty big what's his name," answered Uncle Remus cautiously. "I wuzzent up dar close to whar Miss Sally wuz a readin', but I kinder geddered in dat it was one er deze yer what's his names w'at you hollers into one year en he comes out de udder. It's mighty funny unto me how dese folks kin go en prognosticate der echoes into one er dese yer iron boxes, and dar it'll stay ontwell de man comes along and turns de handle and lets de fuss come pilin' out. Bimeby dey'll git to makin' sho' nuff folks, and den dere'll be a racket roun' here. Dey tells me dat it goes off like one er dese yer torpedoes." "You hear dat, don't you?" said one or two of the younger negroes. "Dat's w'at dey tells me," continued Uncle Remus. "Dat's w'at dey says. It's one er dese yer kinder w'at's his names w'at sasses back w'en you hollers at it." "W'at dey fix um fer, den?" asked one of the practical negroes. "Dat's w'at I wanter know," said Uncle Remus contemplatively. "But dat's w'at Miss Sally wuz a readin' in de paper. All you gotter do is holler at de box, and dar's yo' remarks. Dey goes in, and dar dey er tooken, and dar dey hangs on twel you shakes de box, and den dey draps out des ez fresh ez deze yer fishes w'at you git fum Savannah, and you ain't got time fer to look at their gills nidder. End of the saying. Saying number 8. Race improvement. There's a kind of limberness about niggers these days that's mighty cur'us, remarked Uncle Remus yesterday, as he deposited a pitcher of fresh water upon the exchange table. I notices it in the alleyways and on the street cornders. They are racking up, mon, dese yer colored folks is. "What are you trying to give us now?" inquired one of the young men in a bilious tone. "The old man's mind is wandering," said the society editor, smoothing the wrinkles out of his lavender kids. Uncle Remus laughed. "I speck I is a gittin' more frailer dan I was 'fore the farmin' days was over, but I sees with my eyes and I years with my ear, same as any of dese yer young bucks what's go gallopin' around huntin' up devilment. And when I sees de limberness of dese yer colored people, and when I sees how dey are dancin' up, den I gits sorter hopeful. Dey are kinder ketchin' up wid me." "How is that?" "Oh, dey are movin'," responded Uncle Remus. "Dey are sorter comin' round. Dey are gittin' so dey b'lieve dat dey ain't no better dan de white folks. When freedom come out de niggers sorter get der humps up, and dey stayed dat way, twel bimeby dey begun fer to get hongry, and den dey began fer to drop into line right smartually. And now," continued the old man emphatically, "dey are jest as palaverous as dey wuz before de war. Dey are gittin' on solid ground, man." "You think they're improving, then?" "You er chawin' gov'ment now, boss. You slap de law onto a nigger a time or two, and larn 'im dat he's got fer to look after his own rations and keep out of udder folks' chicken coops, and sorter coax 'im inter de idee dat he's got to feed his own chilluns, and I be blessed ef you ain't got 'im on risin' ground. An', more'n dat, when he gits holt of de fack dat a nigger kin have yaller fever same as white folks, you done got 'im on de mo'ners bench, and den ef you come down strong on de p'int dat he oughter stand fast by de folks what help 'im when he wuz in trouble, de job's done. When you does dat, ef you ain't got yo' hands on a new made nigger, den my name ain't Remus, and ef dat name's been changed, I ain't seen her advertised." End of saying. Saying number 9. In the role of a Tartar. A Charleston negro who was in Atlanta on the 4th of July made a mistake. He saw Uncle Remus edging his way through the crowd and thought he knew him. "Howdy, Daddy Ben," the stranger exclaimed. "I think I never see you no mo'. Where you goin'? He hot for true, ain't he?" "Daddy which?" asked Uncle Remus, straightening himself up with dignity. "Which?" "I know you in Charleston, and den in Sewanny. I speck I done grow away from 'membrance." "You knowed me in Charleston, and den in Savanny?" "Hit been long time, ain't it, Daddy Ben?" "Dat's w'at a pesterin' of me. How much you reckon you knowed me?" "Hit good while pas', but I were pickaninny. Hit's long time ago. Where you gwine, Daddy Ben?" "What does you season yo' recollection wid fer to make it hol' on so?" inquired the old man. "I dunno. He stick hisse'f. I see you comin' 'long, an' I say, 'Hey, dar Daddy Ben!' I think I see you no mo', but I shake you by de han'. Where you gwine? Dey no place whar we kin git wine?" Uncle Remus stared at the strange darkey curiously for a moment, and then he seized him by the arm. "Come yer, son, whar dey ain't no folks, an' lemme drop some Georgy ointment in dem years er yourn. You're mighty fur ways fum home, an' you wanter be a lookin' out fer yourself. Fus an' fo'mus, you er thumpin' de wrong watermillion. You er whistlin' up de wrong chube. I ain't tromped 'roun' de country much. I ain't bin to Charleston, an' needer is I took in Savanny.
but you couldn't rig up no game on me dat I wouldn't tumble on to it de minute I laid my eyeballs on you. When it come to dat, I'm Old Man Tumbler, fum Tumblersville. I is dat. Hit takes one er dese yer full-blooded white men fer to trap my jedgment. But when a nigger comes a jabberin' round like he got a mouthful er rice straw, he ain't got no mo' chance 'longside of me dan a sick sparrow wid a squinch owl. You gotta travel wid a circus 'fo' you gits away wid me. You better go 'long, get your carpet sack, and skip dis town. You er de freshest nigger what I seen yet." The Charleston negro passed on just as a policeman came up. "Boss, you see dat smart Aleck?" "Yes, what's the matter with him?" "He's one er dese yer 'scursion niggers from Charleston. I seed you a standin' over agin de corner yonder, en ef dat nigger'd a drawed his monty kyards on me, I wuz a gwineter holler fer you. Would you a come, boss?" "Why, certainly, Uncle Remus." "Dat's w'at I 'lowed. Little more'n he'd been aboard de wrong wagon. Dat's w'at he'd been." End of saying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4. Saying number 10. A Case of Measles. "You've been looking like you were rather under the weather for the past week or two, Uncle Remus," said a gentleman to the old man.
"You'd be sorter puny too, boss, if you'd been where I been."
"Where have you been?"
"'Pear to me like everybody done year 'bout dat. There ain't no ole nigger my age and size dat's had no rattlin'er time dan I is."
"A kind of picnic?"
"Go 'long, boss. What you speck I'd be doin' sailin' 'roun' to dese yer cullud picnics? Much more'n I wouldn't make bread by workin' for it, let alone follerin' up a passel of boys and gals all over curation. Boss, ain't you hear 'bout it sho' nuff?"
"I haven't, really. What was the matter?"
"I got strucken wid a sickness, and she hit dis ole nigger a Joe daughter for sure before she turn him loose."
"What kind of sickness?"
"Hit look sorter curious, boss, but old and stiddy as I is, I tuck'n cotch de measles."
"Oh, get out! You're trying to get up a sensation."
"Hit's a natchul fack, boss. I declare to gracious ef 'tain't. They sorter come on wid a cole like, or leastways that's how I commenced fer to suffer. And den her cough got straddled cole, one er dese yer coughs w'at looks like it goes to de foundation. I kep' on lingerin' 'roun' sorter keepin' one eye on de rheumatiz and de udder on de distemper, twel bimeby I begin fer to feel de trestle work give way, and den I des knowed dat I wuz gwineter git a racket. I slipped into bed one Chuseday night, and I never slip out no more fer mighty nigh on a month. Nex' mornin' de measles done kivered me, and den ef I didn't git dosted by de ole 'oman like a Chinee, she give me back rashuns of sassafras tea. I des natchully hankered and got hongry atter water, and eve'y time I sing out for water I got bilin' hot sassafras tea. Hit got so dat when I wake up in de mornin' de ole 'oman des come along wid a kittle of tea and fill me up. Dey tells me 'roun' town dat chilluns don't git hurted wid de measles, which ef dey don't, I wanter be a baby de nex' time dey hits dis place. All dish yer measles business is bran new to me. In ole times, 'fo' de war, I ain't hear tell er no 75-year-ole nigger grapplin' wid no measles. Dey ain't ketchin' no mo', is dey, boss?"
"Oh, no, I suppose not."
"'Kase ef dey is, you kin des put my name down wid de migration niggers."
End of the saying. Saying number 11. The Immigrants. When Uncle Remus went down to the passenger depot one morning recently, the first sight that caught his eye was an old negro man, a woman, and two children sitting in the shade near the door of the baggage room.
One of the children was very young, and the quartet was altogether ragged and forlorn-looking. The sympathies of Uncle Remus were immediately aroused. He approached the group by forced marches, and finally unburdened his curiosity.
"Where's you wanderin' unter, pard?"
The old negro, who seemed to be rather suspicious, looked at Uncle Remus coolly, and appeared to be considering whether he should make any reply. Finally, however, he stretched himself and said,
We are gwine down to the neighborhoods of Tallapoozy, and we ain't making no fuss about it, neither.
"I disremember," said Uncle Remus thoughtfully, "where Tallapoozy is."
Oh, it's out there yonder,
replied the old man, motioning his head as if it were just beyond the iron gates of the depot.
Hit's down in Alabama. When we get dar, maybe we'll go on twel we gets to Mississippi.
"Is you got any folks out dar?" inquired Uncle Remus.
None dat I knows un.
"En you er takin' dis 'oman en dese chillun out dar whar dey don't know nobody? Where's your prowisions?" eyeing a chest with a rope around it.
Dem's our bedclothes, the old negro explained, noticing the glance of Uncle Remus. All de vittles what we got we et 'fo' we started.
"And you 'speck fer to reach dar safe en soun'? Where's your ticket?"
Ain't got none. De man say as how dey'd pass us through. I give a man a $5 bill 'fo' I lef Jonesboro, and he said dat settled it.
"Let me tell you dis," said Uncle Remus, straightening up indignantly.
"You go en rob somebody en git on de chain gang en let de 'oman scratch 'roun' en make out her livin', but don't you git on dem cars. Don't you do it. Your best hope is de chain gang. You can make your livin' dar w'en you can't make it nowheres else. But don't you git on dem cars. Ef you do, you er gone, nigger. Ef you ain't got no money fer to walk back wid, you des better build yo' nes' right here. I'm a talkin' wid de bark on. I done seed dese yer Arkansas immigrants come lopin' back, en some un um don't have rags enough on um fer to hide der nakedness. You leave dat box right where she is, en let de 'oman take one young one, en you take de udder one, en den you git in de middle er de big road en pull out fer de place where you come from. I'm a preachin' now."
Those who watched say the quartet didn't take the cars. End of the saying. Saying number 12. As a murderer. Uncle Remus met a police officer recently.
"You ain't here talkin' no dead nigger nowhere dis mawnin', is you, boss?"
asked the old man earnestly.
"No," replied the policeman reflectively. "No, I believe not. Have you heard of any?" "'Pears unto me dat I come mighty nigh gittin' some news 'bout dat size, en dat's w'at I'm a huntin' fer. Because ef dey er found a stray nigger layin' 'roun' loose, wid his breff gone, den I wanter go home en git my breakfus en put on some clean clothes, en deliver myse'f up to one er dese yer jestices er de peace, en git a fair trial."
"Why, have you killed anybody?"
"Dat's w'at I'm inquirin' into now, but I wouldn't be so 'stonished ef I ain't laid a nigger out somewheres on de suburbs. Hit's done got so it's agin de law fer to bust loose en kill a nigger, ain't it, boss?"
"Well, I should say so. You don't mean to tell me that you have killed a colored man, do you?"
"I speck I is, boss. I speck I done gone en done it dis time, sho. Hit's been sorter growin' on me, en it come to a head dis mawnin' less my name ain't Remus, en dat's w'at dey been a callin' me sence I was ole nuff fer to scratch myse'f wid my lef' han'."
"Well, if you've killed a man, you'll have some fun, sure enough. How was it?"
"Hit wuz dis way, boss. I wuz layin' in my bed dis mawnin' sorter ruminatin' 'roun', when de fus news I knowed I hear a fuss 'mong de chickens, en den my bristles riz. I done had lots er trouble wid dem chickens, en when I years one un um squall, my ve'y shoes come untied. So I sorter riz up en retch fer my ole musket, en den I crope outer de back do', en w'at you reckon I seed?"
"I couldn't say."
"I seed de biggest, blackest nigger dat you ever laid eyes on. He shined like de paint on him wuz fresh. he had done grabbed 4 my forwardest pullets. I crope up nigh de door, and hollered and axed him how he was a gittin' on, and den he broke. And as he broke, I jammed de gun in de small of his back and banged loose. He let out a yell like 40 yaller cats a courtin', and den he broke. You ain't seed no nigger hump himself like dat nigger. He tore down de well shelter and 4 panels of fence, and de ground looked like one of dese yer harricanes had lit dar and fanned up de yeath. Why, I thought you killed him. He bleeds to be dead, boss. Ain't I put de gun right on him? Seemed like I feel him give way when she went off. Was the gun loaded? Dat's what my ole woman say. She had powder in there, sure. But I disremember whether I put the buckshot in, and whether I left 'em out. Leastways, I'm going to call on one of these yer justices. So long, boss. End of the saying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4, His Sayings. Saying number 13, His Practical View of Things. Brer Remus, is you hearn tell er dese doin's out yer in de udder end of town? Asked a colored deacon of the church the other day. What doin's is dat, Brer Ab? Dese yer signs and wonders where dat colored lady died day 'fore yistiddy. Mighty queer goin's on out dar, Brer Remus, sho's you're born. Spirits? Inquired Uncle Remus sententiously. Wuss'n dat, Brer Remus. Some say de Judgment Day ain't fur off, and de folks is flockin' roun' de house a hollerin' and a shoutin' jest like dey wuz in de revival. In de windy glass dar you kin see de flags a flyin', and Jacob's ladder's dar, and dere's writin' on de pane what no man kin read. Leastways, dey ain't none kin read it yit. What kinder racket is dis you givin' me now, Brer Ab? I done bin dere, Brer Remus. I done seed with both my eyes. Colored lady what was in trance done woke up and say dey ain't much time fer to tarry. She says she meet a angel in de road, and he pointed straight for de mornin' star and tell her fer to prepare. Hit look mighty curious, Brer Remus. Come down to that, Brer Ab, said Uncle Remus, wiping his spectacles carefully and readjusting them. Come down to dat, and dey ain't nothin' dat ain't curious. I ain't no 'spicious nigger myself, but I despises for to hear dogs a howlin' and squinch owls havin' de agur out in de woods, and when a bull goes a bellerin' by de house, den my bones git cole and my flesh commences fer to creep. But when it comes to dese yer signs in de air and dese yer spirits in de woods, den I'm out. Den I'm done. I is fer a fack. I bin livin' yer more'n 70 year, and I year talk of niggers seein' ghostes all times of night and all times of day, but I ain't never seed none yit, and dese yer flags and Jacob lathers, I ain't seen dem needer. Dey are dar, Brer Remus. It's jest like I tell you, Brer Ab. I ain't 'sputin' 'bout it, but I ain't seen 'em, and I don't take no chances dese days on dat what I don't see, and dat what I sees I got to examine mighty close. Lemme tell you dis, Brer Ab. Don't you let dese signs onsettle you. When ole man Gabriel toot his horn, he ain't gwineter hang no sign out in de winder panes, and when ole Fadder Jacob lets down dat ladder of his'n, you be mighty apt fer to hear de racket. And don't you bother wid Jedgment Day. Jedgment Day's liable fer to take keer of itself. Dat's so, Brer Remus. Hit's bleedz to be so, Brer Ab. Hit don't bother me. Hit's done got so dat now, when I got a pone of bread and a rasher of bacon and enough grease fer to make gravy, I ain't keerin' much whether folks sees ghostes or no. End of saying.
Sang 14, That Deceitful Jug. Uncle Remus was in a good mood one evening recently when he dropped casually into the editorial room of the Constitution, as has been his custom for the past year or two. He had a bag slung across his shoulder, and in the bag was a jug. The presence of this humble but useful vessel in Uncle Remus's bag was made the occasion for several suggestive jokes at his expense by the members of the staff, but the old man's good humor was proof against all insinuations.
"Dat er jug's bin de war, man. It's one er dese yer ole timers. I got dat jug down dar in Putman County when Mars Lisha Ferryman was a young man, and now he's done growed up, and got ole and died, and his chilluns is growed up, and dey kin count der gran'chilluns, and yit dar's dat jug jest as lively and as liable fer to kick up devilment as what she was when she come fum de foundry."
"That's the trouble," said one of the young men. "That's the reason we'd like to know what's in it now."
"Now you're gittin' on marshy ground," replied Uncle Remus. "Dat's de p'int. Dat's what make me say what I does. I bin knowin' dat jug now gwine on 65 year, and de jug what's mo' deceitful dan dat jug ain't on de top side er de world. Dar she sets," continued the old man, gazing at it reflectively. "Dar she sets jest as nat'ral as a ambertype. And yit where's de man w'at kin tell what kinder confab she's a gwineter carry on when dat corn cob is snatched out er her mouf? Dat jug is mighty deceitful, mon."
"Well, it doesn't deceive any of us up here," remarked the agricultural editor, dryly. "We've seen jugs before."
"I bound you is, boss. I bound you is. But you ain't seed no deceitful jug like dat. Dar she sits a bellyin' out and lookin' mighty fat and full, and yet she'd set there a bellyin' out ef der wasn't nuthin' but water under dat stopper. You knows dat she ain't got no eggs in her, nor no bacon, nor no grits, ner no tomaterses, ner no shellets, and dat's 'bout all you does know. Dog my cats ef de deceitfulness er dat jug don't git away wid me," continued Uncle Remus with a chuckle. "I was comin' 'cross de bridge des now, and Brer John Henry seed me wid de bag slung onto my back, en de jug in it, en he ups en sezee, 'Hey-o, Brer Remus, ain't it gittin' late for watermillions?' It wuz de deceitfulness er dat jug. Ef Brer John Henry know'd de color er dat watermillion, I speck he'd snatch me up 'fo' de conference. I 'clar' to gracious ef dat jug ain't a caution."
"I suppose it's full of molasses now," remarked one of the young men, sarcastically.
"Hear dat?" exclaimed Uncle Remus triumphantly. "Hear dat? W'at I tell you? I said dat jug wuz deceitful, and I sticks to it. I bin knowin' dat—"
"What has it got in it?" broke in someone. "Molasses, kerosene, or train oil?"
"Well, I lay she's loaded, boss. I ain't shook her up sence I drapped in, but I lay she's loaded."
"Yes," said the agricultural editor, "and it's the meanest bug juice in town, regular sorghum skimmings."
"Dat's needer here ner dar," responded Uncle Remus.
"Po' folks better be fixin' up for Christmas now while rations is cheap. Dat's me. When I year Miss Sally gwine 'bout de house whistlin' when I kin read my titles clear, and when I see de martins swarmin' atter sundown, and when I year de peckerwoods confabbin' toge'rr dese moonshiny nights in my end er town, and I knows de hot wedders er breakin' up, and I knows it's 'bout time for po' folks fer to be rastlin' 'roun' and huntin' up der rashuns. Dat's me up and down."
"Well, we are satisfied. Better go and hire a hall," remarked the sporting editor with a yawn. "If you are engaged in a talking match, you have won the money. Blanket him, somebody, and take him to the stable."
"And w'at's mo'," continued the old man, scorning to notice the insinuation, "dough I hear Miss Sally whistlin' and de peckerwoods a chatterin', I ain't seein' none er dese yer loafin' niggers fixin' up fer ter migrate. Dey kin holler Kansas all roun' de neighborhood, but 'ceppin' a man come 'long an' spell it wid greenbacks, he don't ketch none er dese yer town niggers. You year me? Dey ain't gwine." "Stand him up on the table," said the sporting editor. "Give him room." "Better go down here to de calaboose an' git some news fer ter print," said Uncle Remus with a touch of irony in his tone. "Some new nigger might er broke inter jail." "You say the darkies are not going to emigrate this year?" inquired the agricultural editor, who is interested in these things. "Shoo! Dat dey ain't. I done seed an' I knows."
"Well, how do you know?"
"How you tell w'en crow gwineter light? Niggers bin promenadin' by my house all dis summer, holdin' der heads up high an' de whites er der eyeballs shinin' in de sun. Dey wuz too biggity fer ter look over de gyardin palms. Long 'bout den de wedder wuz fetchin' de nat'al sperrits er turkentime out'n de pine trees, an' de groun' wuz fairly smokin' wid de hotness. Now dat it's gittin' sorter airish in de mornin's, dey don't 'pear like de same niggers. Dey done got so dey'll look over in de yard, an' nex' news you know dey'll be tryin' fer ter scrape up 'quaintance wid de dog. W'en dey passes now dey looks at de chicken coop an' at de tater patch. W'en you see niggers gittin' dat familious, you kin 'pen on der campin' wid you de balance er de season. Day 'fo' yistiddy I kotch one un um lookin' over my fence at my shotes, an' I sez I, 'Does you wanter purchase dem hogs?' 'Oh no,' sezee, 'I wuz lookin' at de p'ints.' 'Well, dey ain't p'intin' yo' way,' sez I, 'an' furdermore, ef you don't bother longer dem hogs, dey ain't gwineter climb out'n dat pen an' attack you nudder,' sez I. An' I boun'," continued Uncle Remus, driving the corncob stopper a little tighter in his deceitful jug and gathering up his bag, "an' I boun' dat my ole musket'll go off tween me an' dat same nigger yit, an' he'll be at de bad een', an' dis deceitful jug will 'fuse fer ter go to de funeral." End of saying. Saying 15. The Florida Watermelon. "Look yer, boy," said Uncle Remus yesterday, stopping near the railroad crossing on Whitehall Street and gazing ferociously at a small colored youth. "Look yer, boy, I'll lay you out flat ef you come flingin' yo' watermillion rhymes under my foot. You watch ef I don't. You kin play yo' pranks on deze yer white folks, but w'en you come a cuttin' up yo' capers 'roun' me you'll lan' right in de middle uv a spell er sickness. Now you min' w'at I tell you. An' I ain't gwine fer ter put up wid none er yo' sassiness needer, let 'lone flingin' watermillion rhymes whar I kin git mixed up wid um. I done had 'nuff watermillions yistiddy an' de day befo'." "How was that, Uncle Remus?" asked a gentleman standing near. "Hit wuz sorter like dis, boss. Las' Chuseday, Mars John he fotch home two er dese yer Floridy watermillions, an' him an' Miss Sally sot down fer ter eat um. Mars John an' Miss Sally ain't got nuthin' dat's too good fer me, an' de fus news I knowed Miss Sally wuz a hollerin' fer Remus. I done smelt de watermillion on de a'r, but I ain't got no better sense dan fer ter go w'en I years white folks a hollerin'. I larnt dat w'en I wa'n't so high. Leas'ways, I galloped up to de back porch, an' dar sot de watermillions des ez natchul ez ef dey'd been raised on de ole Spivey place in Putmon County. Den Miss Sally, she cut me off a slash, one er dese yer ungodly slashes, big ez yo' hat, an' I sot down on de steps an' wropped myse'f 'roun' de whole blessed chunk, 'ceptin' de rhyme."
Uncle Remus paused and laid his hand upon his stomach as if feeling for something. "Well, old man, what then?"
"Dat's w'at I'm a gittin' at, boss," said Uncle Remus, smiling a feeble smile. "I santered 'roun' 'bout a half hour, an' den I begin fer ter feel sorter squeamish, sorter like I done bin an' swallered 'bout 4 poun's off de rough een' uv de scantlin'. Look like ter me dat I wuz gwineter be sick, an' den it look like I wuzzent. Bimeby
a little pain showed his head, and sorter meandered round like he was lookin' for a good place for to ketch holt. And den a great big pain jump up and take atter de little one, and chase him roun' and roun', and he mus' kotch him, kase bimeby de big pain retch down and grab dis lef' leg and haul him up, and den he retch down and grab de udder one and pull him up, and den de war begun, sho nuff. For mighty nigh near 4 hours dey kep up dat racket, and des as soon as little pain 'ud jump up, de big one 'ud light onder it and gobble it up, and den de big one 'ud go sailin' roun' huntin' for more. Some folks is mighty curious, dough. Nex' mornin' I hear Miss Sally a laughin' and singin' and a whistlin' des like der wa'n't no water beans raised in Florida. But somebody better pen dis yer nigger boy up when I'm on de town, I can tell you dat. End of saying.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4, His Sayings. Saying number 16. Uncle Remus preaches to a convert. "Dey tells me you done joined de church," said Uncle Remus to Pegleg Charley. "Yes, sir," responded Charley, gravely. "Dat's so." "Well, I'm mighty glad of dat," remarked Uncle Remus with unction. "It's 'bout time dat I wuz 'spectin' fer to hear you in de chain gang, an' stid of dat, hit's de church. Well, dey ain't no tellin' deze days whar a nigger's gwineter lan'." "Yes," responded Charley, straightening himself up and speaking in a dignified tone. "Yes, I'm fixin' to do better. I'm preparin' fer to shake worldliness. I'm done quit 'sociatin' with dese white town boys. They've been a goin' back on me too rapidly here lately, and now I am a goin' back on dem." "Well, ef you done had de 'sperience of it, I'm mighty glad. Ef you got religion, you better hol' on to it twel de las' day in de mornin'. Hit's mighty good fer to carry 'roun' wid you in de daytime an' likewise in de night time. Hit'll pay you more dan politics, an' ef you stands up like you oughter, hit'll last longer dan a bone fellum. But you wanter have one er dese yer ole time grips, an' you des gotter shet your eyes an' swing on like one er dese yer bull terrier dogs." "Oh, I'm goin' to stick, Uncle Remus. You kin put your money on dat. Dese town boys can't play no more of their games on me. I'm fixed. Can't you lend me a dime, Uncle Remus, to buy me a pie? I'm dat hongry dat my stomach is gittin' ready to go in moanin'." Uncle Remus eyed Charley curiously a moment, while the latter looked quietly at his timber toe. Finally the old man sighed and spoke. "How long is you been in de church, son?" "Mighty near a week," replied Charley. "Well, let me tell you dis now, 'fo' you go any furder. You ain't been in dar long enough fer to go 'roun' takin' up conterbutions. Wait twel you git sorter seasoned like, an' den I'll hunt 'roun' in my clothes an' see ef I can't run out a thrip er two fer you. But don't you levy taxes too early." Charley laughed, and said he would let the old man off if he would treat to a watermelon. End of saying. Saying 17. As to education. As Uncle Remus came up Whitehall Street recently, he met a little colored boy carrying a slate and a number of books. Some words passed between them, but their exact purport will probably never be known. They were unpleasant, for the attention of a wandering policeman was called to the matter by hearing the old man bawl out, "Don't you come foolin' longer me, nigger. You er flippin' de sass at de wrong color.
You kin go roun' here an' sass dese white people, an' maybe dey'll stand it, but when you come a slingin' yo' jaw at a man dat wuz gray when de farmin' days gin out, you better go an' git yo' hide greased." "What's the matter, old man?" asked a sympathizing policeman. "Nothin', boss, 'ceptin' I ain't gwineter have no nigger chillun a whoopin' an' a hollerin' at me when I'm gwine 'long de streets."
"Oh, well, school children, you know how they are."
"Dat's w'at make I say w'at I does. Dey better be home pickin' up chips. W'at a nigger gwineter larn outer books? I kin take a barrel stave an' fling mo' sense into a nigger in 1 minute dan all de schoolhouses 'twix' dis an' de state er Michigan. Don't talk, honey. With 1 barrel stave I kin fairly lift de veil of ignorance."
"Then you don't believe in education?"
"Hit's de ruination er dis country. Look at my gal. De ole 'oman sont her ter school last year, an' now we dassent hardly ax her fer ter carry de washin' home. She done gone beyond her bizness. I ain't larnt nothin' in books, an' yit I kin count all de money I gits. No use talkin', boss. Put a spellin' book in a nigger's hands, an' right den an' dere you loses a plough-hand. I done had de 'spearance of it."
End of saying. Saying number 18. A temperance reformer.
"Here come Uncle Remus," said a well-dressed negro, who was standing on the sidewalk near James's bank recently, talking to a crowd of barbers. "Here come Uncle Remus. I boun' he'll sign it." "You'll fling your money away ef you bet on it," responded Uncle Remus. "I ain't turnin' nothin' loose on church 'scriptions. I wants money right now fer ter git a pint er meal." "'Tain't dat. An' I ain't helpin' fer ter bury nobody. Much ez I kin do fer ter keep de breff in my own body." "'Tain't dat needer. An' I ain't puttin' my han' to no recommends. I'm fear'd fer ter say a polite word 'bout myself, an' I des know I ain't gwine 'roun' flatterin' up deze yuther niggers." "An' 'tain't dat," responded the darkey, who held a paper in his hand. "We er gittin' up a good temperance lodge, an' we like ter git yo' name." "Eh, honey, I done seen too much er dis nigger temperance. Dey stand up mighty square ontwell der dues commence ter cramp um, an' dey don't stand a racket wuff a dun. No longer'n yistiddy I seed one er de head men er deze yer temperance s'cieties totin' water for a barroom. He had de water in a bucket, but dey ain't tellin' how much red liquor he wuz a totin'. G'long, chile, join yo' s'ciety an' be good to yo'se'f. I'm a gittin' too ole. Gimme 3 or 4 drams endurin' the day, an' I'm mighty nigh ez good a temperance man ez de next un. I got to scuffle for sumpin' to eat."
End of saying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Volume 4, His Sayings. Saying number 19. As a Weather Prophet. Uncle Remus was enlightening a crowd of negroes at the car shed yesterday.
"Dere ain't nothin'," said the old man, shaking his head pensively, "dat ain't got no change wrote on it. Dere ain't nothin' dat ain't spotted befo' it begins fer ter commence. We all experiences dat Providence w'at lifts us up fum one place an' sets us down in de udder. It's continerly a movin' an' a movin'." "Dat's so. You're talkin' now," came from several of his hearers. "I year Miss Sally readin' dis mornin'," continued the old man, "dat a man wuz comin' down yer fer ter take keer er de wedder. One er deze yer burrow mens w'at goes aroun' a puttin' up an' pullin' down." "W'at he gwine do 'roun' here?" asked one. "He's a gwine ter regulate de wedder.
replied Uncle Remus sententiously. "He's a gwine to fix it up so dat dere won't be so much worriment among de white folks 'bout de kinder wedder w'at falls to dere lot." "He's gwine dish 'em up," suggested one of the older ones, "like a man dish out sugar." "No," answered Uncle Remus, mopping his benign features with a very large and very red bandana. "He's gwineter fix um better'n dat. He's gwineter fix um up so you kin have any kinder wedder w'at you want widout toting her home." "How's dat?" asked some one. "Hit's dis way," said the old man, thoughtfully. "In co'se you knows w'at kinder wedder you want. Well, den, w'en de man comes along, w'ich Miss Sally say he will, you des gotter go up dar, pick out yo' wedder, en dere'll be a clock set fer ter suit yo' case. En w'en you git home, dere'll be yo' wedder a settin' out in de yard waitin' fer you. I wish you was yer now," the old man continued. "I'd take a pair er frosts in mine, ef I kotch cold fer it. Dat's me." There were various exclamations of assent, and the old man went on his way singing, "Don't you grieve atter me." End of saying. Saying number 20. The Old Man's Troubles. "What makes you look so lonesome, Brer Remus?" asked a well-dressed negro as the old man came shuffling down the street by James's corner yesterday. "You er mighty right. I'm lonesome, Brer John Henry. W'en an ole nigger like me is gotter paddle de canoe en do de fishin' at de same time, en w'en you bleedz ter catch de fish en dasn't turn de paddle loose fer ter bait de hook, den I tell you, Brer John, you er right whar de mink had de goslin'. Mars John en Miss Sally, dey done bin gone down unto Putmon County fer ter see der kinfolks mighty nigh 4 days, en you better believe I done bin had to scratch 'roun' mighty lively fer ter make de rashuns run out even." "I wuz at yo' house las' night, Brer Remus," remarked Brer John Henry, "but I couldn't roust you outer bed." "Hit wuz de unseasonableness er de hour, I expect," said Uncle Remus dryly. "'Pears unto me dat you all chu'ch deacons settin' up mighty late deze col' nights. You be slippin' 'roun' atter hours some time er nudder, en you'll slip bodaciously into de calaboose. You mind w'at I tell you." "Hit's mighty col' wedder," said Brer John Henry, evidently wishing to change the subject. "Cole!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "Hit got pas' cole on de quarter stretch. You oughter come to my house night 'fo' las'. Den you'd a foun' me 'live en kickin'." "How's that?" "Well, I tell you, Brer John Henry, de cole wuz so cole, en de kiver wuz so light, dat I thunk I'd make a raid on Mars John's shingle pile, en out I goes en totes in a whole armful. Den I gits under de kiver en tells my ole 'oman fer ter lay 'em onto me like she wuz roofin' a house. Bimeby she crawls in, en de shingles w'at she put on her side fer ter kiver wid, dey all drap off on de floor. Den I gits up en piles 'em on agin, en w'en I gits in bed my shingles drap off, en dat's de way it wuz de whole blessed night. Fust it wuz me up, en den de ole 'oman, en it des kep' us powerful warm too, dat kinder exercise. Oh, you oughter drap 'roun' 'bout dat time, Brer John Henry. You'd a year'd sho' nuff cussin'." "You don't tell me, Brer Remus." "My ole 'oman say de ole boy wouldn't a found a riper nigger ef he were to scour de country from Ferginny to Alabama." End of saying. Saying number 21. The 4th of July. Uncle Remus made his appearance recently with his right arm in a sling and his head bandaged to that extent that it looked like the stick made to accompany the centennial bass drum. The old man evidently expected an attack all around, for he was unusually quiet and fumbled in his pockets in an embarrassed manner. He was not mistaken. The agricultural editor was the first to open fire. Well, you old villain, what have you been up to now?" "It is really singular," remarked a commencement orator, "that not even an ordinary holiday, a holiday, it seems to me, that ought to arouse all the latent instincts of patriotism in the bosom of American citizens, can occur without embroiling some of our most valuable citizens. It is really singular to me that such a day should be devoted by a certain class of our population to broils and fisticuffs." This fine moral sentiment, which was altogether an impromptu utterance, and which was delivered with the air of one who addresses a vast but invisible audience of young ladies in white dresses and blue sashes, seemed to add to the embarrassment of Uncle Remus, and at the same time to make an explanation necessary. "Dey ain't none of you young white men never had no 'casion fer to strike up with one of dese yer Mobile niggers?" asked Uncle Remus. "'Kase ef you is, den you knows whereabouts de devilment come in. Show me a Mobile nigger," continued the old man, "en I'll show you a nigger dat's marked for de chain gang. Hit may be de 4th or de 5th er July, or it may be de 12th er Jinuary, but when a Mobile nigger gits in my neighborhood, right den and der trouble sails in en engages boat afore de season. I speck I'm as fond er dese Nunited States as de nex' man w'at knows dat de burrow is busted up, but long as Remus kin stan' on his hind legs, no Mobile nigger can't flip into dis town longer no West P'int expection en boss aroun' 'mong de culled folks. Dat's me up en down, en I boun' der's a nigger somewheres on de road dis blessed day dat's got dis put away in his 'membunce." "How did he happen to get you down and maul you in this startling manner?" asked the commencement orator, with a tone of exaggerated sympathy in his voice. "Maul who?" exclaimed Uncle Remus indignantly. "Maul who? Boss, de nigger dat mauled me ain't boned yit, en dey er got to have anudder war 'fo' one is boned." "Well, what was the trouble?" "Hit wuz sorter dis way, boss. I wuz stannin' down dar by Mars John Jeems's bank, chattin' wid Sis Tempy, w'ich I ain't seed her befo' now gwine on 7 year, en watchin' de folks trompin' by, when one er dese yer slick lookin' niggers, wid a bee gum hat en a brass watch ez big ez de head uv a beer barrel, come along en bresh up agin me, des like so. Der wuz 2 un um, en dey went 'long gigglin' en laughin' like a nessel yeller hammers. Bimeby dey come 'long agin, en de smart Aleck brush up by me once mo'. Den I say to myse'f, I lay I fetch you ef you gimme anudder invite. En sho enough, here he come agin, en dis time he rub a piece er watermillion rime under my left year." "What did you do?" "Me? I'm a mighty long sufferin' nigger, but he hadn't no more'n touched me 'fo' I flung dese yer bones in his face." Here Uncle Remus held up his damaged hand triumphantly. "I sorter sprained my hand, boss, but dog my cats ef I don't believe I spattered de nigger's eyeballs on de groun', en w'en he riz his countenance look fresh like beef haslet. I look mighty spindlin' en puny now, don't I, boss?" inquired the old man with great apparent earnestness. "Rather." "Well, you des oughter see me get my Affikin up. Dey useter call me a bad nigger long 'fo' de war, en it looks liker to me dat I gits wuss en wuss. Brer John Henry say dat I oughter subdue my rashfulness, en I don't 'spute it. But turn a Mobile nigger loose in dis town, 4th er July or no 4th er July, en me en him, one is gwineter lan' in jail. It's proned into me." And that's the last of the sayings in Uncle Remus. End of book.